Carissa Moore and unfortunately taking well coming our way over the course of the weekend, so it's going to be really good way to finish up the event. On my watch, so everyone's coming to start, so it's working the water and ended up in the area. Had a few nice ones getting that way.
In a season unlike any other, the road ahead is uncharted. Coming from around the globe, Championship Tour surfers have sacrificed their time, energy, and commitments to be here, to compete. Enter Merriweather, a hard-working surf break with the iconic town of Newcastle behind it. A city on the rise with deep roots in pro surfing. This season, the world's best make an unexpected yet welcome stop at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. Merriweather Beach kicks off an unparalleled Australian leg on the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals.
I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I'm ready to go. He never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. I never change. That's in my blood. I never change.
Well, welcome to the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. Gabriel Medina on hand here this morning, just after 7:30 a.m. It is April 8th. Adriano de Souza, we know he's making his last charge at the Championship Tour this year. He's looking inspired. Connor O'Leary, who's in the first heat of the round of 32. He'll be taking on Gabriel Medina when we get competition back underway. And he'll need to bring his very best. Great to be here in Newcastle, surrounded by incredible beaches, and none more famous in the surfing world than the one we're looking at right now, Merriweather. So much history, so much culture here, and we are loving being back here for the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. Ronnie Blakey, joined by a man who, have a look at this, I pulled this out of the collection today. Richie Lovett on the cover here of Tracks magazine back in 2000. That was from the 99 Pipe Masters. Rich, unbelievable shot. Have a look at that. But, mate, it's been fantastic to pick your brain during the event, and hopefully we can get in a heat again today.
Absolutely. Well, there's some waves. We do have some waves on offer, and we've seen just by the pure nature of all the surfers in the lineup, it's sort of telling me something. So possibly an exciting day of competition ahead.
We're fired up, and we know the surfers are too. And the great thing that we can look forward to in the round of 32 is remarkable matchups, including the very first heat. Gabriel Medina travelling without Charlie, his coach and stepfather for a number of years, and working with Australian Andy King now. He's going to be taking on Connor O'Leary, and these guys have very similar weapons. Big backhand attacks. We're on a right-hander, but they also are both very capable when it comes to going to the air.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we all know Gabby's strength. He's one of the alphas on the tour. And Connor, coming in with nothing to lose. You know, he's been on and off the tour over the past couple of years, and a massive opportunity. If he took down Gabriel today, that would just be a huge scalp, and it would you know, put him right in the spotlight.
Sitting in second spot on the Championship Tour at the moment, Medina just looks so deadly. He's had slow starts in the past to Championship Tour seasons in Australia, but this year we kicked off the tour over there at the Pipe Masters. It couldn't have worked out better for him. I think Medina, once he gets a bit of steam going, he's so hard to stop, and he got it early in the season.
We just know how dangerous Gabriel can be once he gets that momentum. And as you said, he started well. So, you know, when you think about the tour and you think about Gabby, he really does not have any weak events. He would be looking at Newcastle as one that he wants to win, and that, you know, is well within his grasp. But he's got a tough heat here. You know, Connor O'Leary, he's been on a roll, training hard, new equipment, stickless. So perhaps a little bit of extra motivation there to show the world what he can do.
27 years of age, Gabriel Medina, and he has achieved so much since he came on the tour. This is his 10th year. His run of results as a Championship Tour competitor are remarkable. It took him a few years to figure it out as far as getting to the top end of the leaderboard, but it didn't take him long to start winning Championship Tour events. Came on as a rookie. That season there was a mid-year rotation. He won 2 events in the back end of the season and climbed to 12th place in his rookie year. It was remarkable.
Unbelievable.
And, well, since 2013, where he finished 14th, he hasn't finished outside the top 3. He's also got
remarkable.
2 world titles. So Medina has established himself, I think, as one of the sport's immortals. He'll go down in history.
No doubt about it. You know, just looking at his followers on Instagram, you know, he has got more followers than any other surfer on the planet. You know, he's got a huge following, not only in Brazil, but throughout the globe. And it's undeniable, whether you sort of love him or hate him. You know, he's one of those competitors that is just so good. One of those surfers that is just so good and remarkable. You can't deny that.
I'm sure the other surfers on tour are saying, hey, Gabby, you know, tag us, give us a shout out. I need to get the numbers up.
Need the followers.
But we are underway, the round of 32 getting started here. It is Gabriel Medina up against Connor O'Leary, 30 minutes on the clock. Both competitors chasing 2 big numbers, but they can ride as many waves as they want. Medina's one of those guys that uses priority so well when he's got it, but he's equally as dangerous, lurking beneath your priority for scrappy waves that he can turn into excellent scores. He's a nightmare to compete against.
100%. You know, he's one of those guys that will have you on edge from the moment the hooter goes. And as you said, very capable. It's those surfers, you know, Kelly was the same, Andy was the same, Taj was the same. You can't leave them alone, and you know, you're always thinking in the back of your mind, these guys can turn a 6 into an 8. And a 7 into a 9. They just have that ability. When I look at this matchup, I come back to the strategy for Connor. He needs to be on the better waves in this heat, and he needs to surf them perfectly to win.
This is the perfect test for a surfer who came on the tour and smashed it in his rookie season. Really similar to Gabriel Medina. Medina managed to get to 12th on half a season, but Connor O'Leary back in 2017 got Rookie of the Year honours. He got to 13th. He cracked a final in Fiji. Not an easy event to find success in, and typically that contest was dominated by surfers who had the experience at the location. But Connor O'Leary and Gabriel Medina, I think when you look at their stature, that their builds, really well matched. Connor's a little bit taller. As a result, carries a bit more weight, around 187 pounds. He's looking really fit at the moment. Medina, he came on as a stringy, wiry grommet, just super elastic. He looked a bit like Kalani Robb when he first came on the scene.
He did.
And like Kalani, he eventually filled out, and he's, you know, one of the stockiest builds that is on the Championship Tour, Medina, and his legs are massive.
I was about to say, you know, although Connor does have the height and perhaps the weight advantage, which you would think translates into power, pure leg strength alone, Gabby's going to have the edge there, and you've seen in so many of his clips just how hard he trains. Like Italo, he is just one of the fittest on tour.
And Medina, for good reason, right up there at the top end of the men's Tier A for fantasy surfing. And this was actually one of the first events I didn't put Medina on my team. And the reason why is because I had a bit of a shocker. I had a bit of a shocker at the Pipe Masters. Usually I always put Medina in because he's pretty reliable for big scores, great heat win percentage, but also always racks up big numbers. Even if he loses out in the quarters, he's generally gifted you a lot of points.
Yeah, and the numbers count, but really when you look at that top 3, you can't go too wrong having one of those 3 in your Tier A.
I'm doing all right on the men's side, Rich. It's on the women's side that I got annihilated. We had some huge upsets there. Sally Fitzgibbons fell out of the mix. Tyler Wright is gone from the competition. And what we have as a result is a fantastic race to the top 5, because we know that this year things are going to be a little bit different. The Rip Curl WSL Finals will unfold on one day in September. And all the competitors at this stage are just chasing a top 5 finish for a shot at a world title.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about making, well, it's about getting the event wins, obviously, but it's also about making that top 5, securing a position to get into that zone where you can win the world title. One-day event, it's going to be super exciting. Ron, something to note already, there's a little bit of cat and mouse happening already in this heat, and Connor's taken the inside. So Gabriel, we all know he hates to start heats not with the inside track. When we talk about that, you can see Connor is further to the right on your screen. This is predominantly a right-hand rock break here. And with Connor on the inside, he gets priority. He needs to hold Gabby off here and take first wave. And that would have been a strategy for Connor, guaranteed going into this heat. I want to get one up on Gabby and I want the inside track.
Medina is a lot like Andy Irons was when he was competing on the Championship Tour. He becomes a conversation point for anyone when they're doing interviews. And people are still talking about Andy like that. But Conor O'Leary, heard him on a podcast in the lead up to this first event. And Medina came up. He said, what, you know, he was answering the question, what it's like to compete against someone who's as intimidating and in your face as Medina. And he said, oh, I've never really experienced that with Gabriel. He's never really gotten in my face. Whether Medina isn't willing to push Conor because he's got a big weight and reach advantage over Medina, maybe that's a reason for it. But he's never really felt too intimidated surfing against Medina. In saying that, he also recognised that he's had a hard time overcoming Medina as well. So, you know, I think you're telling yourself you're not intimidated, but deep down, I think you're very aware that you're up against one of the most dominant competitors that's ever pulled a jersey on in this sport.
Absolutely. And you know, Gabriel will throw his weight around in the lineup, and by that I mean he's going to paddle the other competitor around, push him around a bit. Some guys will just sit there, drop anchor, wait their turn, but not Gabby. He'll jockey for position. He'll make Connor play a little bit of chess before this thing even gets underway.
He's just cruel with some people, mate. He's just cruel. But 24 minutes to go. No waves ridden just yet. Gabriel Medina and Conor O'Leary out there waiting for an opportunity. Some smaller set waves approaching, but no one willing to put themselves out of position as far as that takeoff zone goes so far. Let's get an update on what's to come today and a closer insight into the conditions with Stace and Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm here with the head of tours and competition, Jessie. After what's been a tricky week to forecast, what have we got lined up today?
Yeah, we're going to have this men's round out. It's around a 32 for us. That, you know, we obviously we've got it in the water, and we'd definitely love to finish that round in. You know, there's a couple of fun waves out there for sure, and for what we're looking at, I think this is a good day for us. For sure. We got a little Easter surprise the other day. Are we looking at like getting any more for the rest of this week? Well, that's the thing about surprises. You never know when they're going to come. But look, I'm always hopeful. I think that there is actually some fun waves on the forecast for us on the weekend. Having said that, it's been bouncing around so much that, you know, we're never sure. And that day that we had the other day, we definitely didn't see, you know, that it was coming. But for sure, we'll be fine. I think so. I think we'll do just fine. And today, just straightforward heats, no overlapping? Yeah, no overlapping for today. We're going to give the guys the best kind of opportunity that they have to play a little bit of strategy as well in conditions like this. Awesome. We're certainly seeing a lot of that now. I know you've got a big day ahead. We'll let you get back to it. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Stace. Jessie Miley giving us the drum there. It has been tricky, Rich, but we kind of know that. Living on the East Coast ourselves, you can't invest too much in a forecast. You really just got to get down here and check it out for yourself. And we're expecting conditions to improve as that tide drops out today. And at the moment, it is interesting, but I love the way this heat's playing out because Conor obviously is looking to really get himself on the two best waves to give himself the best opportunity here. So he's sitting on the inside. He's going to be ultra patient. Medina's going to be playing the greasy car salesman here and trying to sell him on a lemon of a wave so he gets priority. And we'll see what unfolds with 22 minutes remaining. Yeah, well, don't be surprised if we see Gabby try and push Conor out of position when that wave eventually does arrive. And interesting to note just where these guys are sitting a little further up on the point. So there's a series of shelves at the Merriweather rock break here. There's an inside shelf. They're sort of on the mid one there. Then there's ladies in the background there that you can see starting to come to life. And then there's the outside banks as well. So it's a really interesting lineup, an interesting playing field we have here at Merriweather. 21.5 minutes to go. Our competitors still waiting for their first opportunity. Luke Egan joins us once again. Luke, thanks for having us here at Merriweather, mate.
Good morning. Yeah, it's good to have you, Ron, and so good to see that swell come up this morning. Heard the guys talking about how much of a tricky forecast it's been, and That's because the Pacific Ocean's just got so much action, and that's what we love, just systems everywhere doing their thing. Pretty interesting when it's this high tide. Behind the rocks, the Merriweather Beach faces at about 120 degrees, and then just at the rocks it bends to about 90, 100 degrees. So finding a lineup at high tide like this is really tricky, as we see these guys paddle themselves too deep and then back. But the direction today, Ron, is as good as it gets. Low tide at 12:20. Either side of that tide, this is as good as the rocks can get. I think there's a potential for some incredible surfing, so I wouldn't go anywhere. You know, you're going to see Merriweather Rocks do its thing.
I don't plan on going anywhere, Luke. Mate, this is a great heat for us to have a chat to you. We're getting down to the 20-minute mark, which means there's 10 minutes has expired on the clock with no one riding away. There's a chance of a restart here, but let's have a talk about this clash. You've coached Connor O'Leary in the past. This is such a huge challenge, especially in around the 32 heat. You know, what's Connor got to do to get the jump on a guy as strong as Medina here?
Yeah, as we hear the restart just happening, Connor needs to just play his own game and make sure that he just sticks to his game and not fall into any Medina traps. And, you know, I think he can match him out here today. Probably this is state-of-the-art backhand surfing about to happen here off the rocks, because both these guys in the last 2 years, in my mind and my opinion, are the two best goofy footers on the planet.
And I just also want to touch on something, Luke. Connor has obviously had a shot at the Championship Tour before. Has he come back better on his second round?
100% came back better, and he's surfing better. He has more experience. I think he's calmer in these clutch situations. So for sure, he's a lot better, and I can't wait to watch Connor throughout the rest of the year.
All right, we'll be checking in with Luke throughout the day, but great insights on this location. We did get a heat restart. We had a wave there from Medina. An interesting situation too, Rich, because the heat was restarted, but they have to basically reset the clock. And in that little gap before restarting the heat, he actually took off on a wave.
Yeah, so the first hooter that you heard there was the stop of there was the finish of the heat and the set to the restart. Then there was another hooter, and Gabrielle rode this wave in between those two hooters. So this wave not counting, so potentially a little mistake there from Gab.
Yeah, so two hooters to signal the end of a heat. Medina took off, then the heat was restarted. That wave's not going to count, and Medina gets out there now, and he's it looks like priority's gone Connor's way, but if Connor hasn't ridden a wave, I would have thought that it would have just been neutral priority again. Yeah,
we'll need to get confirmation on that one, but it does look like that, well, we can see the P next to Connor O'Leary's name there, which means he does have priority. Perhaps he does.
Big talking point coming into this contest. Medina, he has obviously moved on from working with Charlie. Charlie's setting his focus now on Medina's younger sister, and he picked up a coach here in Australia. We're going to hear from him now. He's with Stace.
Thanks, Ronnie. I'm here with the BF Goodrich pit check, Mr. Andy King. How do you expect Gabriel to bounce back from that?
Oh, he'd be fine. Yeah, no, he's yeah, just like I said, I think what they were hoping for is it's in their favour. Hey, it's just too much tide on that shelf still with the backwash, and so yeah, no, he'd be fine. The second one's a better one anyway.
I love your enthusiastic attitude as always, Mr. King. Tell me, how's the preparation been with Gabriel? You've been enjoying working with him in Newcastle this week?
Yeah, it's been amazing. Like I said, such an honour to work with someone with such skill and talent. Here goes Connor now.
Connor right in the first wave of the heat here. It's finishing on the bricks. Andy, how'd the relationship come about, mate?
How did it come about? Mick, Uncle Mick, yeah. He, like I said, he just, like, he's always had a lot of respect for Gabe, and by spending a week with Gabe, I can see such similarities in who they are. Like, there's a reason why they're as good as what they are. They're just absolutely obsessive. You can't give them enough information. They're just, it's amazing to be back in that space. I have to be so sharp to stay on point. I haven't been that since I was fortunate enough to have that time with Mick. So that they're identical people. So it's almost like all the mistakes that I ever made with you, Mick, thanks for helping us and giving us a second shot at this with Gabe, brother. I appreciate it.
Look, Andy, we know you've got a lot going on here, mate. We really appreciate your time. Gabriel certainly gets compared to all the greats, and rightly so. Send it back to you, boys.
Thanks,
Thank you, Stace, and great to hear from Andy King. And I caught up with Andy yesterday, actually, and he was saying it was such a remarkable opportunity. We've got some waves to revisit here, Rich. It was a good exchange in the opening stages here. And it seems like the waves have finally clicked into gear, but big opportunity for Andy to work with someone who's already got a couple of world titles. Here's the replay of Medina's last ride.
Yeah, Medina, you can see, goes square off the bottom. A nice turn in the pocket there. Comes around, just waiting for that perfect opportunity on that second turn. Nice and tight on the third. And then just a weightless gliding floater onto the dry sand. And here we go, Connor up and riding as well. So a slightly smaller wave for Connor. Starts off with a nice snap, maybe not as critical as Gabriel's wave, but finishes strong and gets that final little turn. So it's a really good matchup. Personally, I see Gabriel taking the night in this exchange.
Yeah, he bookended his ride so well. Medina had a good start, but it got all the way to the beach. Just looked so complete, whereas Connor, he did have some quality turns, but his kick out was just a little bit of a fizzle on the end of the ride.
Well, even on that second one, although that third one was a great turn, nice and vertical, he got the board pointing up to the sky, but on that second turn, and we're being really critical here, but Connor had to sort of go back and do the cut back into the whitewash, whereas Gabriel was basically coming around the section, driving through it and up into the critical pocket on all of his turns.
Well, Luke Egan making the comment that Connor's an improved performer coming into his second shot at the Championship Tour. Fell out of the mix in 2018, has grinded away on the QS where he had some big results. But I think we've all been watching very closely the vision of these Championship Tour surfers in the off-season. Some were more quiet than others. I think for Medina, you know, he really did take the break on, and we didn't see as much of him on social media. Connor, on the other hand, kept busy. We had great swell here on the east coast of Australia. He dropped the net at Far East, and I think we were reminded, like Luke Egan said, that this guy is one of the best goofy footers that we have in the world.
Without doubt, and we did have just a barrage of beautiful waves here on the east coast. The surf was just pounding the coastline here. There's so much on offer, and as we see Gabby taking advantage here, quick in and out. But yeah, no, Connor dropping some amazing clips there, and you know, the goofy footers, they're almost like a little exclusive club within the top echelon of our sport, and we're watching two of the best right here.
Well, when the tour was dominated by the likes of Kelly Slater, Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson,
Andy
Irons, Taj Burrow, those guys, it was you know, it was really world titles were contended by regular footers, and the goofy footers used to say that the highest place goofy footer was the goofy footed world champ. It was still a title they were chasing.
Yeah, and then
you didn't get a trophy, but you did get bragging rights.
But yeah, obviously things have changed now with Gabriel and Italo, and you know, the goofy footers, they're bouncing back in a big way.
Well, a big differential in the point spread on the opening exchange. Medina drops to 7.33. Conor O'Leary only managed to 4.83. So the advantage goes the way of the current world number 2, chasing a third world title in 2021. We're going to take a quick break here. You're watching the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. So much more to come.
Connor O'Leary, representing Australia. I'm also representing the country of Japan on my shoulder for these events. Not only Australian, I'm also got a part of Japanese in me as well. I am grateful for being a multicultural Japanese person. The Japanese fan base in general, they're very passionate. I want to represent them as best as I can. My mum's is Japanese. She had a huge surfing background. She used to compete back in the day at a high professional levels.
There's not many girls, really poor, no sponsor, but I got wetsuits and surfboard. Yeah, lots of fun, lots of wins. I really enjoy pretty much whole life contest. I'm very, very stoked.
As a kid, I used to go on road trips with mum and dad up and down the coast. That grew my love for the ocean. I had to work hard to try and get better at surfing to be up at that level. Tried to spend as much time as I could in the water. I was fortunate enough to have mum and dad grab the handy cam, and I feel like watching yourself surf is definitely a great way to improve your own surfing. I'm thankful for being able to say that surfing is my profession. It's a matter of life or death on the tour for me. I'm just going to give it all I can, try and stay on this tour as long as I can. Goals for this year, I really want to win an event. That's a huge goal for me. At the end of the day, hopefully it inspires a lot of young Japanese athletes that, you know, the sky's the limit.
Connor O'Leary, such a great character, and he represents Australia, he represents Ireland where his dad's from, and he represents Japan so well. An absolute champion of a human. He won the round of 32, well and truly underway now after a restart. So the competitors had 10 minutes out there in the lineup. They were hustling around trying to find a scoring ride. It didn't come. But since then, they've kicked things off with some decent numbers. 19 minutes remaining. Gabriel Medina has the edge out there at the moment. 7.33 on his first wave. Connor O'Leary trying to chase him down. Needs a 2.27 out of this ride at the moment.
Yeah, Connor surfed this wave really well. Getting a little spicy on that second turn, showing a little bit of innovation here, and then just finishes off quite well on the final hit. As we see the water angle here, you can just see how Connor kicks those fins out, gets the little spin, doesn't go all the way around, recorrects, and then gets that final hit. Quite bumpy on the last hit there. Look, Ronnie's surfing well. That's one of the real positives we can take away from here. But wave choice at the moment, you just saw with Gabrielle's wave, just the opportunities were a little bit better on Gabrielle's. So Connor's got his pocket fours basically now. He's really going to have to pick that better wave, because we know that Gabrielle's going to wait, and he will eventually take the lead with that second score when he gets it.
How important, though, is it to convert on each of your opportunities? I mean, Connor, he doesn't want to be hanging on to the 4.77 at the end of the heat, and can't be if he wants to win. But he needed a 2.27. He did convert. He took a ride. He rode it through to the inside. He's got himself the lead now. I guess he's just hoping there's a shift in the rhythm of the set waves here.
100%, and we talk about rhythm in a heat so much, and when we say that, it's being in rhythm with the set waves, the better waves when they come. And then those better waves, they just give you more opportunity. They allow you to get up into that excellent range. But Gabby's no fool. He knows how to pick a wave, and still with plenty of time on the clock. He'll wait this one out, knowing he only needs a 2.27. He's not going to surf for a 2.27. He's going to absolutely surf for another excellent score. So, you know, he just needs to, Connor needs to just keep his composure here. There's still a long way to go.
Well, keeping a close eye on all the competitors today, but especially on the women's side before she tackles the event down there at Narrabeen as a wild card is Laura Anavar. Laura, how are you this morning?
Oh, good morning, boys. I'm very good, and good morning, everyone tuning in at home. It is, wow, what an exciting day. We got down here this morning. We weren't sure if they were going to kick off straight away, but I mean, what a heat to kick off with Connor and Gabby. And I know what was interesting was, you know, Gabby obviously got that wave in between the hooters, and he's, you know, paddled back out. It would have been a good score, but he's composed himself and he's ready to go again.
Definitely. How's the vibe out there, the atmosphere? We were talking about Connor in the lead up to this event, saying that he surfed heats against Medina before. He never really feels too intimidated. That's something that you can project out there into the world, but you know, I think when you're in the position that you're sitting in right now, you get to see on the competitor's face whether they're feeling the pressure or not. Do you think Connor looks pretty calm at this stage?
Connor looks really calm, guys. He's composed, and I feel like he always is. He's always got that calm, you know, aura about him. So, and Gabby, also obviously fierce, was down here really early in the morning. He's working with Andy King, so he's got, you know, everything that you can need in these Aussie beach breaks to help him. And obviously, it'll just be down to those waves and wave selection.
How do you see the rest of this heat playing out, Laura? Do you think Medina's going to maintain the position with the big numbers?
I really don't want to see either of these guys lose. It's such a hard matchup, but I mean, you know, I feel like Gabby's got that edge right now, hoping Connor can, you know, find one and you know, get a nice bowling one through the inside. And I think I'm just most excited about seeing, you know, that tide come in and go out. Sorry, go out and be low tide and more waves being available for everyone.
Loving having you part of the commentary team, Laura, and looking forward to watching you down there at Narrabeen.
Got to get those tides right.
Narrabeen Classic. Oh yeah, we're on. What is it? Have a great day out there. 15 minutes. 15 minutes remaining. Rich, Connor O'Leary's showing signs here, but that is a big point spread with Medina's top scoring right at the moment. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, he does, and as I said, he needs to be patient and try and force Gabby into a wave that perhaps he might not take on a normal heat situation. He needs to shift around, as we talked about, the rhythm here, so that Connor's on the better waves. We've already identified that he needs to be on the good waves in this heat if he wants a chance at taking down Gabby, because Gabby just doesn't make mistakes very often, and you know, from the heat so far, he hasn't made one yet either.
Deep Stats, powered by Hydro Flask here. Event wins 14 for Medina. He's won all over the world, and I think he's also one of those guys that can adapt to a new location really easily. He just has so many weapons that he can rely on, no matter what the characteristics are of a wave. Medina's going to find the kind of moves that will score well with the judges, but the heat win percentage, 66.49. World champion stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was interesting in the interview with Andy King, saying that he had to up his coaching game up to a level to meet, you know, Gabrielle, and really the comparisons between Gabby and Mick there, you know, that sort of real champion alpha male type of surfer.
Here we go, Medina taking off on ride number 3, looking to get himself back into the lead here after a 2.27. So much strength in his approach. You can see how easily he just pumps through those dead sections there. Finishes right on the sand before stepping off with 13 minutes to go. 27 years of age. And just locked in that amazing world title battle in 2019. It'll be interesting to see, you know, if there's any scar tissue from that. It would have been disappointing getting that close and losing out.
Yeah, absolutely. An interesting situation here, Ron. I would have thought Gabby would have waited a little bit longer and perhaps waited for a bigger, better wave. But obviously the mindset of Gabby now is, okay, let's get that 2.27. Let's get the lead back off Connor, and let's put a bit of pressure back on the opponent here. So he's obviously surfing for this 2.27 here. He's probably going to drop it and go back in the lead.
Has that advantage of such a huge spread in the opening exchange that Connor's got the pressure's on Connor to drop a big number now.
Yeah, well, what it does do is change that rhythm, perhaps, that Connor now can really focus on getting that good wave. He doesn't have to worry about Gabrielle so much now. It's pretty clear what Connor needs to do.
12 minutes remaining here, and O'Leary waiting to hear the requirement. Current world number 2, the Brazilian Gabriel Medina out front, just banked a 3.6. Connor now chasing a 6.11, and he's out there with priority at this stage. The Australian, who's made his return to the CT, was once coached by Luke Egan, who joins us now. Luke, do you think Connor will like where he's sitting at the moment in this heat, and feel confident about chasing down the required 6:11.
Yeah, for sure. He's confident. He's just got to wait there for the right wave. We saw Medina earlier really being able to open up, go all the way to the bottom of the wave, get up the top with plenty of speed and get some crisp turns. And I think there was 4 turns on that wave where Connor's only had the opportunity for 2 good ones and then a little cutback. So if the wave comes, I think Connor's ready for the challenge. But another interesting thing, Ron, is what I enjoy is these guys, their surfing is nearly the same outcome, but the board design's very different. Medina rides a lot of volume up front in the board, and Connor has a very narrow, thin nose on the board. I think that's where we see Medina being able to just barge through some of those flat sections and get to the lip with speed. It's a really different contrast in design with the same outcome. Pretty fascinating. Medina's been riding these boards for a while now, and he's got them down as we see him looking on the inside, doesn't go. And I think that's why Medina makes some of these small, not so perfect waves look good. That board just travels through the flat section so good, and he can arrive in the nice section of the wave with so much speed and give us that variety of top turn that he has on his backhand. And yeah, I'm really enjoying this challenge.
Seems to really attack thick sections, hollow sections too, Medina, with a confidence in his equipment holding together. We'll see him take another ride here, has a quick look at this one. He's going to kick out, but even getting to a shore break section, we always get that fear, Luke, as surfers, that we're going to break our magic board, attacking a float section when there's sand right there. But Medina always seems to stomp his manoeuvres on those end sections with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, this shore break at Merriweather, it has claimed a lot of surfboards on a high tide like this. And what you'll see, especially these guys on their backhand, they'll wait till the wave stands straight up, and they'll get up there a little early so that they can take on the late drop. But these guys, yeah, leaving it to the last minute and getting it done. And I think we'll see a couple of broken boards today on this shore if they get it wrong.
Well, Medina having a look at one here. Taking off, driving into this first section. He's going to whip the reverse, getting inverted. He's going to ride out. Goes looking for more on the inside, just looking so alive on his feet. Gabriel Medina finishing off another ride, making something of nothing. And that's what we spoke about at the start of this heat, whether he's holding priority or whether he's just sharking around on the inside, chasing smaller rides. He can turn nothing into something.
I think you mentioned it there, sharking. He can taste the blood, Ron, and just have a look at that. So showing a bit of progression and innovation here, Gabriel, and look at the energies. He comes through to that final section, just surfs every wave with 100% intent.
Let's take a look at it from the water angle here, Rich.
Oh.
This was a worse wave than his 3.6, but the payoff is going to be in the risk factor. He threw everything at this first section.
He sure did, and just eyes off that lip. Look at the eye line there where he was just looking at the landing already. The shoulders rotate, the lower body follows, and just so centered on his board, but he's quite far up on his board as well. So shifts back down, makes that quick transition, and off he goes.
But that is the perfect demonstration of a modern day style. Gabriel Medina, Italo, their styles are quite boxy. They hide it very well by just subtle drops of the back knee, but there was a period of time, especially when you were on tour, Rich, that you basically had to have both feet on the tail pad to be considered a stylish surfer.
Yeah, the narrow stance kind of got faded out towards the end of the 90s. And, you know, well, look how fit these guys are. We were nowhere near as fit as these guys. And the stance, well, because they're so progressive now and the sport is so acrobatic, the stances have widened somewhat.
It's really funny. I've been loving watching some of the recent documentaries playing out online. Andy Irons, Andy the Radicals, that movie featuring him and Corey Lopez. And, you know, Corey was a surfer who copped a lot of heat for having a wider stance, but his surfing was unbelievable, and he was one of the most progressive surfers. I think he was just almost born in the wrong era. Corey now, his style on tour would be, you know, considered I think his stance would be considered normal.
Yeah, 100%. You know, perhaps a little ahead of his time, and you know, it's one of those things. Style is a perception. You know, so you might like something, and I might not like it, and vice versa. So, you know, it's where you can. Style's all about speed, and it's all about flow and connecting the turns and making the wave look pretty.
Well, both these guys we mentioned, they've got similar tools. Both have an extremely powerful and aggressive backhand approach when they're keeping their board in the water. Both are able to go to the air. I think we see Medina go to the air more on the backhand though, so that might be where he's got this slight advantage over Connor in this lineup at the moment. We saw that illustrated beautifully on a very average wave. He turned in a 4.83, so matching it with Connor's best ride, but Connor, he's got himself a decent looking set wave here. This wave shouldering a little bit, so not really finding those steeper sections, but he'll go for a reverse of his own on the end of this ride. Incomplete though. And that was the desperation. He knew he needed something big to get the requirement a little lower than the 7.33. Not sure it's going to happen for him on that wave.
No, unfortunately, that wave looked really good on the takeoff. It was one of the bigger waves, but unfortunately the shoulder on it just didn't stretch out enough for him. Tapered off. And you could see even when Connor was sort of going for his second turn, had to decelerate a little bit. He wasn't just driving down the line, pocket to pocket. And as you said, just identified that towards the end of that wave, he needed something special, and he pushed just a little too hard.
Bit more motion out the back there. A couple more swell lines coming our way now, which is good to see, and might be just what Connor O'Leary needs here. He's having a look at this one, just under 5 minutes to go. When you reflect on Connor O'Leary's rookie season on the Championship Tour 2017, the thing that he was able to do in the very first event was survive these early round heats against top seeds. You come through the QS, you need to make heats in the first two contests to elevate your seed and put some space between yourself in the draw and absolute mad dogs like Gabriel Medina. You don't want to be meeting them in the third round early on, because if they get the jump on you, you're going to meet them again. You're thinking back to the second event. You're like, oh my God, this is...
No, it really is the hardest thing in the world, is to break through that part of the draw. And I spent 10 years there going up against these guys, and it is so frustrating. So, you know, at some point though, you do need to bust the door open, so to speak. You do need to put the wins up against these guys, break out of that zone, and then you start getting, well, not easier seeds, but you're not coming against these, you know, these big title campaigners event in and event out.
Bit more evenly matched. You're coming up against surfers that you really back yourself to have a chance against. But,
well, a few waves, a few lines, and this is the result of that tide starting to draw out. So with 3.5 minutes to go, Connor's not out of this yet.
The interesting thing that we've had in this heat is the waves are really coming individually. They're not coming in twos, so the surfer with priority only has one decision to make. He's not thinking, oh, there's something behind this that might be better than my wave, and that's where priority can become interesting. Yeah,
good point that you raised there. The other day when we saw lines of sets, 3 and 4 waves at a time sometimes, today's been pretty cut and dry. It's that one wave, and it's been pretty easy to identify which ones are good.
I remember talking to Taj Burrow about having priority, and he said never overthink what is behind the wave that you're looking at. Just make a decision whether it's a ride that you need as far as the score goes, or let it go. But don't think you're going to get something better out the back, because quite often you're let down. Connor O'Leary at the moment on the Harvey Norman recap. He's after a 7.33. It was Medina winning the opening exchange back in a 7.33.
Yeah, and this was really the wave that set him apart in this heat. Just driving so square off the bottom. And the advantage of the backsiders out here on these right-handers is that they can come so tight off the bottom and then so tight off the top. And Medina just making something out of nothing there, just showing that innovation and getting the board really inverted on that spin.
Yeah, solid stuff. 2 minutes to go. And it is interesting having the conversation about coaches. This is a big event for Gabriel, because it's a new chemistry, it's a new dynamic, and there's obviously a big language barrier there too with Andy King and Gabriel Medina. So you know, a success in this first event is going to be critical, I think, as we move into the other contests on this Australian league.
Yeah, and you know, Gabrielle has been so used to having Charles there for so many years, and obviously, you know, Gabrielle's he's a man now. You know, he's matured. Charlie, you know, he's matured so much over the years. So you know, perhaps this will be good for Gabrielle's confidence, thinking, you know, I can do this with external help or someone else out of his comfort zone that he's known for so long.
And really, it must have been a tough decision, because Charlie and Gabrielle, that's one of the best athlete-coach combos in the world. Oh, I don't think Charlie gets enough credit for his role in Gabrielle's success. Really smart, has, I think, a complete memory of the WSL rulebook, and as a result, Medina has pushed the rulebook to the extreme on more occasions than any other competitor. In fact, he's forced rule changes with just how crafty he's been out there in the water.
Yeah, well, he's, you know, my mind sort of casts back to another tactician, Damien Hardman, who knew the rule book and used those rules to his advantage, and that's something that Gabrielle has done over the years as well.
Well, Medina's partner there on screen, along with his new coach, Andy King, watching the end of this heat play out, and it's looking pretty good for Gabrielle. Now, this one winding down, Connor O'Leary chasing a 7.33. Match Gabrielle on the back up, but just never really connected with a high-quality wave to show us the performance that he is so capable of. And the boys shaking hands there, and Medina feeling good about that performance, and so he should. He didn't really waste anything out there, and he made no mistakes.
No, he didn't, but I was about to say, I think Connor can hold his head high. He didn't make too many mistakes. He surfed well. It was more the rhythm of just being on those better waves.
Made no mistakes, I should say, once the heat actually started. He did take a wave between the restart and put himself out of position, but he recovered so well. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll see the veteran Adrian Buchan competing near home, taking on Frederico Moraes.
It may not be as well known as Sydney to the rest of the world, but the city of Newcastle has always punched above its weight with surfing legends on the world stage. From superstars like four-time world champ Mark Richards, or one of the greatest goofy footers of all time in Luke Egan, to underdog icons like Cole Smith and iconic last 97 Bells champ Matt Hoy. There are surfing greats like Simon Law, Peter McCabe, Simon Robinson, Chad Edser, and to this day, the youngest ever male to win a CT, Nick Wood. And representing Merewether on today's championship tour is world number 9, Ryan Callanan. Newcastle is a city built on core surfing talent.
It sure is. So many great surfers from Newcastle, and great to have so many amazing surfers visiting this area. The local kids are absolutely loving it. They're super inspired Gabriel Medina, certainly one of the fan favourites. Big heat win for him there. Working with a new coach, that's got to feel good because it's a whole new chemistry that Andy King and Gabriel Medina are trying to figure out at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And each heat that they progress and get a win, it's a step in the right direction. And well, the marriage coming closer together.
Heat 2, the round of 32. Here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup, presented by Corona, will feature Portugal's Frederico Moraes up against Adrian Buchan, a veteran on the Championship Tour. This guy just keeps turning up. Throughout last year, after the tour was cancelled, Adrian really went to work, working closely with the Micro Surf Academy, Glenn Hall, his old sparring buddy, and just really trying to add some electricity to his turns. He's been around a long time. He's always had impeccable timing, but just trying to push a little bit harder, just to evolve at this late stage of his career.
Yeah, well, I feel like, you know, it's sort of Ace's role in Micro's coaching academy. It's almost twofold. He's trying to get something out of it, but he also acts as a mentor for the younger crew within that group because he has so much experience, and he's actually drawing off their energy and keeping their kind of youthfulness going through his surfing. But this is a really cool matchup. Natural footer versus goofy footer, right foot forward versus left foot forward. And Ron, the thing that sort of stands out to me is just how precise these two guys are in their approach.
Well, Adrian Buchan, 38 years of age. He's cracked 4 CT finals and he's won 2 against the great Kelly Slater. And one of them was in Tahiti back in 2013. His first came in 2008 in France, but you know what an incredible achievement. He's shown that he can get it done in barreling waves, reef breaks, and then he's also won on turns. So a really well-rounded competitor with an unbelievable backhand approach that's going to be hard to beat out here.
Yeah, I think that's probably the highlight of Ace's arsenal is his backhand whip, just so precise and tight in the pocket. And, you know, we sort of nickname him the surgeon because he does have a surgeon-like precision the way he dissects these waves. And you just know that Ace is going to bring it every single time. He's going to drop those 6s and 7s. He's going to get that 13, 14 heat total on the board every single time. And I think that's what rattles his opponent, is just his consistency. They know he's going to turn up every single time.
Frederico Moraes, he'll be hard to rattle though. This guy's carried a lot of momentum into this season, scored well in the last round. With 24 minutes on the clock here, it is the surfer from Portugal that's going to be taking off first. Explosive first turn, beautiful timing. Then goes to one of those trademark carves that saw him go all the way to the final over at Jeffreys Bay a couple of years back. Frederico back on the CT, much like Connor O'Leary, who surfed in the first heat. He's come back, reinvigorated, actually won the qualifying series in 2019 and punctuated the performance that year with a victory at the Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa. So that's going to be a very positive start for Frederico.
That's a great start, and with that critical first turn blasting through the lip, and as you said, Ronnie, that beautiful trademark Frederico forehand wrap, one of the taller guys on tour, and he gets so much leverage in his turn, a lot of power, and surfing really well. Ace.
Drops to the bottom of this one, straight up into that first section. And there's that methodical approach that we were talking about. Just rarely gets tangled up and looks out of place when he goes to that maneuver. But Frederico, he got the opportunity to let go of a couple of big turns, and I think that big combination will serve him well on the scoreboard.
I think it will, and there was variety in the two-turn combination as well. So the judges will be looking at that one, but Ace looks nice. He looked good on his feet there. That first turn, very encouraging in terms of just where he's feeling or where he's at in this heat, the feeling that he's bringing into it, the energy. These boys look ready to roll. Replay of Ace here, so watch him just straight off the bottom, so quick and tight in the pocket, and able to get just a little bit late, Ron, on that second turn. But the first one was very crisp, just whipping it around, pivoting off that back foot, driving those fins, and up and over that final section here.
Yeah, Ace, whenever he plants that board, I love the way that he pushes on that back foot. I mean, quite often some surfers, that back foot is kind of hidden behind their body because they don't push it to that point where the fins are actually releasing across the lip. Ace will always give you a little glimpse of his back foot on the tail pad as he pushes that board out. Just means he's throwing a bit more into it.
Yeah, those little tweaks. And you almost saw Ace's front hand actually go down on the deck of his board there. Now let's watch Freddie here. Drives up and over, snaps, gets the fins out of the back of the wave, and then that driving cutback. That's his specialty there with all that power. A little bit of downtime as he comes through to the inside section. Tricky right on the sand here. These guys wanting to just get that final turn in. Just taking care not to lose the fins as they hit the sand.
As one of the tallest surfers on tour, you know, on a day like today, you're going to relish the opportunity to get onto a wave that's actually giving you speed. And you make a comparison between the two rides. Ace surfed his well, but it was small wave surfing. He was manufacturing a number out of it. And Freddie could really just push hard on the back foot. Here goes Ace again, though. Looking for a backup number. Clean movement through each of these first three turns and just whips the board up. Great variation through each of the maneuvers. Fantastic flow. Again, a smaller ride than what Fred had on the opening exchange, but he surfed it incredibly well.
Well, this is Ace doing Ace things. He just found that little runner under Freddie's priority. Freddie was like, you know, with priority, I'm not gonna look at that one. But Ace just identified that wave was going to run off down the line, and it just gave him opportunity after opportunity. Great ride.
Well, two pretty fiery competitors out there at the moment, Laura. Adrian Buchan, obviously we know he's a pretty conscientious dude, and but he doesn't really kind of get a lot of credit for just how fiery he is. He's up against Frederico, who's obviously very inspired and wants to do well on his second round. There was a bit of hustle at the start of this one.
Yeah, there really was. And yeah, guys, I'm out the back with Dometic, and it's a perfect viewing point. I'm absolutely stoked to be here. I did think that, you know, Ace paddled out up at Ladies, up you know, down south, and you know, he ended up giving up that priority to Freddie at the start there, and I was pretty surprised that he did that, because, and here goes Freddie now, guys. Nice little inside one, seeing fins from the back, and another one to finish off there.
Yeah, getting a good look at the equipment that Frederico's riding at the moment.
Yeah. And yeah, back to you, Ronnie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it was interesting. I mean, that was the best wave that we've seen all morning that Frederico connected with. He got a 6.17. Ace has taken smaller rides, Laura, but from where you're sitting, you know, I'm sure he looks very sharp. He's getting some really nicely placed turns done out there.
Yeah, total. Ace is taking off now, but no, he's pulled off that one. And, you know, I feel like this is such an evenly matched heat, because both of these guys are known for being dial-a-bomb kings. They're always on the biggest, best waves of the heat. Freddie got his phone picked up first. I'm hoping that, you know, I'm sure Ace is hoping that he can dial-a-bomb next and, you know, get a bigger wave. But I think, you know, what he's done was smart. He was looking for a backup under priority, but I think he's going to need to get the bigger waves to get the bigger scores in this heat.
Thanks to the updates, the insights from out there in the lineup, courtesy of Dometic, Laura Hanover there, who will be competing down there at the Rip Curl Narrabeen Classic. Looking forward to watching that.
Absolutely.
She's a lot of fun, Laura, but she turns into a vicious animal when she puts the jersey on. So let's see what she can do. But here's a replay of that first ride from Frederico. Came through at a 6.17. Now, Ace has just put away a 5.07. Pretty close scores, especially, I think, when you look at just how strong Fred's first two turns were.
Yeah, this first turn, driving up through the lip. Look at the spray. And we saw him kick those fins out. Regains perfectly, drives through the second one. And just note the back arm on Freddie here, driving it round, the arm leading the pathway, the lower body follows, just driving back into the foam And then down the line, Freddie continues on, finishes the ride really well.
Let's have a look at the 507, because it's not a big points differential. Adrian's wave, not quite as big, but he did surf it very well.
He did, and it offered up a few critical, nice pockety parts of the wave here, where Ace got those nice backhand turns. He got 4 turns, a nice bowly little wave. Watch this first one. Slams it tight up and over, drives through that section. It's almost made it a functional floater, and then came through to the inside, pounds that last turn. So really good rhythm to that wave.
That was so well surfed. He was moving at a really swift pace from start to finish. You know, when you reflect on just trends, Rich, and having watched so many heats over time, did you think that Fred was maybe going to get a little bit of a jump in that exchange just based on the fact he was on a bigger wave, and he had 2 pretty decent turns?
To be honest with you, I did. I thought it was going to go a little further north than what the judges had it. They're obviously leaving some room there, some scope for these guys to really open up. But, you know, we know that the judges do pay those bigger turns on a bigger set wave. They're looking for the critical nature of those turns as well.
Bucking up once again. Again, just hammers that first section. So much variation this guy has on the backhand. Just a bit of a bog there, but he'll recover now to finish this one off. And whips that tail again as the wave goes dry on the inside. This is a very close heat. We're waiting on numbers to come through for Buchan for that ride. Just over 15.5 minutes to go in the second heat of the morning here. We are getting stuck into the round of 32 this morning. We're into the second heat of the day. Gabriel Medina getting the jump on Connor O'Leary in the first heat of the morning in what was a great battle. And now we've got Federico Moraes, who's back on the championship tour after falling off for a year. And he is going to be surfing against Adrian Buchan, the veteran championship tour competitor, who's doing some great small wave surfing out there at the moment. But Ace does find himself in second spot, looking for a 6.5 at this stage to jump ahead of Federico, who's found himself on the better waves. He's let go of a couple of bigger turns and he's getting the payoff. We were having a conversation, Rich, just prior to the break about just the point spread between Federico's opening ride and Ace's last. Less than a point in it. And although Ace surfed his wave incredibly well, those first 2 sections on Fred's opening ride were very critical, and there could have maybe been a little bit more of a spread there.
Yeah, I think we're both on the same page, Ronnie, and perhaps up into the 7 is where we saw Freddie's wave going. He was just so committed on those first 2 turns, and he really put everything into it, so maybe a little undergunned on that one.
Yeah, well, I think that you've got to give credit to the surfing that Adrian Buchan is doing. You can see what he addressed in 2019 when he had the opportunity to evolve his performance. He's definitely added a bit of fire to those turns. Federico, on the other hand, leads this heat, and he's on the lookout for something better than a 5.6. Again, gets those fins above the lip. Just charging through to the inside. The wave didn't really stand up for him, but he did finish it off. We'll see where this one goes. But the surfer from Portugal using his priority wisely at the moment. Wave selection's been spot on as we wait for the numbers to come through for ride number 3. The man in red, Federico Moraes, 29 years of age, leading this heat with a number to come. I guess the other thing that we've got to mention, Rich, when we see an exchange and a point spread where we feel there should have been more, is that the judges still are going to compare everything to that 6.17. So if Adrian surfs a wave well, they'll take that into consideration. They'll be looking closely at the work that Fred's doing on these outside sections.
Absolutely, and that second turn, bumpy ride this one, but he got that hit in. Does a nice bit of work in here. Little foam hit to finish things off, but that functional floater again at the start of the wave. It was more of a projection to get to this second turn. Gets weightless, drops the fins down, gets them re-engaged, drives around, and then bang, throws the board up. And that, again, Freddie getting the fins out, showing some progression there. But look, always looking down the line to the next turn.
And getting the payoff for his wave selection, really. Even though he didn't find the big finish, he made such good use of those two sections. Even that one, very flat, still managed to drift the tail. There's an element of risk there. And he turned in a 5.93. So Adrian Buchan's requirements growing a little bit. From what we've seen so far, I think Ace is so on performance-wise, but he has been on the smaller rides. He's got a real shot at taking the lead here, but he has to just be a little bit more patient at the takeoff point.
Yeah, well, this is sort of playing out as we expected. Both these guys just really consistent on their rides, but the judges are sending a pretty clear message to Ace at this point. These small waves, we're going to give you scores for them, but if you really want to get up above that 7-point mark, you're going to have to get on a slightly bigger, better wave.
In his 15th year on the championship tour, Ace is going to know exactly what he has to do here. Chasing a 6.83. Let's hear from the winner of the first heat of the morning after a restart, Gabriel Medina with Stace.
That's right, I'm here with the current world number 2, Gabriel Medina. Gabriel, I've got to ask, the start of that heat obviously was a little tricky, but personally, I didn't really see it changing your outcome. You didn't seem too interested on the inside. You rode the second wave, and it all looked pretty good from there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tricky heat because the waves are kind of slow, and we had a situation at the beginning of the heat that we had a restart, and I didn't know, like, we have 2 countdowns, so I was waiting for just one, and then I got a wave, and then they started calling down again. I was like, oh, whatever, like I wanna just think about, like, I just don't have priority. I gotta get a score, and yeah, I'm happy that I made through. Corner is a great surfer, but yeah, I just wish we could have more opportunities. Yeah,
for sure. Do you think that in that situation it almost gets you a little more fired up?
Yeah, because it feels like you did something wrong, you wanna just fix it, but it's pressure, but like I just wanna fix it, and I like that situation, I don't want to do it again, but yeah, I'm happy everything worked out.
No, for sure. And your first event working with Andy King, how's everything going?
Yeah, he's a legend. I like him. Yeah, I've been speaking to Mick, and yeah, I was looking for like a good coach because that's my first time without my dad here. So it's good to have him in my corner, He's a good guy. He understands a lot about surfing. He surfs good. So it's more like he's giving me a lot of technical stuff, So I feel like he's helping me a lot. And I'm feeling good. My board feels good. I'm excited for this event, Hopefully the waves show up a little bit more. But yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, well, as a fairly goofy footer, I'm sure he's very happy to be helping you out. Gabe, I understand it's your first time to Newcastle. Are you enjoying your time here with your lovely wife?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. I think Newcastle is one of the places that, man, they have a lot of waves, Like, I've been driving around. They have so many waves, which is great, If you want to surf by yourself, if you want to get different waves, you just drive, and then yeah, I mean, I'm with my girl, and we stay on the beach surfing, having a good time. So yeah, Newcastle has been really fun for me.
Awesome, mate. We're looking really relaxed and really confident. You've got a few other interviews to do here, so I'll let you rip into it.
Thank you so much.
7.5 minutes to go, and that is as happy and relaxed as I've seen Gabriel Medina in a post-heat interview, maybe ever.
I was about to say, all looks good, and all seems okay in Gabby's world right now. And what a good space to be in coming into this competitive leg in Australia.
Yeah, really, really happy. Yeah. And, you know, the interesting point to make about that situation that unfolded is that himself and Connor O'Leary sat out there for probably 15 minutes. They would have been out there 5 minutes before the heat actually properly got underway. And Medina, even though he made that mistake of catching a wave between the restarts, he still got to ride a wave before the heat got going. And so when he got up the second time, he just had those fresh memories, that fresh feel with his equipment that he could rely on. Whereas Connor sat out there for, you know, close to 20 minutes before he started riding waves. So that there was maybe an advantage in it in the end.
By default, he actually made a mistake, but turned it into an advantage.
Which is something he does so well. 6.5 minutes remaining in the heat in the water. Federico Moraes 5.93 on his previous ride. We saw Ace take what was a good looking set wave and uncharacteristically took a fall. So that's, you know, I think when you're getting to that point in the heat, Rich, where, you know, that pressure is starting to build, and Ace felt it on that last ride.
Yeah, just pushing a little hard, a little too hard, and Ace coming unstuck there. Uncharacteristic, as you said. This is a replay of Freddie's ride. So Freddie drives up, open over this, smashes that first section, and just his heel edge just grabbing the face of the wave there, and Freddie trips over the handlebars. And well, both of these guys, you don't often see them fall. So one for Ace, one for Freddie.
And that one's going to work in Adrian Buchan's favour, Luke, because he's back out there with priority. He only needs a 6.83. He looks so good on these smaller rides. If he gets a set like Federico's, he could definitely chase down the number he needs.
Yeah, Ace Buchan's been around for a while and been in this position before. And these waves suit his backhand. You've seen him on the smaller ones, pretty much error-free. So sitting there patiently waiting for the wave. We saw in that first heat with Medina and Connor O'Leary, and that one wave, that 1.7 that just kind of stood up for a little longer and let Medina set it all up for 4 good turns. That's what Ace is looking for right now. He needs a wave like that, and with the tide dropping, there's going to be more of them available, so let's see if it comes through.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because Rich, Adrian Buchan, you know, he's got a hope for a couple of sets like the ones that Federico has, because they're kind of the benchmark now. It's going to be hard to surf those smaller waves any better than he already has. He's shown fantastic surfing on those smaller rides and only managed a 5.27 as the high mark. He actually needs a couple more points than that in order to get into the lead. So he needs to connect with a set, and he needs to do that same kind of surfing.
Yeah, as I said, it's pretty clear what he needs to do, but we've seen Ace do it time and time again as we watch the recap of the heat, and this was the wave that put Freddie out in front, just hammering 2 turns, so much speed between the connection, and finished it off well. And we actually thought this was maybe a little undercooked with those 2 major turns out the back, but both these surfers looking really on. Already, it's turning out to be a really good battle.
Yeah, there wasn't much else on the ride, but a really clean combo to start. Adrian Buchan, he's been going to town on these smaller rides, and isn't far off the lead. Just needs to get himself a decent set wave.
Freddie up and riding, and you can just see his waves a little bit taller. And this was another one where he just kicked those fins out, surfed this bumpy wave really well. Able to navigate through all those bumps, just drive through them, gets the little foam hit, and a total of 12.10 points out in front.
Well, you've got that treasured championship tour win, Rich, in 2003 at Trestles, but I know another victory of yours that you hold dear to your heart is your victory at Haleiwa. Freddie added himself to that honour roll, a worthy addition to that list.
Well, Haleiwa in my mind is one of my favourite waves in the world, to be in my top 3. Not only because I had the win there, but just it's such a fun wave, and Freddie's style perfectly suited to those big open walls. It's like one of those little rip bowls you get at a beach break, but on steroids at, you know, 6 to 8 foot, 10 foot even, and it's just such a fun wave that keeps coming back at you, and you're just going so fast.
Well, time ticking by here for Adrian Buchan. Will he get that opportunity? He's got his family here on the beach. his wife, Beck, his 2 daughters, his little son. They'd be watching really closely. You know, this is an event where Ace really wants to do well, because he has represented the mid-north coast, the central coast for such a long period of time. We mentioned that he's been on tour. This is his 15th year. But, you know, to do well at home in front of, you know, the big crowd, his mum and dad would be here watching as well. It'd mean a lot to him.
A stressful moment for everyone, and I'm sure everyone's feeling those nerves except for Ace. He'd be completely composed and just ready here. A couple of lines coming through the competition zone now, and Ace just looking for something. Minute and a half to go, so a little bit of pressure starting to fall down on Ace here.
You look at Ace and where he's had success on the schedule, and there's a little backstory to each of those places. His parents, Ursula and Ian, they moved out here from Africa when he was quite young. He's always performed very well at Jeffreys Bay. Tahiti and France, both at CT events he's won. He speaks French pretty well, and I think just that connection to the people that he's been able to create speaking French, that's worked in his favour, and he's had great results in qualifying series events, and as an amateur had fantastic results up and down the east coast of New South Wales. So Ace is prime, but he just needs an opportunity here. He's got to get himself on a decent set wave. We're seeing it illustrated just how important wave selection is. Ace is getting his opportunity now. This wave's starting to cup out. Needs to make the most of the first section. Nice carving approach. Again, goes to the rail, tweaking on that tail, as he does so well, and looking to finish this one right on the inside. Whips it up into the pocket. Tries to hang on as the wave goes dry. There's only so far you can ride to reappear there. But Federico Morais, he's going to get an opportunity on the outside as well. Nice exchange to finish this one off. Climbing up into the lip. Federico working this one over. He'd be nervous at the moment, wondering what kind of work Ace got done. Hammering away at this section. Will we see a lead change after that last exchange?
What an exchange. Well, this is where I'm happy to be sitting here with you, Ron, and not up in the judges' tower, because this is going to be really, really close. So they'll be comparing Ace's wave to Freddie's 6.17, and it needs to be better than that. He surfed it really, really well. Did Freddie improve on his 5 point on his lower score?
Well, that's what you want to see. 2 guys performing at a high level, making the most of the best waves that were out here. And Ace, here's the replay.
Well, he drives through that first turn. The second turn was equally as good, and he just went 3 repetitive turns, really critical, kept the speed going, and then finishes well. It's debatable whether that final turn was actually made, and maybe the judges will be scrutinising it that closely. And here we go, Freddie up and riding as well, so gets a couple of nice wraps on the outside, up and over the foam, goes a little flat here, but Freddie manages to finish as well. So this is a super tight battle as it comes down to the final seconds. Finishing waves off on the inside like this, it almost seems you have to step off onto the sand to let the judges know you finished that last turn. You can't kind of lay back in the water. You have to beach it. And that is definitely going to be a part of the decision for the judges. The numbers starting to roll in. It looks like it's going to fall a little short for Adrian Buchan. Great surfing. He can hold his head up high, but it is going to be a little short of the required score. He needed a 6.18. He's turned in a 5.93. Agonisingly close. Oh, but Ace Buchan, he'll probably reflect on this loss and realise that Federico got those bigger waves, those taller walls in the opening exchange, and as a result is moving on through to the next round. We're going to take a quick break. The conversation will continue in just a moment with Joe Tappel and Rabbit Bartholomew.
The Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Corona, this is living. By Oakley, the official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the Championship Tour. By Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. And by Destination New South Wales, strategic sponsor of the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. Good morning. You're watching the round of 32 here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. Just had Frederico Moraes knock out Ace Bucket from the draw to move on into the round of 16. Jeremy Flores just hitting the lineup with Adriano de Souza to battle it out for a spot into the next round with fun, rippable conditions here at Meriwether Beach. Joe Turpel and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 78 world champ here on the Harvey Norman host set. Bugs, good morning. Fun to get those first couple of waves in the first two heats and kind of establish a rhythm this morning.
Oh, those first two heats were great. I mean, we had that high tide super early and not much movement in the water, that tricky high tide, but Gabriel Medina certainly, mastered that shore break.
Certainly did. So Medina getting through the first heat against Connor O'Leary as well, looked incredibly sharp. Jeremy Flores versus De Souza, a classic. These two have been on tour together for a very long time. De Souza qualifying in 2006 as an exciting rookie from Brazil. Flores qualified the season after. So they're used to hearing each other's names. De Souza went on to be the world champion that he is today. Also Flores winning Pipe Masters trophies just like Adriano. Flores has multiple though, 2 to his name. Also dominating performances at some of the heavy water waves like Teahupo'o in the beautiful island of Tahiti. So much to celebrate for these two. Adriano de Souza, I always remember that he did make that statement last year where he'll be moving on from competitive surfing after this season.
Yeah, it's a big statement by Adriano. What a great career and a great legacy for Brazilian surfing, the first Brazilian world champion. And on his testimonial year, this is a time to go around and really enjoy the accolades and all the friends he's made around the world. And gosh, I mean, he's really put the time in. I mean, nobody goes to a location and prepares like Adriano de Souza, like really something as a role model for young aspiring pros to aim towards.
It was really interesting as well, just seeing how Jeremy's been approaching this season. He looks very happy-go-lucky, very light. His post-heat interviews, he's just given us a lot of his personality, enjoying his family time. And I feel like he's maybe taken some pressure off himself. But even in the conditions the other day where he kind of joked not being the favorite, he got a big win in the 1-foot surf. And I think he's finding a lot of joy in competing at this time of his life.
Well, he looks lucid and relaxed. I mean, the heat the other day, it was a sudden death heat. And gosh, he surfed so well. He was surfing at the top of his game.
Saw him early this morning ordering a cup of coffee, as you do in Australia, some of the best coffee in the world right here in Newcastle. And he had an interview last night as he's up and out with the 8-man swell crew of Vaughn Blakey, Jed Smith, and Joel Parkinson was on the panel along with Matt Hoy, and he just said how cool the experience was having those guys on the panel with him, asking his questions about his career, his life, and enjoying all the super amazing surf fans that there are here in Newcastle. So he enjoyed that evening last night and said, hey, I got to get out of here, guys. My heat's probably first thing in the morning, and he was down here early preparing. So I'm looking forward to a big performance from him today.
Well, this, as you said, this is a classic. 2 of the heavyweights of pro surfing, the journeyman, obviously Adriano with the world title under his belt, and Jeremy with so many, prestigious titles. There'll still be a lot of feeling in this heat. I mean, Adriano mightn't be going around to requalify. Jeremy certainly is.
Jeremy now hunting down this wave without priority. Beautiful frontside arc will tap the whitewater. Deeper off the bottom, nice connection off the lip, and Flores will go down on the final turn. So Jeremy staying pretty active in the matchup with Adriano as De Souza tries to stay warmed up out there. Traditionally, you're often seeing De Souza demand that opening strike. It looks like Jeremy's just deciding to freestyle and get a few waves on the board. We'll see what that last score ends up with here.
Yeah, well, he came unstuck on the final move, but he's staying busy. And Jeremy, he looked in scintillating form the other day as well.
There's that classic frontside wrap that Jeremy's had on lock since he qualified for the tour, but just didn't quite clean up the inside section. So this still seems like it's wide open. Rabbit, it's interesting when you look at these two guys going back from, you know, 06, 07 and being on tour together so long. It's really interesting just the way seeding goes. They've only had 6 previous one-on-one matchups. They've kind of avoided each other for several years. That is really amazing over like a 15-year career where they've been to every single event and kind of also haven't been those, well, Adriana for a period was one of the top seeds, but they've been in the, you would say, the middle of the pack for most of their careers, which is where they would normally meet, but they've been in different halves of the draw. Really interesting how that's worked out. It's in favor of De Souza all the time. 4 wins to Jeremy's 2 wins. And they haven't had a heat in a long time. Wow, we're seeing a weather shift. Out the back, dark clouds and a bit of a rain squall heading our way. Cameraman looking for cover. All of our fans on the beach trying to run for the hills if they can. Well, that's just a good old East Coast squall. Happens all the time, right? Can just blow on by. April showers. And well, that particular one there, Joey, we are safe. That one is on the horizon, heading towards Coffs Harbour. It's a great read, Rabbit. No, get your umbrellas out in that case. Jeremy and Adriana De Souza feeling that dark shadow of the cloud, changing our lineup just a little bit, but still that rippable inside rock ledge has been hosting the last couple of heats. Frederico was able to feature that powerful wrapping turn in the win over Ace Bucket. Ace is known as the tactician, so never have any room for mistakes against an event like Ace. Yeah, well, Ace, he's a journeyman, and he often leaves his charge a bit late too. You notice, Joe, the second half of the tour, he usually comes on as we go to, you know, France and some of the heavy water reef breaks. And so, you know, he won't be phased. Interesting when you look at all the different accolades that Jeremy's had in his career and expecting him to really want to win an event this season. Every time you mention Jeremy, you think of dangerous waves, big hollow conditions, but you remember the all-star that he was when he first qualified in everything. Beach breaks, he was making finals in Brazil. He actually was maybe more successful if you compare how these two started on tour, where Jeremy actually finished 8th in the world as a rookie and took that Rookie of the Year honor, where De Souza started 20th in the world and then built towards becoming that world champion we saw in 2015. They have taken a different route to the top and in their careers. You know, I mean, Jeremy, he kind of nearly reminds me, he was like the Jack Robinson of his era. He was a child star. We saw him coming from, you know, from the island of Reunion and then southwest France. Spent a lot of time on the North Shore. As we see him, well, I tell you what, there's a little rock under there somewhere. You want to check his fins on that one. Wild little wipeout, but he's been really going for it. Every turn looks with intent to rip its face off. 3.33 and another 3-ranger, 3.87 for Flores, trying to build early against the world champ named De Souza. You think about Jeremy, though, he always has been able to step up against all the biggest names on tour, all the biggest world champions. He actually has been pretty effective against John Florence, you know, with a crucial pipe victory in the final with 16 seconds to go. As we were able to catch up to Jeremy talking about this season.
As much as it's a terrible crisis for many people, for the whole world, ourselves included, with obviously financially being lower, I kind of needed a year off. So it was kind of good timing for me. Now I'm like hungry again. I want to do it again. I want to surf heats. I want to try to find that motivation that I used to have to like win. And so this year off was great because I got to spend time with my family, see my daughter growing up, and that's priceless for me. That's priority number one. So now that I've done all this, I've made a good headspace to start competing again.
Jeremy Flores seeing the tour with fresh eyes, says we'll catch up with De Souza on his opening ride of the heat. Finishing, and now Flores into a tiny little inside pit. He's down.
And, you know, Joe, I think Jeremy touched on a few points. I mean, there's so many different perspective and angles on everyone's journey through the pandemic. And for Jeremy, you know, the biggest thing is you know, living in hotels for 15 years, there's a burnout factor.
Round of 32 continues, talking with Rabbit about the journey on tour and finding time to relax, get that time off, which is really impossible when you think about what you have to put in to become a world title threat. So that year off was great for Flores. Meanwhile, this was Adriano de Souza's opener. What'd you think, Rabbit?
Yeah, well, he's waited a long time with this one and used his priority, and this is pretty much a trademark ride for Adriano to start with. He, you know, mistake-free, just solid, rock-solid surfing. And, you know, he's got that beautiful connectivity in his surfing, and he certainly utilises every single centimetre of the wave. Great bottom. He's always been able to, you know, when he came onto the tour, if there was a small wave, I remember one time at Pantin in the Basque Country, and it was a small day, and I went, nobody is going to beat Adriano de Souza.
So quick. He was known for his lightning fast reactions to sections when he qualified, and before that winning a World Junior title. As we celebrate so much with the career of Adriano de Souza, making it official with 500 career CT heats. What a mark for a world champion.
Oh yeah, he's had a great career, a stellar career. You know, it's amazing. I was telling the story the other day. In the year 2000, I was doing a press conference in Rio de Janeiro, and they asked me, they said, Rab, when are we going to have a Brazilian world champion? And because they knew that, you know, first the Australians dominated, then, you know, Tom Curran from California, Kelly Slater from Florida. We've had great Hawaiians, Sonny Garcia, Derek Ho, Dane Kilo, Michael Ho, and, you know, it's always been those big three countries and surfing nations.
And then we saw what we see now is the Brazilian Storm. De Souza finishing a second scoring ride, his opener a 5.0. So Flores got busy early, but he's been stuck in the 3 range. Adriano being more selective turns in a 5 and getting a second scoring ride. He should be taking the lead with 15 minutes to go.
I'd say so, Joe, for sure. He'll take the lead on that one. And just to finish this story, like, I was kind of on the spot and I said, look, you know, there'll be a boy that'll come down from the favelos. He'll find half a surfboard on the beach. He'll have the skill, the natural skill of a Pele, and basically that's the story of Adriano de Souza. You know, he started, you know, borrowing boards on the beach. He didn't have enough money for his own surfboards, and he rose to the very top, #1 in the world.
Oh, it's an incredible story that we're enjoying now in De Souza's retirement season as he leads over Flores now. Let's catch up with the winner of the last heat, Frederico Moraes, is with Stace.
Here with the winner of the last heat, Frederico Moraes. There's a lot to talk about in that heat, my friend, but let's talk about the last sort of minute or so there. How are you feeling watching spray fly over the back of that wave?
It was really hard, because especially there was not many waves, like I think from the 10-minute mark until the end. And I had priority because waves went one, then I went on another one, and I fell on my first turn. And after that, I was just thinking, I should have just sat down and waited. Now I would have had priority, and I could have blocked ice on a good one if it come. But I saw it spelling to that last one. It kind of looked like I had a wall. Wasn't a set wave. Getting a 6.83, almost a 7 out there, it's kind of hard. We just saw the first hit. Gabriel got a 7.33, and it was a really well-surfed wave and a proper set wave. So I didn't know I was safe because you're only watching from the back. So, but yeah, I knew I had a decent gap between our total scores. So Lucky the wave wasn't better. So yeah, into the next round.
For sure. I think on paper it's one of my favourite heats of the round because I know both of you two are very intelligent. But tell me honestly, mate, what are you saying to yourself underwater when you poke that first turn?
Yeah, I can't tell the words right here because WSL won't post them, but yeah, I was cursing a little bit because it was a set wave. It looked good. I just, like landing, I just got a bit of a bump and I just fell forward, so it's really bummed because a little mistake like that can cost you a hit.
For sure, particularly at this level. Let's take it back to the start. You must have been so proud of that start against a surfer like Ace. That start was incredible.
I know, yeah, Ace is such a smart surfer. He's really good and he doesn't collapse under pressure, you know. If Ace gets the chance, he'll probably turn it around. I've had some really close hits with Ace. I remember one on my first year on tour in West Oz, and he just, I would get a good score, he'd just better his score. I'll turn the hit around, he'd turn the hit around. So I knew it was going to be a really hard one, and Dog told me before, like, Ice is a really hard surfer to beat. So I was stoked with the start. I got a better off the exchange. I kind of got the inside priority. Obviously, it's kind of bumpy, so on your backhand, it's kind of trickier. You really need to know which wave you want. So I knew I could use that as an advantage, being on my forehand. So yeah, it was just a chest hit, kind of.
For sure. You did awesome, mate. Well done. On to round 4. I know you got a lot of friends and family back home in Portugal. Did you want to say hello?
Yeah, someone brought a little flag. Stoked. It's so good to have support all around the world through media and even on the beach here. So thank you, everyone. Muito obrigado e vamos para o próximo. Thank you, guys.
Frederico Moraes with a lot of great stories to tell about the heat with Ace, even reflecting back on their first few matchups, knowing that it would be an absolute battle, recovering from those mistakes well to still achieve the win. Moraes will take on two-time world champ, current world number 2, Gabriel Medina, into the round of 16.
And you know, you just got to love the way Frederico deferred so much respect for Ace. You know, he really saluted him as a great competitor and somebody who you make a mistake and Ace is going to take you out.
Mistake-free surfing at this level. Well, Frederico will have to have no mistakes against Medina in that next round. De Souza still leads over Flores. A couple of waves ridden during that interview, and it's been all about Adriano flexing that lead. Just a touch of an improvement on his third wave, 3.73 to back up the 5, and Jeremy, under priority, is chasing down a 4.87 to survive this round of 32 heat and get a part of the round of 16. We'll see if he can do it right after this. Got a bit of rain here in Merriweather. It's been still rippable out there for De Souza to get his lead out in front over Jeremy Flores. We saw those dark clouds approaching, brought a bit of weather, but as we know as surfers, you can still get some fun rides there in storms like this. We've got Adriano rolling in now. Hard off the bottom, nice power hack right in the pocket. Another big vertical turn for the 2015 world champ. Drives off the bottom again. Nice clean setup carve. Layback little hammer to finish. I like the showmanship from De Souza. Jeremy trying to stay on his feet. Layback blowtail, and He looks to stand back up right on the sand. Those finishing moves have been a little bit questionable. We'll see if the judges will reward Flores for that effort. Meanwhile, Laura Enever soaking wet through this rain squall. The boys are still putting up some big turns.
Yes, that was the best. That was definitely the best set of the heat, guys. And yeah, it's just started raining. We know that wind was going to swirl around all day. Didn't know the rain was coming, but you know what? It's good for the eyeballs to get a bit of a rest from the sun. But yeah, that last set, that was a good exchange. Jeremy was, I could tell he was a bit off it before. He's been catching those waves at the start of the heat. He finally got priority, and he wasn't happy with the wave that he chose after all that time waiting.
How interesting is that, Laura? I think we always have known how Jeremy feels at any given time in a heat. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. So you were witnessing that frustration earlier.
Yeah, I really was. And Jeremy, I mean, it's amazing to see this heat. Both of these guys, they've been on tour for years and years. And obviously Adriano, this is his last year. Jeremy's rocked up and he's so happy-go-lucky, like you were mentioning. And Adriano, he got second in his heat the other day and he was not happy, and he still made it through.
Thank you, Laura. We'll be catching up with you in just a moment with 7 on the clock here in Heat 3 of the round of 32. Adriano has that 5.0 start, Rabbit, and I'm thinking about these matchups, even though they've only had 6 and it's favored in Adriano's favor with 4 wins over Jeremy. I remember a couple times they had heats and there was hassling going down where Jeremy didn't mind sharing the story of being uncomfortable with the way Adriano was approaching the heat. As we see that last exchange again, Adriano's rhythm looked perfect on this wave.
Yeah, this was a great ride and a really good exchange here between both combatants. But this way for Jeremy, for Adriano, wow, he really cleaned that one up. And behind him, there was another ride we'll see soon, but this is just textbook de Souza.
Found the pocket well, and that deep bottom turn is so insane to watch in motion. What about Jeremy's?
Yeah, well, this was his best ride for sure. I like it when he keeps his speed like this, the zigzag, and then he comes around and snaps. Now did he make this because there's sand under his feet? I'm calling that the recovery. I'm calling he's made it, but that's only my opinion. But there was no further, he couldn't sort of recover any further. He was on dry sand, but look at this for a recovery. He is gone. And he's actually going to use the bounce of the whitewater there. You know, this was Kelly Slater, used to he was the master at this. Just recovering, just using the bounce, exploding whitewater to lift him back up again.
And it's interesting, Rabbit, because when we look at the score, it might be reflecting that they're calling it incomplete. 3.53.
Darn it.
Didn't get credit for it, but you can see how explosive that turn would have been. It was definitely higher risk. Jeremy's, talking to the judges from the water saying, hey, I felt like I had that thing.
Yeah, I'm in that conversation.
The layback is such a cool move to break down, because there's kind of versions of kind of really just dropping your shoulder, but you're not really committing to the actual laying back in the whitewater. And then to add the new school flair where all your fins are getting blown out, it's one of the most technical moves you can pull on the open face.
Yeah, look, it was touch and go because, there was no more, there was just not a centimetre of, water left for him to recover any further. But just at this, I just love this. This is a full recovery. And look how he uses that. Look, the whitewater now, it explodes, and he just lifts himself up, kind of a little cushion. And he's back on his feet, and his board is facing the shore. And, yeah, okay.
And ends up just losing it. So, talking it through at the panel from the ocean. This is what you love about Jeremy. He's always been a fan favorite for giving us his heart, his passion every time he competes around the world. I was interested with both of these guys, Rabbit. Well, as we get back to live action, Flores on an important wave. Big hack right there, nice and vertical. Gets a little stuck on the next section, but he's pushing hard.
Yeah, he's such a flamboyant surfer. I actually think he was talking to the judges about those first 2 turns. I think he's claiming that he was underscored on those opening 2 turns he did in the heat, not the recovery on the shore break so much.
So now with 3:30 to go, Jeremy still hunting down what will be a 7.06 because last of de Souza a 5.93.
Yeah, that was such a clinching ride. And this is where De Souza unsettles the opponents, because he is just, the Iceman.
Well, I was mentioning earlier how Jeremy is just dangerous against the world champions of the sport, and with Adriano being a world champ, you just think about Parco, Mick, Kelly, Medina, Italo, all the people he's had to face in his career. Jeremy's had 20 wins over the world champs in his career and just 28 losses, so 42% win ratio against all the world champions throughout his career. So a lot of times he's getting those wins at Pipe and Tahiti. Beach breaks, he'll play spoiler to Medina multiple times. Remember in Portugal, when Medina's about to clinch a third title, Flores would show up and change that whole script at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's true. And here he is, he's staying. It's funny, because I was talking to Dean Morrison a couple of weeks ago, and Dingo said to me the same thing. He said he loved it when he was against the best surfers, the top seeds, because he just absolutely knew he had to go out there and just go nuts. It's the same with Jeremy. He just, when he's against the absolute top guys, the world title contenders, he knows what he's got to do. He knows the A game, nothing less than the A game plus with rocket boosters is going to work. And probably against the lower seeded surfers, he might be a bit more vulnerable.
So interesting how they just let go, and then it turns into playing some world title spoiling performances. For Jeremy and Adriano, the one man that they battled with the most out of anyone else on tour is Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time. Jeremy with 11 matchups against Kelly. That's the most he's versed on tour. He had 3 wins against him. We watched that little starting turn off the top. You can see how that one was pretty bumpy and didn't give him too much. He's down to 90 seconds.
And the beauty about that statistic is that Jeremy would have savored those wins, those 3 wins out of 11 against the 11-time world champion.
Exactly.
And it was just worth turning up for year after year.
Yeah, got him at Pipe one year. I think back in the 2010 season where he ended up winning his first Pipe Masters trophy. Adriano, on the other hand, had 16 heats against Kelly and more dominant in the back half of those matchups, or went on a crazy win streak, one of the best against the GOAT of our current crop on tour. 55 seconds, all pressure on Jeremy now to move into the round of 16. Needs a 7.06 under priority. You can see the next heat anticipating their start. The Aussie battle coming up next with Julian Wilson and Jack Robinson.
Yeah, well, Adriano, he'll be moving on, it looks like, but Jeremy, just one of the colourful characters in world surfing. He's not going anywhere. We'll be seeing him for quite a while yet. He's still got some big wins ahead of him.
It feels like the next chapter for Jeremy. Now traveling with his family, his daughter on tour. She just celebrated her 3rd birthday here in Australia. So he won't be needing too much time to recover from this one, as he'll be heading down to Narrabeen. And Adriano de Souza will now make it 5-2 in his favor over Jeremy Flores in one-on-one heats. And the former world champ will move on into the round of 16. Great performance to start. Jeremy decided to be incredibly active. Got 11 waves ridden in that matchup. Adriano played the patience game, and it paid off. Went right into a 5.0 start once he started swinging, as we dive into the Harvey Norman recap.
Yeah, it was a methodical performance. Adriano de Souza just at his methodical best. He so patient. He waited a long time. That's his first wave. And he got an incredible, double. The way he just connects all the way to the shore is so amazing. And this wave here, this sealed it for him.
Riding those boards from Chile, James Chio, Chile Surfboards, who resides down in North Avalon. He had some great equipment for him in the lead up to this event. Jeremy looked like he was pushing hard. He wanted every big section, and that might have been the difference. If he just had a little more water to ride free, he would have had a better shot at getting back in the heat. De Souza moves on, 5.93 and a 5.0. And coming up next, we'll see Julian Wilson take on Jack Robinson right after this.
It's hard to believe that in the 36-year history of professional surfing coming to Newcastle, there had never been a local winner of the men's event. That was until the final of 2020, when hometown hero Ryan Callanan and Sunshine Coast import Julian Wilson, who's been calling the Steel City home since 2018, faced off in an all-star Merryweather showdown. The matchup was always going to be a tight affair, but no one could have predicted the heat would end in a tie. With 14.27 points apiece, the trophy was awarded to Julian on countback, leaving Michelle O'Donoghue and Philippa Anderson as the only born and bred Newey locals to win at home.
We are loving the legends and folklore here at Merryweather Beach through Surf Fest finals like we had last season. Julian Wilson was able to take part of a major QS before the whole year went on hold, and that was the matchup he had with Ryan Callanan in the final. It was a tie-break decision, and it went to Julian's high score of an 8-5 to decide the champion, and Wilson happy to now call Newcastle home. Representing Coolum Beach, made the move down here where his wife is from, and he's really been loving all the surf, all the mountain bike trails, preparing for a CT heat. Wilson here in the round of 32 takes on the rookie from West Oz, Jack Robinson, and what's a rematch from their heat that they had at the Pipe Masters at the start of the year.
Yeah, this is there's a lot riding on this heat, and you know, I can't help but think that this is just a reciprocation. I hark back to the heat with Julian Wilson and Joel Parkinson at Trestles, at Lowers, when it was the young gun Julian Wilson taking on the established seasoned pro Joel Parkinson, and now we've got the young gun in Jack Robinson taking on the seasoned pro Julian Wilson.
It's amazing how times change, and it feels like so quickly. Overnight, all of a sudden, Julian's a part of the 30-plus club on tour. I mean, top 34 in the world. It feels like there's a lot more youth on our top 34 picture. There's 10 surfers 30-plus full-time on the top 34. You know, we've seen that change with the send-offs of the Fannings, the Parkos, Taj before that, Kai Otten, all those journeymen that were still so strong into their late 30s. But now Julian's that vet, and that heat you bring up, Rabbit, was a classic with Parko because, you know, there was words exchanged at the time, and Julian was bringing this new school kind of pop shove it to lower trestles, and Parko wasn't afraid to say, hey, that's not going to be the way you win out here. And oh, it was a great early rivalry from two amazing surfers.
Well, that one really was an illustration of a generational shift as far as the Parko incredible rail-to-rail calf surfing, the best of the best. Julian Wilson bringing the air game into the picture as well as the calf. And I'm certainly not saying this is a generational shift here, but what it does illustrate is just that the evolution of the generations and how we've got, you know, I love the fact now that there's so many surfers in their 30s, and of course Julian still hungers for that world title. There's still so much fight left in this guy.
Wilson qualified and started his campaign on tour back in 2011. Had a really exciting Rookie of the Year race with Alejo Muniz that year, both turning in great results. Julian started building to make the final series. He already made a big final in France. Ended up beginning that big final streak with Medina, and Julian said how devastating it was as a rookie to actually go, okay, it's time for my first win, and then Medina took it off him, and that began one of our favorite rivalries on tour.
Oh, that is really, there's so much in that rivalry. Julian Wilson, Gabriel Medina, they have had some amazing, always close, always controversial.
And it seems like anytime they meet, it happens to be a final with a lot on the line, which kind of speaks to Wilson's best year on tour. You know, just 2018, a couple of years back, finished runner-up in the world. Had the final with Medina at the Pipe Masters. As we see him roll into this one, Bugs, he'll just kind of fade and check one out quickly. Conditions are looking challenging at the moment, but still plenty of time to go.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see how Julian plays this one, because in his very first round heat, he kind of got skunked. The second one, gosh, he just opened up. He was just looking the best he could, and he got busy early. And he seemed like he kept, you know, building the momentum and getting better as the heat goes on. He looks hungry in this heat. you know, we saw Jeremy Flores in the last seat just get super busy. It didn't pay off for Jeremy. He didn't quite, you know, nail those better waves. But Julian, he'd back himself to, you know, this is like his second home break, and he'd back himself on a medium-sized wave even today to get a 6+ score.
That's right, Rabbit. Well, it looks like we're getting a call coming in. Boost Mobile, stay connected. We've got an 88 world champ, Barton Lynch, joining us on the call. BL, great to see your face.
Hello, Joey. How are you, mate?
So good to see you. I love that you're joining us for the call. Julian versus Jack Robinson here at Meriwether Beach, as we see Jack just getting a little opener underway and going down. BL, where are you calling from? Where are you watching at the moment?
I'm on the North Shore, Joey, out at Backyards or Sunset Point here.
Oh, that's beautiful, BL. I remember sitting next to you at the Pipe Masters, and you looked at Jack Robinson as your power surfer for your fantasy team, and you had a lot of great things to say about him. And then he had the heat with Julian and comboed Wilson, and all of a sudden, we were all seeing exactly what you saw and making the call for the young kid on tour.
There's just so much to like about this young kid. I love the way he approaches everything as Julian. Up and riding.
That's right, Wilson tearing apart a couple sections there. But yeah, BL, you saw the future of Jack. I mean, like we all have, but you saw his demeanor shift when he really started that rookie debut.
Yeah, I loved when he won Sunset Beach, and they're talking to him, and you imagine that the adulation, the excitement of that moment would just be so much. But for Jack, the composure that he showed at that time and in victory, and all he kept saying was, "We're ready. I'm ready. We're ready to go to that next level." And you could tell that winning at Sunset Beach and qualifying, he realised that wasn't the achievement of anything, really. He'd just got his feet onto the ladder and was starting to climb up. And I really love that about him, and that awareness that he brings to everything that he does. He seems like a bit of an old soul or an old school competitor inside a new school body.
Well, BL, I have so many things I want to catch up with you on. I mean, just being here at Meriwether Beach for a championship tour just reflects back to 1990 when you were a part of the final with Snips way back when. As we'll stick with BL on the call, but also watching a little running right for Jack Robinson. Robinson now into this inside track, winding up, almost thought about an air, it looked like, and now fishing for the tail blow reverse. Ends up being complete, like he was in two minds there. But Barton making finals here, the list of champions, a lot of world champs won this event at the CT level. Speak to your experience at Meriwether and what was it like to be a part of major finals back in the day here?
I suppose there was that change from city locations, and when we used to go to those city locations, it was that engagement with the audience and with the town and with the people of that town. And when you were to arrive in the town, they'd all be so stoked to see you and have the show come to town. Here we go again.
Another little wrap back in the pocket for Wilson, trying to better a 2.77 as his high mark. Looks like he's thrown in a bit of power on this inside corner and stays on his feet for the finish. So nice solid surfing for Julian, who definitely has felt that connection with the people here of Newcastle as his new hometown. But you could tell they're highly educated surf fans, Barton, that are coming down here, and they've seen a lot of surfing history go down.
And they're very proud citizens, mate. They love their home, they love their town. I remember the great Matty Hoy just saying to me, "BL, it's the best place in the world." And we might have been sitting in Hawaii or whatever, and I'd be like, "Really, Hoy, you just can't wait to get home? It's the very big, BL, the very best place in the world." And he was feeling it, and he loves it. And the Novocastrians are all like that. They love their home, they love surfing, and when they bring that passion to the events, it's always a good time as a competitor.
Yeah, Barton, it's Bugs here, mate. I mean, it's so true. I mean, you know, it's still exactly the same now. The Novocastrians, they absolutely love Nui. But you, mate, I've been seeing stuff of you out at Phantoms and all the outside reef breaks. You've had a heck of a season over there.
It's been a great year. I suppose I've been here for about 18 months now, a year and a half, with a couple of short trips away, and to spend a summer here was an incredible experience. And through the, around the winter, the person I surf with the most probably off the tour is Jack Robinson, because he's always at sunset and he recognises the value of surfing out there. So I see a lot of him out there, and I feel like with this heat, Rabsy, at the start of a heat against someone like Julian Wilson, you want to convert. And Jack gave away priority to Julian, and unfortunately he made a mistake, gave that priority back to Jack. He was then able to get a couple of waves that he's fallen on. So it's kind of really in your mind, you would be going out there going, my best chance is to put some pressure on Julian early before he builds his momentum and starts to steamroll. And for Jack, it hasn't gone to that plan yet. And Julian definitely looks super sharp on his board.
Yeah, well, Julian's got that 7-point ride now. That last one was an absolute beauty, and that's put him in the box seat. So Jack's sitting out there now with priority, and he'll have to be a bit more, circumspect with this.
That's right, Rabbit. As we go back to the 7-point ride, Bugs, how'd you like the power that he put into that wave?
Yeah, this is really taking up from the form he showed the other day. Just so sharp. He got some just really critical turns in, and just polish it up.
What a difference to the 7.0 to just really separate himself from Jack to start. So polished. And you thought about Julian when he came on tour, this high-performance aerial act. It's always his power that seems to stand out these days.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the other day, I'm not sure if he's surfing the same board as the other day. The other day, he was surfing the board that he won the tournament on out here. I'm not sure if this is the same one, but gee, it looks so alive.
Fins free on that effort off that lip line. You see how the judges react. They drop the high and the low and get that average of a 7-point ride. Great transition and a healthy amount of variety as well.
Oh, I'm loving this wrap. I mean, that is just so well timed, critical. That was the money turn. That combo right there.
Looked absolutely perfect to frame it up on that wall. So taking 5 waves already, and that one really allowed him to showcase that rail work here at the 15-minute mark. Martin Lynch still with us on the Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. BL, it's really cool to see surfers transition. Rabbit opened it up, just reflecting back on Wilson, kind of going through what Jack Robinson's going through now, as having all the hype, having all the expectations. What do you expect out of Julian Wilson now in the 30-plus club, a family man? What type of results are you expecting from him this year?
It's such an interesting process where you start to live and learn that there's more important things than yourself and your surfing. Because as a competitor, when you're younger and you're going at it, that's what life is all about. And then you become a father, and after a decade or so on tour, you've had so many things happen to you. You've lost when you feel like you should have won. You've won when you feel like you should have lost. You've experienced so much, and I think in that back end of the career, when the focus gets pure and the hunger is there, with all of that stability surrounding you and that growth you've been through, you can do the very best surfing of your entire career at that point in time. And I expect to see the best surfing we've ever seen from Julian Wilson moving forward. I wouldn't see by any means that he'd be taking his foot off the accelerator at this point,
And it feels still like he has an incredible connection. And then speak to what it's like to kind of have a tough heat. I mean, be comboed by a Grom on tour like Jack Robinson at Pipeline, where you've won the event before and finaled multiple times. How do you get back in the seat with the young rookie and turn things around on him?
Oh, you just want to smash them. You take it personally. You take it personally, and you get that sense of, you know what, not again, mate. I'm going to show you, what the experience and what my life has accumulated, and all of that compounding of effort and interest and experiences. When that comes to the table, because, a lot of ways surfing a heat is about winning a heat is about surfing, but it's about a lot of other things. And a lot of things might even be more important than the way you actually surf, And so that's where the experience of a Julian Wilson comes in. And that said, though, Jack Robinson, for his young age, is so experienced in the art of surfing and in surfing incredible waves and some of the world's most challenging waves. the best surfers in the world know that he's right there alongside them in those conditions. And I think it's in these sort of more marginal, competitive style conditions that Jack's got that proving to do. So he'd really be psyched by that.
As we see Julian up and out, Barton Lynch, I can't tell you how much I miss you, my friend, and I'm really happy that you're able to call in and join us. Thank you so much for making our day today.
Nah, my pleasure, mate. Anytime I'm here, I'll be watching, and it's great to join in. And I even put a collar on. You see, let's do that. I felt like I was going to work, mate.
Yeah, BL.
All time.
Yeah, Ramsey, love you, mate.
We'll be in touch, BL. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day, my friend. Barton Lynch, 88 world champ. What a legend of the sport. Finaled here at Merriweather against Mike Parsons in the last CT for the men in 1990. Has done so much for pro surfing, and like you mentioned, Rabbit, he's absolutely charging all the outer reefs on the North Shore of Oahu.
Oh, well, you know, he has got a serious froth on, and BL, every time you see him, he's just so consistent. He's such a uplifting guy, you know. He just, oh, look at this. You know, it was a bit of a sell job, but oh.
Going for that big whip into reverse was Jack Robinson, and actually came relatively close to pulling that off. Rabbit, it feels like there's been a lot of talk, like all rookies go through, you know, and breaking down what the strengths are and weaknesses. For Jack, the one talk has been the small wave prowess. So you always know he's going to do well at slabs, big barreling, hollow conditions. What's your take on his small wave game and where it's come?
Well, in actual fact, you know, I saw him as a kid, you know, developing. Obviously, he's always been good, you know, like North Point and the box and in those incredibly heavy waves and slabs. But he was so quick when he was, you know, 16, 17 years of age. He was so quick and such a fast surfer and so zippy that I always thought there is such potential for his small wave surfing as well. So, and that's the whole package, you know. I mean, you really, it's a fact, you know. You've got to be, to be a pro, you've got to be excellent in 2 to 20 foot.
Jack Robinson needs a 7.44 to catch up to Julian Wilson. Wilson with the 7 has the lead, trying to get payback against the rookie here at Newcastle. World number 1, John Florence, heading down to the beach here at Merriweather to take on a local boy and a rookie on tour named Morgan Siblick in the next heat. Florence, winning pipeline to kick off the year. World number 1 is fighting for a 3rd world title, and the local boy Morgan Siblick, for what I've heard, has dealt with maybe a little bit of an injury in a free surf and trying to get some work done. He wasn't ready to walk away from the event, and looks like the kid's going to try to surf. We'll keep you posted on that one.
Yeah, well, I saw Morgan this morning, and it's true. He has fractured his little toe. Now, it doesn't sound big, but I tell you what, it's a huge injury. He wasn't even knowing this morning. He hadn't been in the water. He was going to go for a little warm-up to even see if he could ride a surfboard, and he's going for it.
We'll keep you posted on that one. What a story for Morgan. I mean, it's hard enough to beat a guy like John with all your toes healthy, but Morgan's got that excitement as a rookie. He'll have the crowd behind him in this next heat. 8 minutes on the clock. Jack Robinson needing now a 5.78 to take the lead off Wilson. So slowly chipping away. But Jillian still in the driver's seat, courtesy of that 7-point ride.
Yeah, that was, well, Jack only got a 4-point ride on that one. I thought he might be a bit of a danger under priority. I think he's capable of improvising here, and as we see, he's going to work and he won't quite recover.
So just a quick little carve for Jack Robinson, as he is working hard to catch back up to Wilson here. I was able to catch up with Jack in quarantine on Caught Inside, and he was talking about his boards feeling healthy, and he's a great headspace. He reflected back on a semifinal he had at Newcastle. Very prepared for this event. Julian Wilson's going to roll in with this one, trying to ditch the 277. Clean frontside wrap. Wilson drills the lip line off the bottom. Nice climbing snap there, and he'll fade one more time. All his lines are so pure and with intent to finish right in the dirt there. Nice control for Wilson to protect his lead. Let's catch up with Adriano with Stace.
Adriano, after what was a really close heat in round one, how do you, round two, excuse me, how do you build that fire going into round three?
Basically, I just try to be more relaxed most as I can, because I'm not fighting for points anymore. I just fighting for my best performance. And yeah, on the round one, it was such a hard dealing, because I just lost my heat by 0.02. So analyzing my heat like at least 20,000, you know, just to understand why I fall and what I did, like should be did on the heat. And on round two, I think it was like more prepared, you know, because round one, usual, all the kind of nervous stuff and the waves were really tricky. And but on the round two, I think I put my feet on my board and everything's just clicked. And on round three, I was feeling really like relief and loose, and I felt like my surfing's back on track again. It's really good, because Jeremy, it is one of the guys pushed me super hard as well. We have a rivalry, like seems like we are 14 years old. And he's such a great competitor. He did so amazing on the World Tour since he jumped on tour. I think one year after me. So we've been veteran since we are such a young age, but we feel we are veteran. And I have so much respect for him. And yeah, it just feels good. I hope I have another chance to keep in performance and showing good surfing.
Certainly, there's almost 35 years of like tour experience between both of you. It seems like such a long time you guys have been competing together. I noticed you've changed equipment in the last couple of seasons. Did you want to speak about that?
Yes, the last 2 years has been difficult for me, because I need to adapt a new format of surfboards. Now I'm riding for Chilis, and I try all models, and also the pandemic thing affect a lot as well for me to receive the boards, because I live in Brazil, Chile's from Australia, so it's hard for kind of like the back and forth. But I have a good support as well in Brazil by Chile Brazil, and I started work with them, and I got some few boards from Chile. It's not that good, but my Brazilian board do so good. So. But I have another chat with Chile, and probably for Nairobi, I think I got a good boards.
Awesome. Good to have some healthy competition between Brazil and Australia. I like it.
Yes.
Did you want to say hello to all your friends and family back at home? It's like I'm sure it's late at night, but I'm sure they're watching.
Yes. Eu queria agradecer muito a duas pessoas que estão me dando muita força para eu estar aqui, né? Eu já, nos últimos tempos, eu me senti que eu já ia desistir do circuito, porque eu não tinha mais força, e a minha esposa e meu irmão, minha família me deram muita força para eu fazer um último ano e me dedicar ao máximo, e é o que eu estou fazendo, mas eu acho que essa força vem deles. Queria agradecer muito a minha esposa. Vai ser muito difícil ficar aqui 3 meses sem eles, mas vou tentar passo a passo, a dia a dia, para que eu consiga extrair o máximo de força para continuar no circuito aí até o final. Mas um beijo à minha esposa Te amo muito. E ao meu irmão que está em casa assistindo e a todo o Brasil e a toda a nação. Valeu.
Well done, Adriano. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stace. Adriano just saying how much he misses his wife, sending her a kiss and saying how it's going to be tough for all these months without her, and also patting that flag on his shoulder, representing Brazil so well. And really taking some great time for us to tell us about his journey, the respect he has for Jeremy, and we're seeing a different style of competing for Adriano. It's not about every point to squeeze out of a title race. He really wants to show his best performance in his send-off season.
Yeah, well, it's his testimonial year, and it's part of his legacy. And he looks so relaxed. He's relaxed in his surfing, and it's working for him for sure. I mean, that speech there, and that was amazing. I mean, looks like he's got a political career ahead of him in Brazil. The new president of Brazil.
You'd be able to pick that out, Rabbit, yourself.
That was a classic.
As we look at a last wave of Jack Robinson here.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting ride by Jack. He look at the speed he gets across the flats here. I thought he was going to go for another air, but he gets really zippy here. Nice little layback. And that's his best ride, a 5.67. It's got him back in the heat.
Nice and new school, that throw tail reverse. So fun to watch, and he was able to frame up a really creative turn on the end section, leaning back, throwing the carve down. So great combination as we head towards the final minute.
Well, he needed it, going into this wave, he needed a 7.67, which was the highest score required today so far. And now he's got himself in a situation with this great ride where he only needs a 6.
1 minute remaining, priority with Wilson, and Julian throws his hands up. Jack riding, will wait for a decision here. Meanwhile, Jack throws down a reverse, another solid hack off the lip. I think Julian wants to say he got in my way. He'll hit the lip again. Nice frame there. Robinson's just going to surf it like it's his, and he's fired up.
Wow, this is going to be such an interesting decision, because the question is, did Julian show enough intent to paddle for that wave?
So with 30 seconds on the clock, you can see Julian's frustration, threw his hands up, and Jack was able to get into the wave and absolutely ripped it to pieces. We'll stand by for a decision, because I think Wilson wants maybe a blocking call. When you have priority, you have undisputed right away. So it's up to the person with second priority to get out of the way. And that was really close. We'll see if we make any call here. 5 seconds. Red with priority, so Julian Wilson throwing his hands up. It looks like we might get a call here.
Well, Julian definitely had priority, because Jack had just got that previous wave, and he was right in front of him. This is pretty close now. Does Julian show enough intent to get this wave? It's a pretty casual paddle, but ooh.
It looks like he was right on top of him, so
it's enough.
Didn't really had a roll in there. So with the hands getting thrown up, we're expecting a priority interference call. But it was definitely cool to see how radical Jack got on the wave anyway.
What's really radical is he's going to get the score. He's going to get the score. This is going to be the highest score. Oh, what is it? 5.93. Oh, it's just short.
3. So ended up being just short, regardless of the call.
One judge gave a 7.5.
A big spread, 7.5 to a 5.5. It's rare to see a 2-point spread these days. Drop the high and the low. Now the interference will factor in, and you lose your highest scoring ride when it's the interference on the penalty 3 in the rule book. So Wilson survives. Exciting part of the end of that heat, and we'll move on into the round of 16 to take on Adriano de Souza. And boy, have they had some battles in their career.
They sure have.
Exciting times, and it's cool, this little new rivalry on tour. The older Australian, the young rookie, they're now one apiece at the start of the season, as Julian will move on. Coming up next, the round of 32 continues. John Florence taking on Morgan Siblick. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and a local hero for the call right after this.
Feels good to start in the yellow jersey and just kind of be the points leader after the first event, but it's such a long year ahead. I never like to look at these first couple of events and be like, oh, this dictates the year, you know. I think for the most part, it's just getting feet in the wax and kind of getting moving and the routine going again.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. We're seeing the big names hit the lineup now. Out in the lineup for this exchange will be John Florence, the current leader on the rankings, taking on local boy Morgan Siblick, who's in his rookie campaign. And it's John Florence getting things started here. Tries to drift into a reverse, incomplete. Looks so good in the seeding round when we got competition underway. In small conditions, John Florence just seemed to be riding on top of the water so beautifully. Great combinations. And we'll see his first ride now. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, also joined by Luke Egan. And Luke, strong first turn from John there.
Lightning fast first turn, thanks Ron. And John's been surfing the rocks for a while now, and he's been surfing the rocks a fair bit lately. John Florence, look at this first turn right up into the steep part of the wave, pushing super hard on the tail, bringing the fins round to the beach. And for me, he's taken on the rocks break here at Merewether better than anyone I've seen that's not from Merewether so far.
Yeah, awesome, Rich. And again, going to that Pizel shape, but the dark arts construction. It's a different looking kind of board. Have you had a close look at it?
Mate, I haven't yet, but I'm just fizzing to get down there and get a closer look at that board. I was talking to Mitchie Ross about it the other day, and Louis, you and I are both sort of, you know, equipment geeks, and from my understanding, it's a John Pizel shape, but this new technology where there's a lot of carbon involved, deck and bottom. And what that carbon does is obviously stiffen it up, EPS core potentially with that pop. So the combination of the two, quite remarkable. But John is just looking so good.
Have a look at this. This is the rookie, Morgan Siblick. Rumours of an ankle injury prior to this heat with the world #1. He knows he's got to give it his best, and he did it in the opening exchange. Actually got the jump on John Florence and posted an 8.1, and he is relishing the opportunity to compete against the front runner for the you know, the top 5, the WSL Finals this year. So that was a big statement to make, especially with that injury cloud.
I was very glad I was asked to come into the booth on this heat because we've got the local knowledge there of Morgan, and we've got, you know, the best surfer in the world at the moment, John Florence. And out there we've seen some previous heats that local knowledge has prevailed. I think the last heat, Julian Wilson not only surfed his way as well, but knows his way around the rocks break.
Well, that was incredible surfing for someone that only 48 hours ago was wondering whether he was going to be able to take to the water for this heat, Rich.
Beware the wounded athlete. You know, we've said that time and time again. And if he is carrying some sort of a niggling ankle injury, it doesn't seem to be you know, heating his performance at all. Louis, I was going to ask you just with Morgan, he doesn't seem phased at all with that first wave. You know, he looks like he's ready to go and rising to the challenge with John.
Absolutely, and that's the best thing about Morgs is he doesn't really care who his opponent is, where he's at or whatever. He really focuses on himself and managed to have this formula already, so still a rookie, to get his job done, what he needs to do. And yeah, he's looking pretty good.
The second world champ that we've seen hit the water in this round of 32, and you go back to Gabriel Medina in the first heat of the day. Morgan's been able to achieve what Connor O'Leary couldn't in that opening exchange, and that is to stay on pace from the outset with the world champ. And it just seems once the world champs gather some momentum, Rich, you're just struggling to reel them in.
Yeah, once they get a bit of clear air in front of them, it's just it's so hard to rein them back in. And as you mentioned, you know, getting this jump on the score with John is a really, really hard thing to do. So I mean, John's not going to be phased, obviously. He's been in this sort of position before, and he's going to be expecting to drop 8s. But, you know, this is great. It's toe-to-toe now, and this is a huge confidence booster for Morgan to actually start with that excellent ride at the start of the heat.
There's never been, I don't think, a surfer that's played that dark horse role on the qualifying series better than Morgan Siblick. He came from absolutely nowhere, Luke. In his QS campaign, when Merewether Board Riders were having teams events here in Australia, he wasn't even in the team, and he was competing on the QS. In the year that he qualified, there was guys ahead of him in Merewether Board Riders who were getting the call up to compete in those kind of contests.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, the other thing too is having the year off last year. The beginning of 2020, I was like, yeah, Morgan might win a few heats, he might do okay. But I think the year off, he's improved so much since March 2020. It's unbelievable. I think he's brought his performances way, way further up to what's on par to be on the WCT. And that is, it's actually happened and worked in his benefit.
And, well, we loved seeing Morgan kind of, I think, enter the spotlight in the Rip Curl movie, Postcards from Morgs. But we've got John Florence, the current world #1, trying to get a bit further ahead of the rookie at the moment, trying to get rid of a 3 on this wave, scrapping without priority on the inside. The world champs do that so well. But Morgan on his second ride now, already an excellent score on the board. Aggressive first turn. And this is really his strength. Big rail turns in the pocket of the wave. An explosive, nuggety little regular footer rolling through to the inside now, and he'll get the finish. It's going to be a decent backup.
Loving the energy, loving the speed. Morgan's actually looking, you know, as good as John did in his earlier heat, in his first round heat. Really just driving that board around so fast that Sharp Eye's looking mint under his feet.
So qualified in the top 10 in that last spot to make the Championship Tour grade, Luke. So as a result, coming into the first CT of the year, he's going to be meeting the top seeds in this round of 32. He faced Medina at Pipe. That's just a horror story for a rookie, and he did lose out, but managed to get himself to this round. He's given himself a great shot here against John Florence.
Here he goes. Nice tight arc. I agree with Richie. Sharp Eye is looking incredible under his feet. I love Morgan not worrying about the moment that he's got John Florence here. All he's worried about is the section in front of him and how good he's going to attack it.
Well, if you've been watching on FS2, you can join us on the Fox Sports app or continue to watch on worldsurfleague.com as we see Morgan on the replay, really committed and tight to the pocket on that turn.
Yeah, and just interesting to note for the recreational surfers watching that turn, just note how high Morgan had his hand. And again on that second turn, as you know, Luke, it's almost that ballerina effect where you're spinning, and as the higher up you put that back arm, the tighter the spin. When you lower it down, it sort of draws the turn out. So as you see, Morgan on both those turns had that back arm a little higher and just gets that pivot really, really tight, and so much speed coming out of that first turn. I love the way he connected the two together.
What a start. I mean, incredible stuff. Putting an excellent score on the board. I think, too, if you're able to do that, you've made it unquestionably an unquestionable score in the judges' minds, because they don't like to throw big numbers out too often when the world champs are in the lineup. John Florence, he gets an opportunity now to show us what he can do on the open face. 2 razor-sharp turns to kick this off. A third as well. And that is going to be a solid number. It's going to get rid of the 3.67. He needs a 5.28 to get into the lead, and he might just do it with that one.
Unbelievable surfing from the world champion there. And I was lucky enough to have a look at some footage of John just down the coast, a couple of headlands down, free surfing. And in that free surfing clip, John was hunting all the small and medium-sized waves, didn't even go near the sets. He was on everything from waist high and below, and he was putting so much effort into it. So when he's jumping into these slightly bigger waves here, he is just loving these little open faces.
Let's have another look at it, Luke. This first turn, just super sharp.
It's amazing, isn't it? We've watched Morgan do the same turn, and here's John trying to match the rookie. And that he is doing. And look at this power, flow, style, gets it done again. Here we go. Just watch John looking at the steepest part of the wave, gets it as tight as he possibly can. The board goes way up around, brings the shoulders around, points the tail to the beach, and gee, this is both these guys have just got their eye in incredibly for this heat.
Watch on this second turn, Louis. Okay, watch where John's shoulders are facing. They're already facing back down the line, and the bottom half of his board, like bottom half of his torso, the legs are facing back the other way. There's so much twist between his upper and lower body. It's something I've noticed John does almost better than anyone else on the tour.
Luke, I know you love your cars, mate. We're seeing two surfers out there at the moment just trade burnouts. Some serious manoeuvres being laid down by these guys in the pocket of these smaller rides. The local crowd turning out in a big way. Three of the four heats that have been unfolding here in the opening stages of the day, Dimity, have featured local surfers.
Game on down here. The beach is absolutely packed. I think we're at a full house at Merriweather, and I'm absolutely loving it. Every time Morgan takes off on a wave and does a big turn, you can hear the cheers and the claps. And, you know, John's been absolutely ripping, and the crowd's probably enjoying that as well, but they're enjoying it quietly.
We love that. Yeah, Morgan, very popular in these parts, and really just a bit of an underground hero, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just got so much good energy, and he's so fun, and yeah, he just loves hanging out with everyone. He's got a good local crew here, and everyone loves him. He's a fun guy.
You can see some of the strapping there on that left foot. But yeah, his favourite word is frothing, and you hear him say it about 5 times every sentence that he throws out there. But Morgan at the moment on fire, and even though he's in second place, he's right where he'd want to be at this stage, Luke, up against a multiple world champ, and he only needs a 5.06 to get himself in the lead. He's making good wave selection choices as well.
He's surfed the rocks in these conditions a few times, Ron, and you know what's pretty ironic is he managed to qualify back in 2019 with a knee injury. Now he's got an ankle injury. It probably puts him in familiar area, having probably the heat. If he wins this heat, it's the you know, career highlight. So being injured again, maybe it's in Morgan's favour.
Just on that, Louis, I think, sorry, we'll get back to that point, John, just eyeing this one. I think the injury can sometimes work in your favour if you look at it as a positive, because you end up taking away all the noise, all the other stuff that's going on around you, and you're just so focused on what you actually have to do at that very point in time.
I guess you go a little bit easier on yourself mentally, because you're like, hey, if I just go out and give it my all, you know, I can only do my best, and I've got this injury. It sort of diffuses the pressure a little bit. As we see John and pick this one up under priority, goes to kick the tail and spin the reverse, can't ride out, 15.5 minutes to go here.
First little error from John there. Maybe feeling the pressure a little bit. Didn't expect, I don't think he expected Morgan to come out of the gates like that. So this is, since he's got into Australia, this is the most pressure he's probably had on him right now at the 15-minute mark.
Definitely. We saw plenty of pressure in the last heat. Great little rivalry building between Julian Wilson and Jack Robinson. They've had plenty of exchanges in recent times. In the last couple of exchanges, it's gone Jack Robinson's way, but Julian Wilson getting the jump on the West Aussie exponent in the last heat.
Julian, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago where I watched you battle Parko in similar fashion with a very intense rivalry. How does it feel to be on the other side of the age bracket now?
And win the battles, it's good. Parko handed me so many losses. But yeah, no, it was a good heat. I'm happy. I'm stoked to see that Jack has the fire to compete. He's obviously super talented. He beat me at pipe. I was, no excuses, but I was pretty injured and I was super bummed about that. So yeah, I wanted to get 2 back up on him. I had 2 opportunities this event, and we'll have plenty more heats together. And he's a good kid, and he's obviously one of my favourite surfers to watch. So he's got to get out of the way though. But I've got priority, and there's 1 minute left. But yeah, no, it's tricky. It's a tricky little break out there, and I live here. I've been here for 3 years, and it's a super tricky little wave. So I found it pretty difficult out there to find the right waves, but there was one nice one I found that was probably the difference in the heat.
For sure, it looked like a really mature and composed performance from your behalf. How's the equipment been looking? It's been a few different days of different waves. What boards have you been sticking to?
Yeah, I changed boards for this heat. My first heat I rode the board that I won here last year on. I hadn't touched it since the final with Ryan, so that was pretty cool to go out and have a nice heat on that. And now I'm on a new board, Air 17, my model, and just feels really good in the pocket. And I was really hoping to find an air section, but it didn't come up. But yeah, it's just lively and skatey and confident in the air on it, so I went for this one because it's a bit softer today.
Yeah, awesome. I know you got your older brother here and your best friend and a lot of support behind you. Did you want to quickly sing out to everyone back at home on the sunny coast?
Yeah, definitely. And say hi to baby Ruka again. He's only two weeks old. But yeah, hi to mum and dad and Seb and Cara and Carly and Onyx and Rigby. Love you guys, miss you guys, and wish you guys were here as well. But stoked to have Bart here, and yeah, it's awesome to have my family here.
Awesome. I'll let you go, Jules. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Stace. Cheers.
Julian Wilson powering on through to the next round. An important result for him. He mentioned that injury that he suffered before getting stuck into the Pipe Masters, the former Pipe Masters champ himself. So it would have been a tough loss, early round loss to take there. He's going to try and turn it around here at Newcastle. 12.5 minutes to go. The current world #1 has a good fight on his hands here at the moment. He has the lead currently, but Morgan Siblig is out there with priority. Only needs a 5.06 to get himself into the lead. And Morgan having a look at this one, identifying some scoring opportunity here. Drives up into the lip. Explosive first turn. Up onto the open face, just grinds through these calves so nicely. Really low center of gravity, very firmly planted, and gets another clean finish on the inside there, Rich.
Wow, this is awesome. As we see the home crowd just cheering on Morgan Siblig. And well, it's a clutch situation. He needed that 5.06, and I think he's done it. Louis, what do you reckon?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. Those first two turns were incredible. Just the timing was perfect. As we see him paddling in nice and deep, just eases into the bottom turn and shroups it out of the lip. Nice lip glide, comes round, and this one was awesome, just pushing the tail back around. Now, re-watching it, Rich, I absolutely agree with you. I think he's going to take the lead.
It was that third turn for me, was the money turn. These two setups, he didn't overcommit there, and it allowed him to get to that third turn here where he just does this big wrapping cutback. Gets high up in the lip there, slams it, and then eyes off down the line. That was the first turn, excuse me. And then a little projection lip glide here. But for me, it's all about the power, flow, and commitment. The rail commitment in this third turn. So watch this, gets super compressed, winds up, and then coils out of it. Look at that extension. And then just drives it through. Lets the fins just release ever so slightly. And then perfect composure. And look, back into that spring position, loading up the energy one more time.
Yeah, a real energy starting to come alive down there with the crowd too. Morgan's, I think, won them over. He already had their support, but the performance that he's putting together at the moment has them on their feet, cheering for every single ride that he finishes off on the inside there, and the confidence is going to be really building. John Florence, he's going to have his hands full as we wait for this next score to drop. Florence trying to keep himself on pace here with the rookie. Driving down the line, finds a little bit of cover, rolling through to the inside, tries to whip the reverse and can't ride out. Just under 10 minutes to go. Numbers coming through for Morgan at a 7.6. From that last ride, he is into the lead, and now the current #1 is after a 7.88 to get in first.
Wow.
Just on 9.5 minutes to go. This is going to be a very interesting finish to this round of 32 heat. Stay with us. big story unfolding here in the round of 32. Heat number 5, the rookie Morgan Siblick has put together an unbelievable heat score total already, 15.7. But it's the surfer that he's put it up against that makes this performance so impressive. John Florence in the opening round looked near unstoppable, riding that different piece of equipment. 47% of those of you playing fantasy surfing, including probably 3 of us here on the panel, were thinking that John Florence was the man to back in that Tier A. Tyler Wright on the women's side, she's fallen out of the mix. She had 52% of the fantasy surfers vote. But this is just so interesting to see what's unfolding here, and a really good test of where John's head is at. Luke Egan, you had a number of years on the Championship Tour, spent most of them at the pointy end of the rankings. Coming up against relative unknowns, you know, did you go into it feeling ultra confident? Did you rely on the rookies, the underdogs, to sort of open your eyes in those heats to what they were capable of?
Yeah, sometimes you would, and pardon me, and that's the wrong thing to do. What you need to do is not worry about who your opponent is and just worry about what's right in front of you. And the last wave of John, you can see that he's starting to think about the end result and not just the little technicalities of what he's got right in front of him. He went for a little tube, that didn't work, and then he went, okay, quick and air reverse. So he's starting to rush himself through his formulas of getting a good wave together. So the pressure's starting to show. So yeah, you know, you got to stay away and not try your best not to listen to your opponent.
Six and a half minutes remaining here in Heat 5, the round of 32. John Florence is chasing a big score, a 7.88. Laura Anova watching on from out the back. Laura, can you hear the cheers from the crowd for Morgan when he finishes his rides?
Oh, wow. It is just going off out here, guys. Out the back with Dometic. I'm just looking at the local crowd, and it is buzzing. It is just the beach lit up for Morgan, and what a heat he's served, he's put together. You know, we turned up this morning, we had that ankle injury, but I don't know what ankle injury, hey, Ronnie?
Unbelievable.
He's just picked off the best waves, and he's done exactly what he needs to do to come up against the world champ, in-form John, and yeah, it's pretty incredible to watch.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Rich, we talk about it. If you're coming up against these guys, you've got to put yourself on the best wave. That's the first thing you've got to do. But you've got to do, if you're Morgan, you've got to do the best surfing you can possibly do with a jersey on in that heat as well, and he's managed to do it. And at the moment, it's not just the fact that he's getting the 2 best waves, he's out surfing John.
Yeah, he is, and this was a real David and Goliath matchup. Sorry to drop the cliche, but it was, and I think, you know, majority of people on the beach would have seen this as a bit of a foregone conclusion. But the one person that wasn't buying into that hype was Morgan Siblick, and so he's gone out there, he's picked the best waves, and he's produced an amazing performance on them. I don't necessarily think that he's really out-surfed John, because I think John's surfing amazing on the waves that he's surfed. But, you know, John's just fallen short on the actual waves. And, well, it's, you know, he's got 4.5 minutes to go. He's under pressure. He needs an almost excellent score here. We know he can do it. I
love that you corrected me there, because when you look at the Harvey Norman recap here, we're seeing John surfing. I'm not going to swept up with the local crowd here, but he is doing great surfing. But it reminds me a little bit, Luke, of Adrian Buchan's heat against Federico Moraes this morning. You could tell that he was on performance-wise, but he needed to get himself on a couple of better waves, and Morgan's just had the edge in that department.
Yeah, the local knowledge bringing that for Morgs out here off the Merriweather Rocks. And I like he's not over-surfing the wave. We've seen John's last 2 waves, he started over-surfing him with the pressure of Morgan's performance up against him. And Morgan's just not doing that, as we see John having a look at this little insider.
Well, in that recap, Morgan gave priority away, and that is an error you can't make with guys like John Florence, but unsuccessful on that air reverse attempt. But I think what we have to keep in mind here with 3.5 minutes to go is Morgan at the moment is in 5th gear and driving through his turns really nicely. I think John Florence has a couple of extra gears in his gearbox that he can go to, a couple of big individual turns. We'll see what happened or went wrong here, Rich.
Yeah, John, just a nice slice to start things off. You could tell he wanted to get to the air, and unfortunately his back foot just in that rotation slipped off right at that right at the landing there. But you can see, John, where he's going with this. He's going, okay, right, now I'm going to dip into the bag of tricks, and I'm going to try and blow this kid away with some progression.
Well, Morgan, easy decision to take this ride. It's a good-looking wall. First turn strong. Second goes to the rail. Trying to better a 7.6 here. Big finish once again. Remaining so composed. Richard, you obviously had big heats when you were first on the championship tour, coming up against big names. When you got yourself in a position like this, how hard was it to close out the heat without getting ahead of yourself?
Oh, God, you're just hoping for that clock to go on speed, you know what I mean? You just want to hold it out. You want to make sure you don't make a mistake at this point. And obviously, as you said, that wave, you know, Morgan had to take that wave. And the thing that he's done right here, he could actually go a little bit further out in front, because that first and last turn were absolutely amazing. And he's just building here, and you can tell the kid is getting more and more confident as this heat winds down.
The judges are absolutely loving what he's throwing down. He just put a 9.03 on the board. John Florence now after a 9.3 to get himself into the lead with just under 2 minutes to go. Dimity Stoyle watching on.
Yeah.
Dimity, it's almost like John is suddenly the rookie out here, and Morgan Siblick's the guy that's on top.
Oh, wow. Morgan's having an absolute dream heat. He's just feeding off the energy of the whole beach. You can just see it. That last wave of his was amazing. He had so much speed and control, and he just knew exactly what he wanted to do. On the other hand, John seems to be a little bit flustered, because airs that he normally lands with his eyes closed, he's fallen off the last two waves, and it's so unlike John. And I think maybe just the energy that this Merriweather crowd's brought to Morgan has just backed him, and Morgan's ready to go. He's fired up. I love it.
Yeah, it really is connecting with each of the big scoring sections that are being presented to him at the moment, Luke. One thing that we've got to note, and I think it's a big decision that Morgan made, is he rode Will Webber's boards to qualification, and obviously had a lot of success. We'll get back to that in a moment. Florence chasing that big score, pushes hard, a little too hard, and he goes down. 45 seconds to go. But Will Webber, he has to give a lot of thanks to Will for getting him onto the championship tour, but he stepped onto a sharp eye to mix things up, and it looks really good under his feet at the moment.
Yeah, it does. Will did fantastic work with Morgan, getting him there, and Will's boards looked incredible when the waves were of consequence and really nice and hollow. His boards looked amazing, but the work that Sharp Eye's done with some of the other tour surfers, it's just his boards are pretty refined for these small conditions, and Morgan's just adapted so nicely to it. This is some of the best surfing I've seen all week.
Best surfing I've seen Morgan do with the jersey on, and unbelievable stuff. John Florence waving the white flag there, congratulating the local boy. What a performance. Florence, though, has to keep in mind the performance is on point. This one got away from him, but he is still looking sharp and leading the ratings at this point, but that could change as we see Morgan fans lining up to greet him on the beach. This is going to be a huge moment. Doesn't even have a smile on his face, Rich. I think he's still in beast mode at the moment.
Yeah, he's still got his game face on, and what an incredible moment for this kid. You know, getting a win over someone as experienced and revered as John Florence at this point in his career. You know, let's not forget that this kid's only done a couple of World Championship Tour events. He's still a rookie.
Mate, we were still trying to figure out how to say his last name a couple of months ago, but Morgan Siblick, he is powering through the round of 32. Two excellent scores against the current world #1, and now he gives himself an opportunity to soak in this result. It is a big one, the biggest heat of his life so far, Luke, and one that he'll never, ever forget.
And doing it right here, where he's in the Merriweather Surfboard Club. We say here at Merriweather, we bleed black and blue. So there's plenty of those people down there. The locals here will just be ecstatic. The whole town is just going to love that performance by Morgan. And
He's limping
now
too. Have a look at that.
Yeah, there's a bit of a limp going. as well, but that was sensational.
It's his front foot too, Ron, so maybe a little bit of a get out of jail free moment there. If it was his back foot, potentially a little different story. He wouldn't have been able to power through those turns, but mate, he's limping on land, but his performance in the water was incredible.
He didn't even need his front foot. Let's throw down the stage for a chat with Morgan.
Morgan's going to steal the words out of Louis Egan's mouth here. What do you bleed, mate?
Black and blue, baby.
Must feel good to finish those waves on the sand in front of your home crowd.
Holy shit. Like, couldn't have asked for better conditions for us local boys, so it's amazing, and thanks everybody for coming down. It feels so good.
You right, mate? Need a hand?
I'm all right. The sand like compacts it, so it makes it hard to walk, but it's good.
Awesome, mate. We'll let you get your breath and catch up with you in a second.
Unbelievable start for Morgan there, winning through over John Florence. What a performance. 2 excellent scores, the heat score total of the event so far. And he is going to be absolutely loving the deserved praise that is coming his way. We'll take a quick break. More action from the round of 32 just around the corner. Well, the crowd is absolutely psyching at this moment. They've just had a local boy progress through, and it was a tough draw for Morgan Siblick. But he has overcome John Florence to earn his place in the next round. And right now, we're going to see another big clash. Seth Moniz, the Hawaiian, will go up against Wade Carmichael, who's from just down the track on the Central Coast. So we'll probably gather a bit of hometown support as well. But it's going to be a tough draw. Seth Moniz, so well-rounded, compact, very versatile. Wade Carmichael, he just really relies on that power, that incredible timing to turn in his big numbers. But it should be a great clash. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and Luke Egan. How do you see this heat panning out, Rich?
It's a real interesting one, Ron, and I think you highlighted the strengths and weaknesses of the surfers there. When you compare the two, Wado's just going to rely on that big power base that he has. He's going to try and displace a lot of water and press the judges with those big gaffing snaps, whereas Seth's got that extra element that he can draw on. He's amazing in the air. He can really get those rotations happening. As we see Wado just opening his account here. But, you know, Seth's going to be a little lighter on his feet, a bit more dynamic. I'm expecting a bit more speed out of his surfing.
Just under 25 minutes remaining here. Couple of waves locked in for Seth. A 5.5 on his second ride. That's the only substantial score at this stage. He's out the back with priority. Wade Carmichael's just finished off his first ride. We mentioned that Seth Moniz, he has an advantage over Wade Carmichael in the air, but when it comes to placement of turns and rail surfing, Wade might hold the edge there. We saw in the last heat though, Luke, Morgan, he didn't lose anything with John having an advantage above the lip. He really just relied on those power turns and great flow in order to turn in his best numbers.
Yeah, as we see Seth's replay, sticking nice and clean and tight to the pocket. And this is going to be a good heat because both of these guys are going to be able to harness the power of the little rocks break. If you stay really tight in the pocket here, it can reward you, as you see Wade too, if he can get hold of that big carve that he's got. These guys pretty evenly matched, but coming from different directions for me.
Yeah, thinking back to Seth Moniz and his rookie campaign, I loved watching him go around the first year, especially when he got to Tahiti. You know, I think his chops in big waves were fully on display. As a rookie to come on and put together such a brave performance over there, get yourself into the finals, was super impressive. He's going to be around the while, I think, Seth Moniz.
Oh, absolutely. Seth's in for a really long career. Obviously comes from a very, very well-established and famous Hawaiian family with an incredible surfing background. And Seth already has all those, you know, not tricks, but he has that ability to lean on that big reef, heavy water surfing. He's got that down pat, but he's also got this small wave surfing that's so quick. And for me, just in that opening exchange, you could see Seth is a little faster on his board than Wade is, and I think that might be the difference in this heat.
When you're looking at surfers, Luke, and you're looking at their potential to elevate themselves on the leaderboard, you've got to look at what evolution is ahead of them. And Seth's a young guy, just 23 years of age, and you know, Wade's at the older end, 28 years of age, but it feels like with the kind of surfing Wade does, he'll get through heats, but it feels like Seth, you know, the sky's the limit. If he continues to evolve his performance, he's going to match it with some of the best guys on the Championship Tour in years to come.
Absolutely. He's just got to realise not to get too ahead of himself and try and be too risque, so to speak. He's got, as Richie pointed out, he's got such good Hawaiian heritage, and that to draw on that and just do what you need to do and just look at what's in front of you as we see him just snapping out of the pocket on this little one. Great section, banging it off the top.
I guess one thing that Seth has in his favour, Rich, is the generation that he's come onto the tour with, and two surfers that he has travelled with and spent a lot of time with, are Griffin Colapinto and Ethan Ewing. Griffin, he does some of the biggest airs that you ever see. So that's going to push Seth to go higher above the lip and really work on his aerial surfing. And then Ethan, he's, you know, obviously got a big future ahead of him. He's already regarded as one of the best rail surfers ever.
Yeah, pretty lethal little trio there to be travelling around with, and they're all going to be pushing each other for years to come. And as you said, kind of Ethan's got the style, Griff's got that big air. Seth seems to be sort of in the middle there. He has a good mix of both. But mate, this kid's got a lot of things to draw on here, and he's getting busy in this heat.
Taking off on the inside here, Seth grinds through a nice carve to get started. Really drew the board out beautifully. Tried to get it back up there for a finishing turn, but was incomplete. 20.5 minutes remaining here. We've had a moment to process what we just witnessed in the last heat, and also processing the result is the man himself, Morgan Sibilic with Stace.
Beware of the wounded warrior, Morgan Sibilic. You've had time to compose yourself, mate. Talk to me about how you're feeling right now.
Oh, I don't know what I'm feeling. It feels like I just won an event, you know, like haven't surfed for the past 4 days, I think, because I hurt my foot, and it's like thanks Huey for not letting the waves break yesterday, because I don't know if I could have competed. Had so much bruising around my foot, and just the past 48 hours it's gone down so much, so yeah, I'm over the moon right now.
The only thing left to do, mate, is to break that other toe, right?
Yeah, I know. I've done everything in the past year, eardrum, knee, whatever. I feel like every time I do it, it helps me stay composed, so I'm better just keep hurting myself, eh?
Mate, I don't know about that. We want you to have a long career, so you look after yourself. We'll let you get dry, and looking forward to the rest of the event.
Sweet, thanks so much.
Massive result for Morgan as we see Seth up once again, working his way through this one. Really clean, surfing at the moment. Great flow, solid finish on the inside there, Rich.
Yeah, I love Seth's read on these waves, Louis. It looks like he's really dialed in to the conditions, and the way he's surfing these waves is just showing. Well, that's, you saw Wado just taking the air there, maybe feeling like he needs to do a bit more, but that's, to me, that's a message that Wade's sort of getting pushed out of his comfort zone. He's kind of reaching for something he doesn't need to do right now. He should just be sticking to his guns. But back to the point about Seth, like he's really surfing the waves. His timing on these waves is pinpoint perfect right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's adapting to this little tight section on the inside. And what can happen here off the rocks when the tide does get low is it'll disconnect and there'll be an outside and an inside. And I think we've seen Seth get a couple of waves on his way back out there, and that's worked to his advantage.
You can see the front page of the Central Coast Times tomorrow. Wade Carmichael attempts air in Championship Tour heat. That is very uncharacteristic.
It's already trending on Twitter.
But you could see that wave was just basically a takeoff. So there wasn't really any wall to work with for Wade there. So he kicked out or threw it away. But he's back at the takeoff point now, and I think we'll see an adjustment. He'll go back to that rail, pushing on that tail, which he does so well. Works over the first section. There's that well-timed hit, the second manoeuvre. Forcing his way through this ride a little bit. It's not flowing as freely as Seth's last wave did. That was a 6.17. But it was a little more Wade Carmichael, that ride.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Wado starting to wind up on that one and get that trademark hack that he's so famous for. And, you know, the beauty of these guys, the heavier guys, they can throw a lot of water. Whenever they do their turn, the water just goes flying to the sky, and it's always an impressive thing the judges take note of.
Wade Carmichael will punish his opponents, Luke, when they go out there thinking they hold an edge over him because they have an air. We've seen it from him before. He's finaled on the beach breaks over in Rio before. That was in 2018. Actually went back-to-back finals, losing out to Felipe in both of those. But, yeah, made the final at Jeffreys Bay as well. Not a surprise to see him do that. But, yeah, he is a guy that when he gets going and starts linking those manoeuvres together, he has incredible variety. And he doesn't need the airs because he's so strong on the rail.
For sure, on his forehand, incredible. If this was a little left-hander, you'd have all your money on Seth Moniz. But because it's a Wright, that forehand carved a hack, he's got about 3 different versions of it, and he can pull it out at the last section to suit what's in front of him. And yeah, that was a better wave for Wade on that last one, managing to get some rhythm and get some nice turns done.
Well, Seth's out in front at the moment. Wade's chasing a 7.74 to get into the lead. We just saw the shock elimination of the current ratings leader, John Florence. Let's hear from him now with Stace.
Tried him here with John Florence. John, unfortunate result there, mate. What's the immediate takeaways?
I'm not sure yet. I'm going to go back and kind of see. And yeah, I got to see what kind of I did wrong. I think I kind of got ahead of myself in my mind and like started trying too hard and catching too many waves. Sometimes it's better for myself if I slow down, but again, I don't know. I'll watch it back and kind of learn from it.
For sure. Are you someone who likes to watch it straight away, or will you give yourself a day?
No, I like to watch it straight away. I think that's the great thing about competing is you learn so quickly. And so, yeah, I'm going to watch it and go over it and learn and hopefully come out better from it and Narrabeen.
I'm sure you will. We really appreciate your time, and we'll see you down at Narrabeen.
Yeah, thank you.
John Florence just doing pretty well to master disappointment there, but he'll go and review it, and I think what his coach Ross Williams, you know, what a partnership they've been the last few years. I think what they'll identify pretty quickly is that John's performances are on point. The manoeuvres are high quality. It was just like John said, he got a bit ahead of himself and started chasing bigger numbers than maybe he needed early on in that heat.
Started to try and manufacture scores, and he's already identified it. I think he tried to manufacture scores. He didn't sit there and wait for the opportunity. There's an old saying: if you're on the wave, if you're on the best waves, your opponent has got no chance. And he needed to add a little bit of that flavour into that last heat to beat Morgan.
Well, 14.5 minutes to go, and it's been fun just watching the priority and how it factors into this heats and who gets the rhythm. Dimity's been watching pretty closely.
Yep.
Dim, Priority, sometimes it's working against the surfers.
I know, especially in a wave like this. The Merriweather rock break is so unpredictable that priority can almost be a curse. And you've seen that with Seth getting under priority his best wave. And then, you know, sometimes you just want to be more, you know, on the hunt, and just, if you don't have priority, you can kind of sniff out a couple more waves and try and make something out of an opportunity there, make an opportunity out of something which might not look like an amazing wave from out the back.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, 13 and a half minutes to go. One pickup I've made, Luke, and maybe you can talk to this, is that it seems to be hard to find a good place to land an air out of the rock break. Seems like there's a fair bit of feedback that you get off that rock shelf as the tide starts dropping out.
Yeah, it's either on the outside first turn, or there's another little shelf on the inside that you'll start seeing making it turn and come at you. There's another opportunity there. But, you know, I love the way Morgan came out of the water and was just like, it's a pretty tricky wave when it's like this, so the local guys have got a bit of an advantage, and it's really starting to show. Even in this heat, neither competitor has really taken it on like Morgan did, or you know, so I think, yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing there's more locals to come today.
Well, just under 13 minutes to go here. Seth Moniz holds the lead, also has priority, and Wade Carmichael is currently chasing a 7-point ride as Ryan Callanan gets ready to hit the water. Welcome back to the show, and what a show it's been so far today. The round of 32 has seen some big upsets. It's seen some local surfers putting on a great show, and Morgan Siblett getting the jump on John Florence, and moving on through to the round of 16. He'll be taking on the winner of the heat unfolding at the moment. Seth Moniz looking good at the moment, holding priority and the lead over Wade Carmichael. As we move through the draw, next up will be Ryan Callanan and Crosby Colapinto, the wild card. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch as Wade just doesn't find the wall that he wants to let go of some of those big forehand arcs.
Yeah, Seth just being really patient here, holding priority. He knows that the job on hand now is to better that 5.550. And well, Seth's looking in command, in control of this heat so far. And Wade will try and push him into a wave here, try and steal priority off him. And that'll give him an opportunity to wait for that set wave that he needs, that he's been looking for, because really haven't seen Wado open up in that heat, in this heat yet. Haven't really seen Wado's best surfing.
Seth Moniz, you know, he's the modern day newcomer to the Championship Tour, Luke. Super focused, well-rounded, very conscious of what he's eating and his training. Wade Carmichael, a little more old school, bit of a pie man. And yeah, he'll hit the bakery after a surf. Obviously still puts in the hard work, but it's a classic contrast.
It definitely is, yeah. And Wade, we've got to remember, Wade was on the WQS for a long time trying to get his spot on the WCT and use that top turn to do it. Yeah, and he is old school, and it's great to see still out there like that.
For me, Ron, that power base to a surfer never really goes out of fashion, and it's, you know, it's a thing that has put a lot of surfers through a long and distinguished career. Just having that real power position, it's something that you can draw on all the time. It's always going to look dynamic, and it's all that progressive element is sort of the sugar and the icing on top.
It is Thursday, April 8th here in Australia, and here at Merewether we're approaching 11 a.m. Luke, how is the tide going to affect conditions as we move into the afternoon?
Yeah, I think it's a 20 past 12 low tide, so we've got a little bit more before it hits the bottom. My feeling is about 1:32, the place is just going to cook. The tide on the way back in, it'll fill it in a little bit. Right now it's a bit disconnected, and it'll do that for the next hour. There's still some great opportunities. We see Wade having a go at this one.
Well, Wade needs to get a decent number on the board. He wants to chip away at the requirement or just chase it down with this single ride. Just trying to piece it together and find some flow in this lineup, which, as Luke said, is a little disjointed at this stage. Better finish on this ride. We'll see if it betters the 4.67 that he's holding on to at the moment and chips away at the number needed, but it probably won't be the 7 that he needs to jump into the lead.
Sometimes it just looks like a little lumpy shore break, but one good thing about Merewether, once you've surfed this position off the rocks, it's got a lot of push. These guys are still riding their normal board. They're not really on a step down or anything, so because it's over reef and it's so shallow and it comes out of pretty deep water, you know, like that wave looks pretty small, but it's carrying Wade along nicely, and he's still getting some good scoring potential done.
It felt like he recomposed on this one, Rich. He took his time a little more, hit the sections that were on offer, and it might just help him find his feet a little more.
Absolutely. It's almost like a little reset between the heat here for Wado. Looking really good on that wave. I think he brought a little bit more energy to it. You could see in between turns he was driving through with a little bit more speed, connecting it a little better than on his previous wave. So perhaps just having a mental note to himself, come on, keep the energy up, stay in this heat, show the judges that I'm still well and truly invested.
Well, the crowd is absolutely psyching on this next heat. Ryan Callanan up against Crosby Colapinto. Ryan top scoring in the seeding round. And we got competition underway. Knows this break better than anyone in the draw. Has spent more time out here than anyone. And he'll be inspired by what he saw from Morgan. And he's going to have to be on because Crosby Colapinto is a very talented wild card. He's got nothing to lose. He's going to be throwing down some big turns out here.
Yeah, he's got that big front side swoop, and for me, he was one of the standout performers of the early rounds. And Crosby, with absolutely nothing to lose coming in the event as a wild card, he'll be looking to take some scalps. And, well, he's going to have a big task against the local favourite.
Well, Wade Carmichael forcing Seth Moniz to make the decision, and it was an easy one for the Hawaiian because it was a good-looking wall. He's got plenty of speed. He is charged up at the moment. Just looking super twitchy while still actually getting through the turns with a lot of commitment, but he's just so on between turns, just able to generate so much speed and just fly across those flatter sections.
Looks like he's got power on tap and he can go wherever he wants on the wave. I like the way that he's jumping over the inside when he hits the lip, but here we go on the outside, driving through that foam really nicely, carving back to the inside. And this turn here, which he hits the lip and jumps over that trough just to make sure it doesn't land in the middle of his board and kick him off. Seth is surfing a really good heat here, and nice power and flow and heaps of speed.
There's a spark to his surfing, Rich, but I know you're going to love just the compression off the bottom that he's got at the moment.
You read my mind, Ronnie, just how low Seth is getting on his bottom turn, and it gives him that ability to spring up into the lip, gives him all that power off the top. And if there's any advice we can sort of hand down to the recreational surfer is try and get a bit lower on that bottom turn, get that energy in the legs, in the thighs, and drive up through the bottom turn, up into the lip. It allows you to come out into those turns with a lot of speed, helps you drive through it from start to finish.
Great to be here at Merewether, and we pay our respects to the traditional custodians, the Awabagal people of this region. And man, oh man, what a morning it's been.
It's been so awesome. We've
Mine's been spinning.
Oh no, there's had so many highs and lows, and all these little mini stories within each heat that we've been calling is great. And you know, this is all part of the CT. We love it.
Luke Egan's been wiping the tears away from his eyes all morning. He's just loving the show, seeing the world's best at his home break, Merewether. As we dive into the Harvey Norman recap, Seth, he's just looked on from the outset, Rich, and really engaged in this battle.
Yeah, really fast, and that's the one thing that separated these two for me, is just the speed that Seth's brought to this heat, just flying over all these sections. Wado's just going to his trademark front hand snap, and unfortunately just his wave choice letting him down a little bit at this point.
Had his moments, but he does have to find another speed to match it. I think that's one thing you see when the waves aren't overhead and surfers are forced to generate a bit of their own speed too, Luke. If you can add speed and show more speed than your rival, everything looks a little bit sharper, a bit more critical.
Definitely, and Wade really needs a bigger open face here to show his power. You know, once he applies that power, that's, you know, the speed you're talking about will come out. And that's what he's going to have to do if he's going to get through this heat or even get anywhere close to Seth Moniz' performance.
It's one of those heats, Rich, that's not out of reach, though. Wade Carmichael, the requirement for him is a 7. And he's got the tools to turn in something pretty exceptional if he gets that opportunity.
Yeah, at this point in the heat with 3 minutes to go, it is quite simple, the outlook and what Wade needs to do here. He needs to get on that wave. We know he's capable of throwing down some huge turns, but he's going to need to string together at least 2 to 3 of them, Louis, I reckon, to drop that score around the 7-point mark, don't you think? Yeah, and now that he's got priority, he can't play that game of, okay, I'll just have a go and see what this one's like with only 2 minutes to go. He's going to have to sit there and just, if the wave comes, he wins. If it doesn't, he loses. It's that simple with this time of the heat.
Just drop anchor and wait for the bomb.
Wait for the bomb. It'll come.
Well, you can see that defined section of the rocks break here. The white water kind of tells you where those Wrights are reeling off there on the inside. But it can get a little shifty. Wade's seeing this wave as the one to turn in the number he needs. Has to fit that turn under the hook of the wave. Second turn stronger as he drives into the third. Wants the big finish now on the inside. If he doesn't get the 7 he needs, he'll want to chip away at the requirement. I think that will be his best ride. Pretty solid stuff.
Wow. This is going to be a really good contrast of what the judges are thinking today. There was some powerful turns there. The first turn, he cracked it. So it's going to be interesting to see the light positioning of Seth Moniz to the angry, hard pushing aggro Wade Carmichael, and here we go, taking off. Look how hollow this little wave is. Bangs it out of the lips super fast, gets it up there one more time, comes around. How about a third one? It gets a little sleepy on the inside here, but he flows through with not too much bouncing around until right now, and then gets a finish. This is going to come really close to taking the lead.
Well, there's just under a minute to go here, Rich, and it was like Wade Carmichael had a sip of Red Bull or something before this ride, because he did move at a different speed. You know, for his sake, he's probably hoping he hasn't left this run too late, but this was definitely at a different speed, the way he performed on this ride.
I love the transition here. Watch this. No kind of double movement here. Wado goes straight back into that bottom turn and then fires that second turn off. And that was that 2-turn combo for me is where all the points are going to come from. The work he did at the end was basically a little bit of a sprinkling of icing there.
Wow. And it is a big number, a 7.5. And Wade is energized, showing more energy in the last couple of minutes of this heat than he did throughout the 30-minute exchange. And he has come on at the right time. Like you said, Luke, he's got to just basically sit there. If he gets the wave, he gets the score. He found it.
Absolutely did. I could see a couple on the outside on the wide shot prior, and I thought maybe one of those waves would connect, and it did. And you know, Wade answered to it.
Seth did everything right throughout that heat, but Wade Carmichael put him on a right with a couple of nice, clean sections. And he is going to string together some big, powerful turns. He's going to get the jump on the Hawaiian in this one and move on through to the round of 16. And Seth will have to regroup at the Rip Curl Narrabeen Classic. Carmichael just saving himself in the final stages there. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring in Joe Tapel, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and the 2012 World Champion.
I joined the Merriweather Surfboard Club when I was about 10 years of age.
I think I joined when I was about 14, so 36 years ago.
Merriweather Surfboard Club for me was kind of where my career started in a way. As a Grom, to be able to watch people like Matt Hoy and Luke Egan, the level was always so high.
Mark Richards just bringing home 4 world titles was just so aspiring to everyone. That laid a platform for myself, Matt Hoy, Simon Law. Like, we all saw that happen as kids, and myself and Matt laid that same foundation for Ryan. Pretty confident Ryan's laying the same foundation for younger guys now. Winning the Surf League.
Always 4 in a row.
It was just a really healthy rivalry.
MR was our main dude, and then we had Simon Law, Luke Egan,
Matt Hoy,
Nick Wood,
Mark Richards, Shane Powell. That was some incredible years.
We had a hell team.
Celebrating over 55 years of the Merriweather Surfboard Club with so many incredible legends that we've had on hand for so many moments already in this event. Mark Richards himself was able to sound the first horn to kick us off for CT competition. It's great to see everybody here watching the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona at the Harvey Norman host set. It's very special to be with world champions like I have here on set. Thanks for being with us all around the world. Joe Turpel with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, 78 world champ, and from the same turf up on the Goldie, 2012 world champ Joel Parkinson. Parko, miss you so much. It is so great to see you here on the couch with us.
Thanks. Glad to be back. It's it feels like I never really left when I walked down the beach right then. I was like, I almost felt like I need to have my board under my arm and make sure I had ticked all the boxes, but it's nice just to walk into an event and be a spectator.
And what does it feel like? I remember you really thought out your retirement, and it was cool. Like, I was lucky to be on some of these discussions as you're traveling around the world, and now returning to, you know, a CT level event again as a fan, as, you know, still a lifelong surfer. What is that really feeling like for you?
It's good. I actually really enjoy it. I mean, as much as I loved competing and it was, you know, my job for a long time, it really is nice to sit on the other side of the fence. Especially the first heat I got to watch was John and Morgan, and to walk down and see the atmosphere and just be a part of it was like, wow, that's really cool. Knowing that, you know, the result doesn't affect me one bit. I was just a spectator, and it was great to be there.
Well, we've got Parko with us this entire heat. Ryan Callanan versus Crosby Colapinto. This is a matchup we were waiting for, first starting with Ryan Callanan. Bugs, what are you expecting out of him today?
Well, kind of similar conditions to the first day, a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. Ryan on his backhand that first day just had it just dialed. You know, we see him now taking off, and just that patented bottom turn, top turn. He's really the backhand attack, and he's got a bit of flair and some variety.
Ryan Callanan still swinging on his first wave. He'll step off, so trying to establish a rhythm early against Crosby Colapinto. One thing we've been hearing a lot about, local knowledge really paying off, identifying the good waves. I feel like that was a big part of Morgan's success against John earlier this morning. Joel.
Yeah, I thought that too. The waves that he actually got seemed like they had a little more south push to them. It's probably really hard to, I guess, sit here and watch it from this angle, but I went down and watched front on, and straight away I saw what the waves that he was looking for looked like. You could already see down the line there was already so much more potential in that wave. And he knew which one it was going to be. Like it was like written like a book for him. So local knowledge would be pretty key out there.
Pretty special for Morgan. We thought he wasn't going to be able to surf. We heard the news about his toe, and it was day to day. And then to go into a performance like that, Ryan's going to feel this too. But down there during that heat with Morgan, the crowd was going crazy, and all the eruptions were making all the dogs bark like up and down the beach. And I don't know if he's ever felt that kind of reception before over a heat win.
Well, I mean, I ran into Morgan this morning. He was just hobbling down. He had a limp going. He wasn't sure. He hadn't surfed. He didn't know whether he could even surf. And my gosh, what a performance. But just to that point, to Joel's point, the other day when Morgan's opponents were surfing that mid-bank, the left, coming into the shore break, he was over on this rock break, and he was picking those little ones that just had little pockets all the way through. And in that very first round, and John was in the very next heat watching Morgan, and that's when John went out there and put on the performance of the day. They met in that round. I mean, that was a huge boil over, Joel.
Huge. I mean, it was really cool to see the Merriweather board riders down there going absolutely mad too. Like the hometown crowd, like Joe was saying, dogs going crazy on the beach. It was full on. It was awesome. It reminded me a little like how Snapper used to get, you know?
Yep.
Especially when the Brazilians, like all surf, because it's such a Brazilian community on the Gold Coast. It was madness. It was really cool to see.
It's been a topic too this year because, you know, Pipe was quiet. You know, you couldn't get down to the beach. It was kind of like this silent outer reef, it felt like. You know, it was just really interesting. And Ryan Callanan was saying he actually feeds off crowd reactions at Pipe to kind of see if his opponent got a good score. He said it was surreal, like a dream. And then you're surfing Pipe and backdoor. It is the Pipe Masters. Then returning to that crowd element, especially for a local, knowing that Ryan finished in the final last year in a tiebreak loss to Julian, I feel like he's been able to find comfort in that crowd, especially right here at Merriweather Beach.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, crowd plays a huge factor. I couldn't imagine. I'm just visualizing coming out of the water at Pipe and not having a person there. I mean, I guess most sports right now are probably in the same boat, but it must be a, you know, sometimes even in Hawaii, you would use a lineup of people on the beach or where your kind of group are watching from, you know, they sit in the same place. You kind of got your mark from that. And it must be a really weird, surreal feeling to walk up the beach after winning a Pipe Masters with a couple of people there.
100%. Great to have the crowd back here at Newcastle, in the city of Newcastle, Merriweather Beach. 21:40 on the clock. Callanan, 5:07.45. Early lead over the wild card, Crosby Colapinto. And let's hear from Wade Carmichael, winner of the last heat with Stace.
Wade, you're generally a pretty cool, calm and collected character. How's the heart rate?
Yeah, all good. I was just waiting for my wave, really. Like, I felt good on all my little 3s and 4s, and I just didn't have the opportunity to like bang out a good turn to get a high score. And to be honest, I don't know what Steph did, because all the ones he got snuck under. And as soon as that wave came through, I knew it was a good one. It had like that good bowl, and I felt good and didn't fall off.
Yeah, mate, I really like what you said there about feeling good on some of those smaller scores. How important is it to kind of keep a positive mindset when you know you're surfing well, but the scores aren't reflecting that?
Yeah, it's just keep your head in the game pretty much and trust yourself, trust your board, and it'll work out.
Certainly right, mate. Your board looked phenomenal on that last one. Is that what you've been riding all week?
Yeah, little epoxy keg. It's going good, it's going fast. I feel light in the water, and I think the judges liked on that last one.
Absolutely, they did. Mate, I'd like to bring up something we spoke about before. Do you change your stance bouncing from PU to epoxy?
I think, I don't change it like personally, but I think it gets narrower. I don't really know.
It certainly
gets narrower.
It needs to be narrow in that little tight bowl. You made it work really well. I know you got a lot of fans watching online, mate. Did you want to sing out to them?
Just thanks everyone for the support, and we'll make it to the next one. Hopefully not so late at the end and get through at the start.
Doesn't matter how you win it, mate. Well done.
Yeah, cheers.
Unreal, Stace. Like that question. Just a stance change, just considering the materials of an epoxy or a standard polyester surfboard. Have you ever thought about that before, Parko?
Not until then. Yeah, I think it changes a lot. You know, you think so, Rab? I'd say I think I'll probably go a little wider when I.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, you know, I mean, look at. I don't know what Morgan was riding, but my gosh, his board looked unbelievable out there.
Yeah,
I mean, he looked so sharp and so fast, and it just looked like a cut above it. I mean, the board he was riding. But yeah, that last heat, that really, I did not see that coming. Like, I watched that whole heat, and at about the 28-minute mark, I walked over here. Seth was dominating the heat completely. It just looked like he had it wrapped. And I walked over here, and the next minute, Wade's in the lead.
It was a nice surprise finish for Carmichael. Yeah, Seth had the lead throughout, got knocked out right at the end, and Carmichael looking so solid. In probably conditions, you felt like Seth might have had more options going above the lip, being a little more free with his fins, and that power-based act from Avoca Beach will get Wade with a matchup with Morgan Siblick in the round of 16. Joel, this is probably a great time to dive into the story of the next great hopes for Australia to achieve a world title. You know, you've got now the older crew with, you know, you've got Ace at the top of the list, Julian Owen, you know, still representing. Julian Owen will be into the Olympics this year, but a lot of young names that look really strong too.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for this year personally, I still think your big names are other guys. I think Jules, Owen, I think they're the two that really, for me, I think have got all packaged, ready to, you know, pounce if the opportunities arise and they're in a position for a world title. I think they're the type of guys that could do it. But then the future looks pretty bright for us too. Even right down to the 13-year-old kids are looking good too. So.
Joel, I was going to ask you, like with Ryan, like it's like his second coming. And then when he came back to the tour and re-qualified, I think he got 14th in the last running of the tour in 2019. So he didn't, require the QS. You know, it seems like he was poised to strike.
Yeah, I still think Ryan. You know, I still feel surfing probably has changed to, instead of being prime time at 24, 25, I think it's getting into the later 20s, even to the 30 now. And I think Ryan's, you know, within the next, you know, say 2 to 3 years, he'll be the guy who'll probably be leading Australian surfing.
Yeah, and I feel you guys actually set that bar. You know, that going, you know, peaking in your late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
And I mean, it sounds right. I mean, there was always that mindset that surfing's a young sport, but you guys
I think Kelly's just throwing a spanner in it all and peaking at 50. It doesn't really. It throws us all out, doesn't it?
It is interesting because now you look at the top 34 and there's just 10 surfers now in the 30-plus club this year on tour. But Joel, world champ in 2012. We've been talking about this a lot. The brand new format heading to Lower Trust was a place you were very successful in competing at an individual CT. Now it's the Rip Curl WSL Finals. One day, a showdown for the top 5 men, top 5 women to crown a world champion on one day. Your reaction to the format?
I like it. I think, I mean, you know what? Okay, it doesn't work. I thought about it. We got to have a go at it. This could be amazing. Like, I mean, how many things that you did, Rabbit, when you were young, like when you were running the helm, you took some risks too in the sport, and they paid off well. Thanks, we had a dream tour, and that's awesome. This could be one of those risks they're going to take, and it could be amazing. If it doesn't, we go back to the original format if it doesn't work, right?
Well, that's a good call, Joel. I mean, I think risk-taking and being innovative and, you know, responsive. I mean, obviously that showdown with Italo and Gabriel Medina at Pipeline was just the ultimate. You can't get better than a showdown for the world title. I mean, this format, you would have grabbed it. I mean, I can imagine you coming in, no matter whether you're 5, 4, 3, 2 or 1. It's a format that on the day you're a momentum sort of guy.
Definitely. It would have been incredible to, you know, say you're coming in, you got 4 heats and I'm world champ. That's all you got to win. I mean, you got to win the 3 at the end, right? But that would just be the ultimate, you know.
And just all coming down to one day. And so also #1 in the world heading into that has that clear advantage, which I feel is great. Like, you're waiting to see who's going to meet you at that final best 2 out of 3 stage.
For sure, but the more heats you surf, the more in tune you get, the less pressure you feel. So I feel there is definitely an advantage for the world champ, but it's not as great as what people will think.
No, it's not. I mean, there used to be an old format that they did one year at Bells, and it was a repechage format. And it was the same thing. MR was sitting there, then there was Dane next to him, and I was way, way back. And I was that guy that came through, and you do build momentum all the way. You build and build and build and build. And unfortunately, that was about 7 or 8 heats, and MR just trotted down the hill fresh as a daisy. and only beat me in the last minute.
Really?
Yeah, it was so gnarly.
Did you run out of gas in it?
79. No. I got the best wave of the final with a minute to go, turned around. It was at Winky Pop. I looked up, and MR was on this little double up and went, oh, that's nothing. He went over the double up and did his last snap in front of me.
Oh, that's all time. Love floating back in history with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, Joel Parkinson, 8 titles. As we talk about 14:24 on the clock, Ryan Callanan out in front. Crosby Colapinto, the wild card, needing a 6.9 to extend his time here in Merriweather. We'll see if he can do it right after this.
Newcastle is a very special place in my heart. With the right swell direction and wind and sand and everything, I've had some definitely world-class waves here. The city as a whole is just booming and the vibe's really amazing. The whole history of the place and how it came to be and what it's growing into is really, really special. To have a WCT event here is just phenomenal. The whole surrounding Newcastle area is such a big part of who I am, and to be competing on that world stage at my home break, it's going to be an incredible experience. The people of Newcastle really make this place so special. Everything that's going on around the place, it's on the up. I definitely recommend visiting Newcastle.
It's really special to get to enjoy Newcastle. For me personally, first time here, it's incredible. Just that urban city vibe, but next to the most beautiful beaches you've seen with that old Australian history to it, and a lot of amazing legends when it comes to surfing and big events. Ryan Callanan, the local hero to all the grommets down here, all a part of the Merriweather Surfboard Club, and it's all been about his family. His dad, a lifetime member, as he represents his dad with that number 57 that he wears on his back. That was the year his father was born, and he's always surfing with them in their hearts. You add his mom there, Janice, to the story. He's got twin sisters that are cheering him on in this heat as Crosby Colapinto lights up this insider with a couple of big carves. There's the float, frontside wrap again. The younger brother of Griffin, but he's a bit taller, and he's been learning a lot along the way. Slams on that end section finish, and Crosby looking to break down a 6.9 to try to really push that local hero of Ryan Callanan. Crosby got the call up late for this opportunity. He was already through 2 days in quarantine. Got the call from Ryan Fletcher saying you are in the main event. Thanks for watching Pro Surfing. We just had a wave ridden from Crosby Colapinto, Joe Turpel with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, Joel Parkinson, a couple of world champions from the Gold Coast. Joel, you spent a lot of time with this man, Ryan Callanan. He's looking sharp and unbelievable. He just goes down on just such a routine move for our Cal.
Yes, probably wasn't a lot more in that wave. I think he just went for that last turn. It looks like we've got a bit of a paddle battle too here, which would probably be important at this break. Look, I think Ryan may get it there with the inside track, but good old paddle battles. They never get old, do they? They're so good to watch.
You see their fitness and their dedication, and then what it means for a heat. So right now, Crosby hasn't been in a lot of these. Ryan does have the inside track and the local knowledge, and he's been in a number of these battles. The judges will have them continue to paddle until they make it clear, switch the disc around in favor of either Ryan or Crosby.
Well, they still haven't given it.
No, it's I think make him paddle to New Zealand at the moment.
No, this is where the judges go, we want you guys to surf the outside break.
Yeah, well, as we were talking about that, you know, at what point do you start to move out of on the outer bank, and whether or not it actually isn't going to be breaking out there enough?
Well, we've got a 12:20 low tide, Joel, and so I myself have been thinking that half to low tide section might be where someone chances their hand on the outside. The one thing from the locals is that there's no sand on the outside, so what happens is that you've got this kind of a big, deep channel, and you've got to get a wave, you can do a big move on the outside because there's not much scoring potential in that. You know, that fat part of the wave. You're just trying to make that connection, so no one's really taken the risk yet.
So interesting. 9:10 on the clock. Remember, Owen Wright and Miguel Pupo preparing next in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We'll send it to Stace.
That's right, I'm here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and coming up in one of the next heats, Miguel Pupo and Owen Wright. It's quite a tight little zone in here. These guys have got the equipment to warm up on, and it's awesome to see the energy these two are both sharing pre-heat and going into the water. Both fairly similar surfers with beautiful styles and that back-end approach out here. Really looking forward to seeing what they can bring.
Looking forward to that classic goofy foot battle. These two have been on tour for a long time, but they haven't met in a head-to-head matchup since 2014. So it's been an incredibly long period of time for the two goofies. Any edge for either of these two heading into the next heat, Joel?
For me, I mean, I think Owen will probably have a little bit of an advantage. I think his wave selection is amazing at the moment. Watching his heat the other day, even though he was late, he seemed so not stressed, not phased, and paddled out and picked the best waves. It's incredible.
He left a mess in the car park. He realized that there was only 2 heats of the women's elimination round. In his head, he thought 4, and he was going, hang on, I'll leave this all there, run down to the heat, and he still got through.
Well, and then I think he got down to the beach and went, maybe, you know, I think I'm going to get a ride out on a jet ski. And no, you got to paddle, and it's way out the back.
Yeah.
7:45 on the clock. We've talked about Ryan a bit in this heat, Joel, but you've obviously spent a lot of time with the Colapintos. And then from what you got to see from the Colapinto explosion in Hawaii this year, getting so many incredible rides of backdoor and pipeline. How did that feel watching all those clips of these young brothers coming up strong?
Yeah, amazing. They've taken the gnarly waves on so well. Like, they've done so well in all the bigger waves. And consistently getting good waves and consistently making amazing maneuvers. So really, it's a testament to how hard they've been working on it.
Really cool. I think Crosby's parents, Mitch and Camille, are on a road trip up the California coast trying to pull over to watch this heat. Let's watch the Harvey Norman recap. Ryan Callanan, local favorite, finalist last year at Surf-Fest, going to that stock standard, solid, powerful attack to build a couple of scores. Still has his lead out front, 4.5 and a 5.07, Rabbit.
Yeah, it's not one of the highest scoring heats, but I think as Joel pointed out, it's kind of, with the tide slightly deteriorating, but gee, Ryan's still making the most of it. You know, whether there's 8-point rides in it right now is questionable, but like a 5 or 6 might be pretty handy.
Crosby Colapinto got in the mix. His best score, a 4.0 at the moment. And the young Grom experiencing now a 3rd wildcard call-up, trying to really upset the world's best. He got through the first round. He said he hadn't even been in a heat in about a year since the world slowed down. He was in Manly, and then all of a sudden he's getting a jersey on. It's a CT jersey. But he's been learning a lot in a solid training program with Tommy Whitaker. Has really been paying off for him the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got his work cut out here in a pretty hard position against a local guy. Like, I think Ryan has a huge advantage with the wave deteriorating and 5 minutes to go. He's going to have to really pull the bugs out of the hat, eh, Rabbit?
He sure is, and he's going to have to get one under priority. But as you said, Ryan actually can identify the good ones.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, Joel. I mean, not every surfer on the top 34 has that benefit like you did to have your local break on the calendar to be able to be, everyone's coming your way, your town, you know, all your friends, fans. What is Ryan really getting to experience right now? What kind of opportunities does he have here?
It's probably lucky it is on this little bit of reef, because I guess this probably doesn't change a lot, you know. And snapper really doesn't change a hell of a lot. It changes a little. Here goes Colapinto on a nice little one.
Crosby tail high whip and pulls it under his feet. That was incredible extension of that surfboard. It had that little element of surprise where he tweaked it out completely vertical. I know this is something he's been really working on in the last couple of years. Being a big guy, he grew quickly in a short period of time, and everything in a beautiful motion. Beating a 5.57 there, Rabbit. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, you know, we saw what happened in the last heat. Wade Carmichael was just out of it. He was getting 3-point rides, and then he got a 7.5 right at the end. And yeah, Crosby's well and truly capable of a big score. A single maneuver. Interesting.
Crazy art. Like, Ryan lets him go. You let your opponent go. It's a one-turn wave, and they go do something like that, you know, and you go, oh, you're never safe.
No, that's right.
You're just never safe when someone's got that kind of stuff in their repertoire. That was insane.
That was insane. Slow motion. It's like, wow, that's a single.
I think sometimes you hear just the phrase air reverse gets thrown around the rock, but then you see a very technical one like Crosby just threw down and being upside down and inverted.
5.83.
That's as good as it gets. Crosby with the lead change, with that rotation, and now Ryan with priority needs a 4.77. Griffin, the older brother, is loving it. Griffin said after this Hawaiian season was the first time he felt energy with his younger brother, kind of similar to like a Bruce and Andy, like a Hobgood, where he's seeing his younger brother get a good one. He's like, hang on, now time to answer. So they're really pushing each other, doing a lot of sparring, you know, up and down the coast. That was a really crucial punt for Colapinto. Let's see how Ryan answers back.
Well, a little double up here for Ryan. He's going to need, well, he doesn't need a massive score. If he can, you know, a 4.77, if you say quickly, he needs a 5, Joel.
Wow. Well, I think he's done really well here. If he finishes this strong, it's...
He's belting it to pieces through the inside. Ryan still trying to tidy it up. Meanwhile, Colapinto's going to town. Out the back, Ryan steps off on the sand, and Crosby's into the closer. And he will just have to skim his way through this last part of the wave. If you're seeing a young, super talented surfer kind of experiencing that great instinct reaction to go for a big punt, putting himself in a fighting shot to win this heat, Ryan did really well. A lot of power on that last wave and multiple turns as well, Joel.
Yeah, well, I didn't get a good look at the back wave either, so it's going to be interesting to see how and compare this. I think this is probably the climax of the heat right here. This will just determine everything.
Here was Crosby's from start to finish. Started with the float there, Rabbit.
Yeah, then he goes into a great snap and another float. He's just kept busy on this wave, and he's scoring points all the way, Parker.
Yeah, wow, that was an insane wave. This is going to be a really tight finish between these two guys.
Now, the thing is, what we're going to be looking at, those second scores are gone, but here's a replay here. It's one of those real tight ones to the rock break.
Well, you're looking at the way they both surfed. You're looking at 2 improvements on this last exchange. Ryan looking to better a 4.5, but Crosby was still carrying a 4.0 as well.
Yeah, well, for me personally, I thought Ryan's wave was surfed better, but you know, they may. I'm not too sure. I'm not a judge, actually.
Well, but if these 2 scores are going in, which we feel they are, let's look at the high score. See, Crosby's got that 5.83, Ryan's got the 5.07, so it's actually Ryan is going to have to make up a bit more ground if these are the 2 high
needs another half point.
Yeah.
Entering the final minute, judges still taking advantage of the replay to set this one off. Ryan Callanan rifling off some incredible, powerful turns. Scores are in for Callanan. 6.33 gets the lead back. Now Crosby's waiting for his. He needs at least a 5.58. Jadson and Griff waiting for the numbers.
Wow, it's
going to be right there.
Right on the money.
It's going to be right there. There's one judge with more, or just under.
Scores come through officially. 5.23 on the decision. Crosby stays in second. Down to 40 seconds. He'll take this wave, and not much on it, but a clean frontside wrap. You need a miracle section to grow to really throw something big down. And Crosby just hanging in there, starting to really run out of time, winding up for the punt. Just a little quick reverse just to show how in tune he is. Ryan's going to get a meteor section to work with. Belt, first big turn, solid in the pocket. And looks like with Ryan getting this quality of a final wave, might have just put this thing to bed.
I think so.
Well, you know, the one thing about Ryan, you give him a square bottom to come off, and with a bit of draw, gosh, he's dangerous. He can really rip off some quick vertical.
Yeah, his board looked amazing too, by the way, I must say. He was like in those tight pockets on your backhand is probably the hardest surfing you have to do. That's such a hard way to surf. So
he's been working really well with JS over his career on the CT level and all the way through his qualifying run. We'll wait to make this official with the numbers. Crosby's score coming through now, 3.57. But you got to hand it to the Grom. The wild card made that really key situation in his favor where he went above the lip to put pressure on Ryan, expecting big things from Crosby when he finally qualifies.
Yeah, well, there was 3.5 minutes left when Crosby, you know, took the lead, and you could just see Ryan, his head just he got serious. He was kind of cruise mode until then he got serious, and gosh, he really those last two waves, they were so well served.
Looked so powerful and strong, and he just made that quick change, Joel, when he lost his lead, and looked like he was confident through that whole change.
He did. He looked unfazed behind, you know, and losing the heat and being unfazed is a pretty good thing to have, especially at a home beach like that.
What does your shirt say, Joel?
It says Arcal.
That's
amazing. Hellraiser.
Look at that. That is amazing. Parko, that went by quick. So great to see you. I hope we get to hang more throughout the event.
For sure. Thanks for having me, guys. I'm going to get back up and surf some pretty good Kira, I think.
There you go.
Well done. It's pumping. Arcal survives, moves on to the next one. Owen and Miguel coming up next.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Cup, presented by Corona. I am here with Ryan Callanan. Ryan, are you aware of the saying that when the Knights are winning, the whole town lifts? And as you are well aware, the Knights aren't winning, mate, so are you feeling any extra pressure to win at the moment?
Oh my gosh. Oh man, I wish the Knights were winning. But you know, this only comes around once every now and then, or you know, once in a lifetime for me to have a CT at home, and for you know, to see me be put on the ropes and be able to kind of come back, even though it wasn't really a super exciting heat in terms of waves and what came through, but you know, just to have those opportunities at the end and capitalise feels really good.
Absolutely, and you created those opportunities for yourself. No doubt you'll break that down with your coach, but I was extremely impressed to see you let that last wave go and then wait out the back and ultimately seal the heat, which that could have gone either way, mate.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of a curse of being a local. I looked at that wave and just went, oh, this one's really bad, and then saw him swinging and heard them say 40 seconds, and I went, oh no! But yeah, it didn't really look like much, and you know, I figured after a 6 and a 5, he probably needed another 5, and it just, yeah, I don't know, I was just rolling the dice and hoping something better came.
was just trying to catch my breath too.
You rolled the dice, mate, and it came up in your favour. How you been keeping energised? It's been a mixed forecast. There's, you know, a few days on, a few days off. What have you been up to?
Feeling pretty burnt out, to be honest. I guess being at home, there's a lot more media and stuff, and just a lot more going on, and trying to juggle everything's been pretty tricky. But I feel like every time I run down before a heat and kind of resettle myself, it kind of just settles me back into the place I need to be. And you know, being at home, paddling out there, I can try and make it feel just like another board riders, and that it doesn't matter that much. Especially like versing a wild card, I know how much they can lift, and they don't have the pressure that maybe we do. So yeah, I knew Crosby was going to be a hard one, but I'm feeling good.
Absolutely, mate. We'll leave you to it. Restore that energy. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
What a great feeling for Ryan Callanan representing Meriwether Beach so incredibly well. The fans letting him hear it all, banging on the glass and just letting him hear it. What a special feeling for a local boy. Final last year on the QS level, but the championship tour, world title points, the energy of the title race brings so much more to events like this. And he's got a new balance now. I mean, he had a lot of responsibility, Rabbit. He had to show up for the press conference, all types of media. He's kind of, you almost act like a host when you're kind of that leader of bringing people to Meriwether. And he's been doing it incredibly well. Even yesterday, I was just having a quick chat with him, and he said, isn't this place the best? You know, you can just feel his love and passion for where he comes from.
Oh, he sure does. And he avails himself to the media. He always so, you know, eloquent and accommodating to media requests. But, you know, he hung tough. It was real grit, you know, to let that wave go. And then Crosby took the lead. There was 3.5 minutes remaining. Time can really get away on you quickly. But, gosh, he hung tough.
As we see, Vaughn Blakey, super fan, getting himself in the mix and showing support. Marcal Mania.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's what every head is looking like when they look towards Ryan. They just can't stop smiling. He makes you happy when he says hi to you, and winning heats like that shows how much he's grown in the CT jersey. His rookie season, I mean, he went through that low seed experience where he'd have big explosive performances against guys like John and sometimes just get knocked out, but he was always in your mind of like your favorite moments in an event. Came back strong, had a win in Japan, also in Ericeira, and all of a sudden he's turned into that top 10 type mentality that you've always expected out of Ryan Callanan. Mental space is there along with his incredible talent. You know, sky's the limit for this kid.
Yeah, it really is. He's got a lot of potential. It's a similar story, I think, to Miguel Pupo, because I watched Miguel, you know, requalify, and to me, he was pretty much the most impressive guy coming through. You could just see him coming back it was in that, you know, 2019 requalify, you know, QS, and gosh, he came back. I thought he was surfing way better than he was when he got knocked out of the tour. So Miguel Pupo, be interested to see how he goes out here. We only saw him briefly the other day. He was on the wide bank, surfing the shore break basically. Now he's out here against Owen Wright. Owen started with that 3.67. But yeah, Miguel, he'll be a handful for anybody on this tour.
Well, it's great to see someone who is able to come back and redefine their passion for the tour. And like Joel was mentioning with us before, how your peak and your prime is totally different story now. Or Miguel Pupo is 29, but maybe his best surfing is probably still ahead of him.
Oh, look, I just think it's great because it was one thing I have to say that when I came onto with the WSL, with the ASP, you know, I wanted to just really eliminate that whole mindset that, you know, surfing was this youth sport, that you peaked in your early 20s and then you spiraled and the best was behind you. I just knew that was false. And I just wanted to get that mindset out of the sport. You know, Oki helped me get that out of the sport. Sonny Garcia helped me get it out of the sport. And I mean, I'm not saying I took it out of the sport, and obviously Kelly Slater, but just that the fact that, you know, with the sports science, with the fact that, you know, you keep training and, you know, train properly, and your whole training regime is based around peaking later, gosh, there's no reason why you can't go well into your 30s now, and they are.
And it's interesting because that sort of was the talk well through the 80s. As soon as you hit 30, it was almost like the media would encourage you to, when are you moving on?
Well, it's so classic because, I mean, in before my day, like Nat Young and those guys, won their world titles as teenagers. I mean, when Sean Thompson and I came #2 in the world at the age of 30, it was a bit of a shock, but I remember sitting with Tom Carroll at Cloudbreak one day, and he's dangling our feet over watching perfect 6 to 8 foot Cloudbreak. And Tom turned around to me, and we'll see Owen on this wave first.
Owen Wright snap to start, beautiful coil up, 6'3", and so wiry in that approach. Looks just automatic. Perfect swing in motion, and he will slam it shut.
And Tom Carroll turned around to me, he said, Bugs, I wish I didn't listen to him, to them. And I knew exactly what you're saying. Because he retired at 33, because it's the same as you said. Like everyone, the media, even his sponsors, probably his family even was saying, okay, it's time to move on. You're 32, 33. And Tom, like the Dream Tour happened, and I went, oh my gosh, Tom, you would have done so well on this,
100%. Tommy Carroll, what a legend of the sport. Multiple-time pipe master, multiple-time world champion. And also, you mentioned Aki, who won the greatest comeback maybe to a world title in history when he came back and won that title back in 1999. Sonny then clinched in 2000. What about this start from Owen?
Yeah, well, Owen, the other day he was huge on the outside bank, though. There was like 5 foot waves, and look how agile he is on these smaller waves.
So quick to react. And Owen did say that he has been focusing on small wave surfing, really specifically with the Olympics coming up, being a part of the Australian Olympic team. He knows he needs to be incredibly sharp in his 1 to 2 foot range game, and it's looking really polished at the moment.
Oh, he's looking so sharp, and yeah, he looks like he's here for business, that's for sure.
So these two haven't met head-to-head since 2014. They had 3 matchups in the past, 2-1 Miguel's favor. We saw Miguel fall off tour. Owen's had a couple of seasons off, even before the real scary head injury. He had some back pain. I think that was back 2013. But Owen had that instant success when he qualified as a rookie back in 2010. It was that second year, Bugs. He was just second year on tour. That was the year he went 3 finals in a row with Kelly Slater from Tahiti, New York, and Lower Trestles. He won the famous event in New York, which had $300,000 as a prize. Still the record for most money in history for a win.
Yeah, it was amazing timing for a second-year pro, to have this amazing rivalry with Kelly Slater, and then to win the event in New York, the one-off event, $300,000, and then that final at Trestles. It was so cool at Lowers.
That was insane to watch. Owen was so young. He was the new school, the future, and already put himself with the title showdown with Kelly. Kelly clinched that title early that year in 2011, ends up getting it in San Francisco before heading to Pipeline.
And that was it was such an amazing year, because that was the year that John and Gabriel Medina, Philippe Toledo, Kalo Handino, it was the cut, and they came through. Medina won 2 events in that second half of the year.
It was interesting you bring that up, Rabbit, because Miguel Pupo was at John's first world title dinner, and at the time they shared the same sponsor, and he was saying, wow, I have a lot to prove. His class already has world titles. He got called up in the mid-season rotation with Medina and John when they started at Lower Trestles that year. Owen Wright, when you go into the deep stats, you talk about 4 major event wins in his career. 176 heats surfed, 52% winning percentage. Those 4 event wins have been fun to follow. We mentioned New York, which had that $300,000 prize purse. One of the craziest ones was Cloudbreak Fiji, where he had another standout record-breaking performance, where he not only had a perfect final, but he had a previous heat earlier in the event with 2 10s as well. That had never been done before on that same finals day, to actually walk away with 2 perfect heats and the big trophy.
That was something to watch. I mean, gosh, that was, talk about a peak performance, and then repeating it. I mean, the only guy that was able to really do that consistently was Kelly Slater. Go out there and repeat a near or perfect performance.
And it's interesting when you look at those 4 wins, they all had such a huge impact on Owen's career. I mean, nothing more dramatic than his comeback win at Snapper Rocks when he beat Matt Wilkinson in the final.
Well, that was really a sentimental moment, you know, because there was 2 great mates. Wilco was having his best year ever and the best start to the tour, and what a great result, because the year before, Owen Wright was in serious trouble. He came to the event at Snapper. He was suffering from such heavy concussion that he couldn't handle noise. So the noise of the crowd completely freaked him out. He had to be taken upstairs to a quiet zone, and everyone was really worried about him. I mean, I remember going up to someone and saying, "How's he going?" And I think his wife was going, "He's going okay." And no, his wife was standing behind him, and he was going, "Yeah, I'm fine." And she was going, "No, he's not."
Right.
That was heavy.
It was a very scary experience, and I feel like this part of Australia, Newcastle, was a part of his recovery. Before that win at Snapper, he competed in the QS, and he had his first win. And then talking to his coach, Glenn Microhall, he said it actually took a couple weeks for him to recover from the attention from that win and being around people again. And so the steps to the podium in between seeing him in the public were massive for Owen Wright's recovery. And we're also thankful for himself as a human, for surf fans, that he's not only surfing again, but he's competing at a high level and representing Australia in the Olympics.
Yeah, it's going to be a big year for Owen Wright, and he's it looks like he's definitely done the work in the off season after Pipe, and then the big off season that we had in 2020, the big lay year.
And so now Owen Wright picking up his title campaign here at Newcastle. His family got bigger with his baby girl being born, and so it all starts now. He said that was a tough decision, kind of waiting to see what the world was doing. And then now he's ready to fight for a world title this year. 4.67, 3.67 are his numbers out in front. Miguel Pupo, 3.33 start. Needs a 5.01 to advance. So very small numbers at the moment. He talked about how the tide has been affecting things in such a big way. Even going back to the decisions of surfing an inside section. We saw the risky move Tyler made the other day, Owen's sister, where she was knocked out. Could have been based on maybe trying to do something different, but it kind of is a statement to all surfers paddling out for their heat. They might have to change gears halfway through to make sure they're sitting in the right spot.
Yeah, well, you know, on the east coast of Australia, we basically get about a 6-foot tide, like a 2-metre tide. It's a big difference. It's a big. Right now, the coefficients aren't extreme. We're in that middle part of the moon. You know, when we get a really big tide, then you get the minus tide. I mean, it's incredible, the difference. But, you know, I guess the real risk would be if someone goes to that outside, because the risk, is there enough power and body to get you through to that shore break? Miguel Pupo sitting out there hoping that like a Wade Carmichael situation gives it. Well, here he goes.
Miguel up. Nice tight backhand jam into the pocket. Another wrap. 2 clean turns, but he has to get out of there. One of the most stylish surfers on tour, still chasing Owen Wright, needing a 5.01 to take the lead. Remember, the reigning world champ Italo Ferreira is coming up next. He'll deal with a local boy named Jackson Baker right after this. The reigning world champ, you don't often see him just sitting still. There's usually a pace to it. He could be dancing, he could be reading a lineup, or he could be skateboarding down to the beach to go for a free surf. He likes to keep his body moving and in rhythm. Bugs, he's got Jackson Baker coming up next.
Yeah, well, that's a handful because we saw young Morgan Siblick, the local boy, surfing unbelievable, and Jackson Baker, wow, he's been on fire. This is going to be an incredible matchup. But look at Italo, he's restless, you know, he's like a stalking lion, like a big cat. Like he's definitely not there on the beach in the lotus position.
He's so fired up, ready to sink his teeth into this lineup. He's a guy that looks at waves like this and says, I can't wait to surf. No matter what it looks like, if it's 1 foot or 20 foot, Italo finds the excitement and energy in a lineup, and it's natural. It's not a mental training thing he's got to talk himself into. He honestly can't wait to surf, no matter what it looks like in the lineup. Owen Wright will roll in. His first turn, just a snap to start, picks his board back up out of the water. Lively rock and roll float. Quick climb out in front, and he'll fade out of there. Before we went to break, Bugs, we had Pupo drop that 2-ranger, 2.63, so Owen kept his lead.
Yeah, Owen's kept his lead. You know, Miguel Pupo waited quite a while. He hit the trigger on that priority, and it wasn't a good one.
So Pupo still looking for a 5-0-1 at the moment. Owen got some nice turns in there, but it's not going to change his total. Just scored on your top two. Last wave, a 2.9. We had Mikey Wright in the event earlier. He lost in the elimination round, so the last Wright standing still underway with 9:20 to go. This is stop number 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Things got started at the end of last year, end of 2020, but it was the first event of this season, the 2021 World Surf League Championship Tour. That's where we saw John Florence take out the Pipe Masters, and Owen Wright's sister win the women's side. Tyler getting knocked out early, and now John getting knocked out by Morgan Siblick kind of raises some ideas in the title race. Right now, John still number 1. Medina gets into the quarterfinals. That's when we'd see that jersey change, and the title race gets even more exciting.
Well, that's right, and of course Italo Ferreira, he's not that far behind either, so they're both still alive in the draw. Medina's the only one who's actually advanced through round 3 at this point of the big 3.
As we'll see the bottom turn, a nice vertical attack from Miguel Pupo. Second turn, solid. Third, super smooth. And now he'll just fade through the inside. Such a polished approach, but hitting the lip with authority. Nice smooth surfing from Miguel Pupo. Reminded me of some energy he brought to the Gold Coast back in 2015 when he made the semifinals at Snapper Rocks. That was his best start of his career on the championship tour.
Yeah, he's got an amazing backhand, and that was just some quick fire backhand snaps. And look, he doesn't need a huge score. It's going to be a very interesting deliberation by the judges for this one.
What's interesting as Pupo paddles out, we'll see if it's enough. Remember, 5-0-1 is what he's looking for.
Yeah, well, certainly with volume, and there's some quality in there as well.
There's this idea that you need to be on the biggest set waves, the best waves to win heats, and sometimes you can perform extremely well on the smaller sections. Pupo certainly did that. As we wait for the numbers, let's hear from the wild card, Crosby Colapinto with Stace.
At 19 years old, Crosby, you're one of the youngest in the draw, but you certainly had some pretty mature moments out there. What are your takeaways from the event, mate?
I think my takeaways are just having fun and go bigger on my maneuvers, because my last wave I think I could have done a little more than what I did, but it's just so fun just being in this contest. Like, I had so much fun. Just those 2 heats are just like all I need. Like, so fun.
Talk to me about the 5.83 blowing the tail out there. I know that's something you've been working really hard on in the off season. Was it nice to be able to put that into a heat and turn it around in that moment?
Yeah, definitely. I wasn't too much like of an air guy when I was younger, but Griffin was like really pushing me to like work on airs, and I started to work on airs, and I kind of like got them down more now. So it was nice to like have that under my belt and just go for it at the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. Mate, I know your mum and dad have probably pulled over on the side of the road to watch your heat. Did you want to say g'day?
Oh yeah, hey mom, hey dad. Thanks for watching.
Awesome, Carissa. I'll let you enjoy Newcastle.
Thanks.
Yeah, brother. Well done, mate.
Thanks so much, Stace. Crosby enjoying the moment and acting like a wild card should. Free from the moment of any consequences. He just has all to gain from this experience. And to be able to get a crucial lead change using that air game as a weapon, which is relatively new. It's something last couple of years he's really stopped and focused on. I think he has a lot of positives to carry with him, and big performances like that. Rip Curl's on a lot of events this year. Bugs, you never know. Next time he'll be putting on a jersey.
Well, look, he's got a big future ahead of him, that's for sure. And those brothers, wow, there's some gifts in there. But look at what's happened here. Miguel Pupo at 5.67 has rocketed him into the lead against Owen Wright. 5 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. So Owen Wright now sitting out there with priority. Miguel might go fishing here, and is very capable of some quick back-to-back, quick-fire scoring. Owen having a look at this wave, not interested. Miguel, he'll have a go.
Miguel Pupo just getting up on a small insider, maybe looking for something big. Got a lot of speed to set up this combination. He's going to let that one go. Nothing changing to his lead out front. 4:45 remaining.
Well, Owen needs a 4.34, so he's obviously well within his range, but he's going to need something that is, you know, going to allow him to really get that big rangy frame of his, just going top to bottom, and a nice finish. So there are some better waves out here, Joe, and even though that was a small one, Miguel Pupo picked one that really allowed him to go to town on.
Well, surfers like Owen Wright have to be really seizing this opportunity of having John Florence knocked out in the round of 32. It's not something that they can count on ever happening again, especially in Australia. I mean, for John going down, that snapped his hot streak that he had in Oz. Last time he was here, he won back-to-back events, and he hasn't lost in round 3 in 13 straight events. So that was huge for Owen and for Italo. All the title threats, they have to take advantage of that, knowing that he's not getting many points out of this. And Owen's got to be in that must-win situation type feeling early on here with 3:30 to go.
Yeah, Owen's, you know, pretty much in a similar position to Ryan Callan. There's 3.5 minutes remaining. His opponent has just taken the lead after Owen looks like he's been in charge for the whole heat, but just hasn't been able to get above that 5-point range. And certainly now will need a little bit of help in the form of a quality wave.
Owen's starting to move, maybe looking interested. And now we'll take this wave, needing the 4.34. Big vertical hook in the pocket for Owen Wright.
Yeah, he went vertical straight up. He needs a bit more on this one, Joe.
Off the bottom, there's the slam shot for Wright.
4.34. Now we see Miguel on a wave that's got a bit more wall, but just too whitewatery to get an open face happening. Also, he will more than likely maintain priority, not knowing what his opponent's done though, but he might have been looking from the back and not seeing multiple sprays coming off the back of the wave.
Very interesting when you're seeing so much energy. You're hearing a crowd react, an Australian crowd react to Owen, trying to will him into a comeback situation. Pupo trying to find that silence out there to hang on to his lead.
Yeah, look, Pupo's a dangerous customer. He's an unsung Brazilian. No one talks about him, and he just lies in wait. But as I said, just the surfing he was doing on his comeback was the best I'd seen him. He just looked faster and slicker, and he really worked on his power moves.
I mean, we talked about the semifinal he had at Snapper, but Pupo in his run in Australia hasn't been the most successful in the last 9 appearances he's had. We're talking Snapper, Bells, Margaret River. He's lost in round 2 or 3.
Okay.
So now with 90 seconds, Rab, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing Owen Wright has just, what's he got going here? He's just got a 4.93. 4.93. So the judges love that big first totally vertical maneuver he did. That was amazing, Joe. Like, went so 12 o'clock.
That's those clutch moments you work on throughout your career of not doubting yourself when you know you have a chance to turn a heat. Now Pupo does have priority, and he's got to have the same feeling. I mean, he only needs a 3.93. He really just needs a wave. One vertical section could do the difference for him.
Well, it is always dangerous when you're only carrying a 3.33 in your two-wave tally. Now, Owen, he still hasn't cracked the 5, but he didn't need to. He only needed a 4.34. He got it with 0.6 to spare. So now Pupo basically needs a 4.
40 seconds for Pupo to break the streak of round 2 and round 3 losses in Australia at the CT level. And he'll try to move away with priority with 30 seconds. One little small bump heading that way. It doesn't look like it has much to it.
But it is looking deep. Is it coming to his position? He's even going deeper again. He's going to have a crack at this one, Joe, because he's only got 14 seconds remaining. He's got no choice but to go. He cannot wait. He only needs a 4. He's going to come from way back. He's a little double up for him. Oh, he's got to get around this whitewater, though. It's going to lose its energy.
Nothing really on offer on that final wave for Miguel Pupo, and he is going to run out of time, chasing just a 3.93. Incredibly close as Owen evens things up with Pupo, 2 apiece in their history. A long time since their last matchup, and Owen Wright will move on into the round of 16 for an all-Australian battle with Ryan Callanan later in the event. Coming up next, the reigning world champ Italo Ferreira takes on the local boy of Jackson Baker. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call right after this.
You don't get the opportunity very often to have a CT in your hometown at your home break. Stoked for Philippa and Jacko and Ryan and Morgan, so it's going to be awesome to watch them, and I can't wait to cheer them on.
To be given the wild card from the club is one of the most special things I've been able to receive. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for me and Philippa, and to have the community support behind us is amazing.
It's going to be great to represent the club as well. For the community, it's really awesome. I really want to fly the flag and hopefully take down a few of the big names. Everyone comes down and watches, so I think it's going to be a really cool vibe.
Bring it on.
The local surfers are performing so well in the event, as did Owen Wright in that last heat. It was a close one with Miguel Pupo, but Owen just edging ahead and making his way through to the round of 16, setting up a fantastic round of 16 matchup. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, and also joined by Stace. You've been doing a great job out there in the field, mate.
Thanks, Ronnie. Certainly nice to be out of the sun. The weather's pretty on and off out there.
Absolutely. Tricky conditions out there, mate, but what a morning of competition. You've been feeling the buzz of the crowd. How's it been?
Yeah, electric, especially when you get a couple of quality local performances.
Unbelievable performances from the locals. as we see Italo. The 2019 world champion will be taking on another local hope in Jackson Baker, getting his first opportunity to compete in the Championship Tour event, Jackson. And he was just so happy to progress through the seeding round in second position. It meant so much to him. He is, you know, surfing obviously for himself. He's surfing for Merriweather. He lost his mum tragically a few years back, and I know that he wants to put in a big performance for her as well. He's going to have his hands full though. Italo getting things started, and he was just looking so rabid in the lead up to this heat. Rich, we saw him prepping and he just looked so amped.
He did. He was like a lion that was just pacing back and forth. As we see Jacko on his opening ride here. Good start, nice energy, slashing and burning all through these tight little sections. And I caught up with Jacko about half an hour before this heat paddled out, and mate, he was absolutely twitching to get this heat going and get up and go against the world champ.
Well, this is the home of high vis, and that surfboard, man, that is it's stinging my eye, Stace. He's definitely going to get the attention of the panel with that thing.
That surfboard has been in the cryogenic freeze chamber as we see Italo taking off here.
Yeah, Italo, like Rich said, was just pacing like a cage lion out there in the lineup now. We'll see if he can keep some composure on this ride. He does very well to finish this wave off, and I guess that's been the key, Rich, to Italo's success, how he got that world title. He still had the fireworks. He could still be very unpredictable, but he got a bit of composure and consistency in his performances to capture that maiden world title.
100%. You know, that was the one element that Italo needed to tidy up, and didn't he do it well, bringing the consistency, and not only the consistency in his competitive approach, but consistency in his performances across everything from the small wage beach breaks to the reefs at Chopu and Pipeline as well, really upping the game for me in the last couple of years at those heavy water locations.
Here's a replay of Jackson Baker's second wave here. Stace, you've seen a lot of his surfing. Pretty reliable and consistent performer, isn't he?
Yeah, indeed, and as we see Italo's third here, I think with Italo's positioning is something need to be noted of. He's actually about 150 metres or maybe even further away from the regular takeoff position that we've seen, and what he's simply utilising here is a steeper wave. This wave's a lot shorter, but there's actually more critical section on this shorey, and if you're as fast as Italo, that's where you're sitting.
Well, he's been attacking this shore break section, Rich, for pretty much the duration of the window and prior to the event getting underway. He has the option to go left there. He only needs one section. You know, out at the rock break, you're looking for multiple manoeuvres. Italo's a guy who can turn in a near excellent score or even an excellent score with a single turn.
Absolutely. You can see that separation between our two competitors there. Jacko back up on the reef and Italo down here right in front of the contest scaffolding. And the thing that Italo would have seen before he paddled out is the open opportunities here. As you mentioned, Ron, he can go left, can go right, and maybe he was going to think, I'm going to get a little boxed in if I just go up and sit on the rocks with him. I'm going to be forced to just do my backhand thing, and I'm not really going to get that opportunity to go to the air, which we've seen him want to do in all his other heats.
Italo making a move once again here. Just so busy in the lineup. And, you know, it's got to be concerning for Jackson too when Italo's getting those reps. Even if he's falling on a few waves, you know something's going to eventually stick for him. Just under 23 minutes remaining here. We're going to check in with a Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. And what a connection this is. Reconnecting with Rosie Hodge. Ro, congratulations on the arrival of Little Hayes. It's so good to see your face.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yeah, it's good to be watching you guys. I've been watching every single heat. You guys are doing such an amazing job, and just great to see pro surfing underway.
It's been an unbelievable morning here, Rosie. I know you don't miss a heat. What's been your favourite performance today, or favourite heat?
Well, I mean, I think the upset that we saw with John against the local guy Morgan today was, wow, that was eye-opening. Yeah, I was actually doing Final Five, keeping track of the Final Five for the WSL Finals, and I had John in my Final Five in the lead up to the next event, so that was sad for me to see him go down, but wow, well done, Morgan.
Yeah, we're seeing Jackson Baker here finishing off a nice one. He likes the feel of that. We saw the Chompers on show. Big smile on his face. He's enjoying the opportunity here to perform for the hometown crowd, and they've turned out in force. Rosie, obviously you were there or watching the Pipe Masters unfold. Can you feel the energy of the crowd through the screen? Because it is pretty amazing, the atmosphere down here at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. You got that ambient sound of the crowd, and that's something that we've truly missed last season. And obviously, you know, even at Park, we weren't allowed spectators so to come to Australia and get that feeling from the people, and just seeing the pullback shot of the beach and all the humans watching the event, it's pretty cool to see it back.
I know your baby boy hasn't even been in the ocean just yet, but any signs of regular footer, goofy footer? What have we got there?
Oh man, I know. We're kind of hoping for a goofy footer because I like to go right, and I don't want to, you know, take all his waves because I do that to the Groms down at Lowers. So I don't want to do that to my own boy. But I'm just hoping that he knows that Mom's got priority station. She's always going right. But if she wants to take after Italo, that's just fine with me.
You've always got priority, that's for sure. 20.5 minutes remaining here, and yeah, this is a big opportunity for Italo. Rosie started the year so well, sitting in third on the leaderboard. This is a guy that you can see challenging for world titles, not just this year, but many years to come.
100%. It was so sad to see his momentum stop last, you know, at the beginning of last season, not seeing the tour get underway, but he's kind of kept that same amp going into this year. And also, unfortunately, at the Park Masters, you know, you think about the heat that he had with Gabe and that injury that he kind of sustained. I think in the heat prior, he was, yeah, he was a bit wounded. So good to see him in good health coming into this event.
Yeah, jumping out of his skin. So great to have your company, Rosie. Also enjoying having these two, Richie Lovett and Stace Galbraith, join us on the commentary team. Stace, I just wanted to touch on something with you. You've done a bit of coaching at the Championship Tour level, and I think we saw the perfect illustration from Morgan on how well you have to perform against a world champion. Has Jackson Baker done enough in the opening stages here to stay on pace with Italo, or is it already getting away from him?
It's really close to already getting away from him, and I feel for Jackson. He had a moment on that last wave that I know for him would have felt so pure. Finished the wave with a beautiful layback re-entry. Unfortunately, just size of the section and size of the overall wave speed is just not at that same level. So I know he's got it in him, and I know 19 minutes can be a long time, but he really want to start matching Italo's best score any moment now.
I guess for any competitor, Rich, including the world champions, you go through a heat wondering if it's going according to plan. For John Florence, that didn't really happen. For Italo at the moment, in his head, he's probably pretty comfortable with where he's at.
Yeah, 100%. It was always going to be a bit of a risk as we see Jacko up and riding.
Just climbing up over that white water. Jackson, one of Merriweather's finest. There's a very dynamic turn. And he is just jumping across these sections. Jackson can surf beautifully rail to rail, but at the moment he's just trying to up the speed factor, get to the major scoring opportunities, and as a result just kind of jumping across those flatter sections.
Yeah, there's a bit going on here, and a couple of positive things to take away in my mind is just how well and how fast Jacko is surfing. He looks like he's in this, doesn't look like he's rattled by the situation of coming up against Italo, but what might be putting a little seed of doubt in his mind now is, oh, Italo's down the beach, what is he doing down there? And he'd be hearing those 7s and 5s dropping, and he hasn't yet to put a good score on the board, so Italo up and riding now.
Well, you can see the speed. It's almost unrivaled on the Championship Tour, and Italo just swings that board into two very dynamic turns to finish that wave off. Just needs such little space to get those major manoeuvres. on the board.
Just the size of the wave difference between where Italo is right now and where Jackson's sitting. You can see it. Italo's waves are a little bit bigger. As you mentioned, Stace, they're standing up. They've got that pocket all the way to the sand, and that is just bread and butter stuff for Italo. He just loves it.
Here's a replay of Jackson.
I'd love to think this wave could sit around. That's a beautiful turn there, and you boys are spot on. His transition speed and these flat little waves is really good. Perhaps a little bit of meat left on the bone there with the finish, but I think he might have got out of jail here with Italo not quite riding out of that last turn. But as you can see, like the sections that he's getting, wow, that's so dynamic in such a short space. Yeah, Jacko's still in this.
Really interesting when you look at Italo's board, just how it sits on top of the water. It's a little different to some of the other competitors that like to sit a bit lower and kind of almost drag the board around. Italo's board looks like it's skipping across the top of the water, and it's similar to the way Gabriel has his equipment as well. So there might be something there. The boys have lent a little bit of equipment knowledge off each other. Italo looks amazingly fast on that board.
Really starting to improve his heat win percentage too, as we take a look at the deep stats. Courtesy of Hydro Flask there, 58.88, and that would have really come up a lot in 2019. As we see Jackson up once again, just gets a little caught up on the top of that one.
Jackson would have been so inspired after the Morgan win, and as I mentioned, I was chatting to him and he was just like, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. He was just like, he literally couldn't contain himself and he wouldn't be quiet. I just said, mate, just calm down and just go and do your thing. And he goes, yeah, mate, and I'm onto it. But he was pretty positive about having that hometown advantage and really identifying. He was confident in his wave choice and knowing which ones are going to be the good ones.
I think across the board, it's been one of the better performances we've seen from local surfers under the expectation of a hometown crowd. Philippa Anderson, we lost pretty early on in the women's event, obviously. She had a tough draw with Carissa Moore. But on the men's side, we've seen Julian progress. He's obviously living here in Newcastle. Italo finishing off that air reverse right there on the shore break. The crowd will be eating that up, but Julian, Morgan, he caused the biggest upset of the event so far. Ryan Callanan progressing through. Jackson's going to have an opportunity here. I think the performance is looking on point at the moment. He's just got to find waves that offer multiple sections so he can keep delivering those high energy turns. But Italo just continues to chip away here. 17 waves he rode in his last heat, and the wave count's coming up a little bit too in this one.
Well, as we mentioned, you know, he has the ability to go left at that little break right out in front, and we just know that he is going to be hunting these little left-handers so that he can take to the air. That's all he's thinking about on those left-handers, is finishing with the big rotation or the big straight air, a really dynamic finish. In the mail out to the surfers this morning, the judges did say they'll be looking at really progressive manoeuvres today, as well as that speed and power connecting the turns.
Yeah, we saw that, I think, not too long ago in the heat with Crosby Colapinto. You know, to throw one turn, get yourself the required number to get into the lead and switch things up. He did very well against Ryan Callan and almost turned the heat in his favour completely. But it's a different year, you know, we saw John fall out of the mix here, but really there's one main goal for him, and that is to maintain a position in the top 5 come September when we get the Rip Curl WSL Finals underway. Rosie Hodge, you're going to be tracking that so closely, and I think just getting an event win is going to put a surfer in a great position to be there and to challenge.
100%. I mean, as we watch Italo up and riding, but I think, you know, nothing's certain this year. We have these 4 Australian events, so they're crucial. John out of the mix, but he's obviously one of the park masters. I caught a lot of heat for not putting Gabby in my top 5 for this event, and he's done so well. So people have proved me wrong, and yeah, it's going to be so important to take advantage of all of these events in Australia, because nothing is promised at the moment as far as the rest of the year goes.
Yeah, it's so interesting. What about on the women's side? Because to me, that is obviously a top 5 that is wide open to pretty much the entire field, especially those surfers who regularly have been featuring in the top 10. There's so many surfers sitting just outside title qualification in the past, or contending for a world title, that could make the jump.
Definitely, and I mean, we've seen some heartbreaking results. I mean, you think of Sally's loss to Keely. I mean, she'd be hoping to be in that top 5 come the end of the season. She did well at the Maui Pro, but then also Tyler Wright losing out early in the elimination round, or the round of 16. So it's wide open at the moment. So, you know, we're going to be tracking through all of these events, but that final 5, I mean, there's a lot of room for the women to jockey for position.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting to watch unfold. Rosie, so good to see you. Congratulations to Ian and yourself on the arrival of Hayes, and yeah, give him a big hug from all of us.
Thank you guys so much. I'm going to be watching every single heat, so have fun and I'll be listening.
Oh, we will, as we see Italo kick off on the inside there, and hasn't added to his scoreline in his last 4 rides, but is banking on a 5 and a 7 at this stage, and Jackson is on the hunt for a 6.51.
I really think the only thing Italo can't do is ride 2 waves at once. And I know he's hunting those little lefts, but as you can see, his scoring opportunity on those rights is it's there for the taking for him. And something that I know he took note of the other day was that between himself and Iago, who did about 700,000 airs, nothing went above a 6.47. So Italo's kind of got to tighten it up now, because he's one good wave away from just moving over to put a bit of pressure on Jacko, which I'd be interested to see if he does do that.
One thing he can't do is sit still.
He can't do that.
Never stops moving, this guy.
We'll see if he makes a move down towards Jackson Baker in just a moment, but right now he does hold the lead. And the man who got the call up to compete at the Championship Tour level is looking for a 6.51. You're watching the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. No waves ridden during the break. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Owen Wright, who'll move through to take on Ryan Callanan in the next round.
Yes, guys, here with heat winner Owen Wright. Owen, you turned the heat right at the end there. It must have felt good.
Yeah, well, I got a quick start, and then I made a priority error right in the crucial part of the heat, and yeah, and then it kind of set me up for the last 7 minutes with a pressure cooker and just needing to score. So got it done though, which is sick and feeling good.
Yeah, you well and truly got it done at the end. And I mean, you know, it's small out there today. How do you go when you get out there when it's small? You're obviously one of the tallest on tour.
Yeah.
And yeah, how do you go about that?
Well, I don't know really, but I was just talking to Fletch, and I've done a lot in the off season to focus on my small wave game, and I think in the past you would have seen me not do so well out there. And I was actually getting a few scores on little insiders and kind of got the jump on Miggy, who's typically a lot shorter than I am, and yeah, I ended up getting like some point jumps on him straight away. So I was pretty happy with my performance and kind of picking up those gaps that I've left off in the past, and hopefully that continues.
Yeah, well, you're looking good, and obviously on time for the heat today. It must have felt good to be a bit more prepared going into it all.
Yeah, well, I felt a little bit more relaxed. Yeah, I can't say the first heat was my usual self, but
both times I've had kind of been put under pressure and performed, so I'm taking the confidence out of both those performances.
Well, epic. You've got a whole lot of groms here waiting to hang out with Owie, so good luck and well done.
Cheers, thanks. Full credit to the boys as well.
Full credit to the boys.
Rubbing my hands together, just thinking about that round of 16 heat that's been established now. Owen Wright will take on Ryan Callanan, two of the best goofy footers we've ever had on the Championship Tour, in my opinion, Rich. And it's going to be a tough test for both of them.
It is indeed. The big, tall, lanky, goofy footers with that giant backhand hook. And they've both got a really good air game as well. So perhaps Ryan just getting the edge in the air. So I can't wait for that matchup. A real even battle.
Yeah, it just feels like Owen's been kind of getting some of that aerial prowess back too in what has been, I think, a very long recovery. He's gotten the big victory over in Tahiti. It seems like in the big wave realm, he's back to his best. And I think his performance surfing, as he said, he's been working on the small wave stuff. I think that's getting back to kind of 100% as well. So that is certainly shaping up to be one of the heats of the year. But right now out in the lineup, 6 minutes to go. This man, Jackson Baker, is still looking for that 6.51. Just loses the tail a little bit on that section. He goes down. And, well, they're the kind of errors that can really hurt you when you're surfing against someone as good as Italo, who's now making his move. And you called it, Stace. You know, he played around, you got to say, on that shore break section for a long period of time. But, you know, after all the waves that he's ridden, the best numbers still come on a long right. And he'll go back to that weapon now and match it with Jackson up at the rock section of the break.
In a weird way, I love this for Jackson. I know he didn't want to be sitting there for that amount of time in between waves. I know he didn't capitalise on this last wave. Italo is a very savvy competitor, but he never has priority, so it'll be interesting to see if he can use it wisely here. I firmly believe Jackson will get another crack, and having the feet in the wax there, I know he'll be pretty keen to recorrect that error. So let's wait and see how this last 5 minutes plays out.
Just under 5 minutes to go. Luke Egan watching on. Luke, you've seen a lot of Jackson surfing over the years, and here he goes. Take us through this ride.
Yeah, gets caught up a little bit on that one and no more opportunity. It was interesting seeing Italo go over to, we call it the middle. It's that simple, the name of the spot out the front. But thought Italo could have matched Jackson over off the rocks. So, yeah, he's still got some good scores in the middle. And I think it actually made Jackson a little nervous being there on his own. So it's worked into Italo's favour.
It sure has. Tell us a little bit more about Jackson Baker. What are his strengths? What are his weaknesses, if any? And what's he got to do here to overcome Italo?
Yeah, just worry about that section in front of you and leave the rest behind. You don't want to get away in thinking of the end result or the what-ifs. I think Jackson's really got to focus on the job at hand, and that's one of his biggest downfalls at times, is he can just get too many thoughts in his mind and get indecisive. So he's just got to worry about what's in front of him, and I think he can claw back against Italo.
Give us a little wrap about his surfing and performance-wise, where he really excels.
Well, on this beach here at Merriweather, you've got a hard act to follow. So Jackson's really learnt from everyone in his surroundings, and he's made the call. He's wanted to be a professional surfer, and he's always made it to that next level and accomplished what his goals would be. And getting the opportunity to be in the contest right now after the WQS not being on for so long, he's really taken it in his stride. And yeah, I just hope he can get a couple of more good open faces to show everyone what he can do in this heat.
Well, here he goes now, just under 3 minutes to go. This might be the opportunity he needs. The wave doesn't really provide much, just a pocket, and he just taps that one before getting out of there. But he knows how to win events, Stace. You know, he's won multiple QS 1000s, those minor rated QS events, and while they don't necessarily help you make the grade to the championship tour, there's so many great surfers at those kind of domestic events that you're having to overcome former championship tour surfers sometimes to get those wins.
Absolutely. The quality here in Australia across the board between the men and the women is really high. And I think event wins, nothing can give you that confidence other than lifting that trophy. And he's definitely done that a few times. A big rap I have for Jackson is that although he has been dominating the QS, I believe his surfing really suits the World Tour. He's not the smallest kid, but his transition speed and whip out of his turns is electric, but he's also got a pretty heavy back foot, so it's like a perfect combo, really.
Well, let's see if he throws something down for us here.
I mean, you see what I mean there? That is just unbelievable.
Yeah, really smooth, and he's starting to really push hard now. This is looking like one of his better rides if he can finish it off. There's a good finish. He likes the feel of it. Engages the crowd too. Relishing the opportunity here, Jackson Baker. If you were going to make comparisons, you could say that he maybe has some similar strengths to a Wade Carmichael. Impeccable timing, plenty of back foot punch. Probably has a little bit more to give above the lip than Wade.
Yeah, I think so. We know that Jacko, he does have that air game, but you can see the spirit that he's bringing to this heat now, really asking the crowd to get behind him. And here goes Italo with the counter punch.
Yeah, Italo. Always swinging that tail around and right to the point of release. And he gets a bit of a combo rolling through to the inside here. Now it's a bit of fun with it. Kicking a little shove it, little varial there on the inside. And he'll step off onto the sand. 45 seconds to go. And this one is just flowing by. Italo staying very busy once again. 6.51 required for Jackson. What are your thoughts here, Rich?
Oh, mate, I just don't think that wave, unfortunately, had enough in it, although Jackson surfed the wave really, really well. And, you know, the Aussie in me wants to sort of say, yep, he got the score, but I don't think he did. Just there wasn't enough of those really critical pocket turns, but this one will count.
He's got another opportunity here. He didn't get the score, and that's a good start. And ripping in once again, you can see how much he's putting into each of these manoeuvres. Plenty of body torque. Whipping that board as hard as he can, and a solid finish on the inside. There's that reliability we were talking about when it comes to performing with the jersey on. And he's giving it a really good nudge here. It's going to be close either way, Stace.
Yeah, you're right. Whatever way this goes, I think he should be really proud of himself. I think he'll probably reflect on his wave selection a little bit, but with where the tide is at the moment, there's so many waves out there that even for a local, I'm sure, look really good, but they just are lacking that kind of high tide double up at the moment. So we'll see where these scores land, but it's going to be a big job for him to turn this heat.
Well, he's left nothing in the tank. He's completely gassed at the moment. His previous ride came through at a 5.7, so he did well just to narrow the requirement just slightly, but he was after a 6.31 from his last ride as we have a look at the Harvey Norman recap here, Rich.
Yeah, so he actually got this one off Italo's priority. Gets that little stab and looking down the line. Now he starts to open up, get the rail wet, up and over that little foam section. So this is why the wave didn't go right up into the, you know, into that 6-7 point ride, is because he was always projecting down the line, just lacking those big, tight, major manoeuvres in the pocket like Italo was doing.
And Italo stays, he found a little bit of composure in his timing on this ride. He slowed things down a bit. He added that score to his top two. Always adds a bit of flair and unpredictability on the end of his rides.
Absolutely, forever the entertainer.
It ended up being a pretty important ride. He helped push the requirement up. It made it a little tougher for Jackson, and we've just seen the scores come through for him, and not quite enough. And Italo, he's excited and he's happy to survive what was, in the end, a pretty close heat against Jackson Baker. We'll be back in a moment.
The Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Boost Mobile. Stay connected with Boost Mobile on Australia's biggest mobile network. By Harvey Norman, the official lifestyle destination of the World Surf League Australia. By Burton Automotive. Burton Automotive supporting our surfing community. And by City of Newcastle, major partner of the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup.
A big shout out to our partners and a big shout out to the crowd joining us on the beach here to see the world's best tackle Merriweather. And what a beautiful part of the world it is. Some great shots there of the ocean pools. In fact, the Merriweather ocean bars, they're the largest ocean bars in the southern hemisphere. There's plenty of history with those ocean pools up and down the coast. I went swimming in the bogey hole the other day. That was a convict-built ocean pool that's just north of here. That's the oldest ocean pool in Australia.
Wow. Well,
almost 200 years old, Rich.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, so many of the beaches all the way up and down the New South Wales coast have those ocean pools. Great for families and always worth a dip.
Been absolutely loving it. Still rolling through the round of 32 and another fresh heat hitting the lineup here. Heat 10 with the veteran Michelle Perez taking on one of the tour's young guns in Griffin Colapinto. And what a matchup this is. Griffin Colapinto, so exciting. You know, I think in recent years with the jersey on, he's done some of the biggest turns that we've seen. Michelle Perez showed again in the opening round that when it comes to putting a board on rail, just dropping your head down, twisting your body and just sinking your teeth into a turn, maybe nobody does it better. He just looked so aggressive in the seeding round. This should be a good matchup, Rich.
Great matchup. Power, another one where the power game is going to come into play. But I love how well-rounded Griffin is and that progressive approach that he'll no doubt bring. But as you mentioned, Michelle Perez is just one of the angriest surfers when he goes into a turn, and I don't think that there is anyone on tour that could really match him for water displacement when he's all fired up.
A couple of veterans on the championship tour, Stace, we're noticing some vacancy on the deck of their boards, and we know that can inspire a bit of a reinvigorated approach and a point to prove, and Michelle seems to have that.
Absolutely, and I think travelling with his whole family too has given him a lot of inspiration. It's a unique situation we're in this year, and sometimes you don't bring your families to every event. But with the situation here in Australia, he's been able to bring his family and have them enjoy a relatively free lifestyle. So I know he's enjoying that as well, and I'm sure it's helping him relax pre-event.
Here goes Perez now, 35 years of age. And 3 championship tour wins to his name. He's also won the 2 biggest qualifying series events on the schedule, Haleiwa and Sunset. He's a pipe master. A victory here in Australia over at Margaret River back in 2014. Also won in Rio that same year. So as far as surfers out of Tahiti go, he's the best we've had. Batia David, he had a number of years on the CT, but Michelle really broke through with the big results.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's been a mainstay on the tour for many years now, Michelle. And just focusing on the heat at hand, boys, it's interesting to see. I think Italo's thrown everyone into a bit of a scattered state here and a sense of confusion about where they should actually go and where they should sit. As you mentioned, Stace, we've just gone past the bottom of the tide, and we know as surfers, weird things generally happen at the bottom of the tide. The ocean just takes a little moment to resettle itself. But the good news is on the incoming tide is when we generally see the push of the swell. It gets drawn back into the coastline. So the good news, we're going to have waves for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a funny one as we see the gents move around the lineup. I believe Griffin has just taken this one straight out of Kolohe's playbook. This is something I would see Kolohe do a lot on the World Qualifying Series. We noticed Italo sit apart from Jackson with priority. with no waves ridden here, Griffin's not taking that chance against a competitor such as Michelle. He's moving down there to take the next best wave off him.
I kind of feel like Griffin would be thinking, and if I just stay with Michelle Perez and if I go wave for wave with him and that opportunity to take to the air presents itself, then I'm going to be able to really highlight my strength. And I think that's what Griff's probably thinking. We saw him sort of head to the rock break and then come back again, perhaps just doubting his A game plan, but he needs to stick to it just for a little while and let things just settle down in the first 10 minutes of this heat.
Really enjoyed the recent episode of the lineup with Dave Prodan having a chat to Ross Williams and just having a look at this Australian leg of the Championship Tour, and Ross saying that, you know, technically small wave surfing and beach break conditions really evens up the field, and you know, if you can go out there and show a point of difference, it's going to work in your favour. I think the point of difference that Griffin's going to have to make if he gets in a rail surfing battle here with Michelle Perez is to add that extra spark, because Michelle puts so much torque and energy into each of his turns, and Griffin has a bit more of a smoother kind of style and really based his approach off Joel Parkinson.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think for Griffin, with this amount of time remaining, it goes without saying he'll be in full attack mode. I'm expecting fireworks on his first wave.
Here's Perez. Is that torque that we were talking about? Also just kicks on the fins, just 2 turns. But it'll be obviously much better than his first ride, which was just a 0.63, and now will fall into the order of priority a little more, and the rhythm is this heat will start to take shape.
Yeah, you can see the ocean even from this heat to the last heat. There's a lot more movement going on. There seems to be a few rips that are going through the lineup now as we see Michelle. Just watch how much water comes off Michelle's board, even just that cutback that was more just to set himself up for that second turn. Just so much water comes off his board here. So watch this, just puts the hammer down on that back foot, kinks that little back leg in, really expressive with the top part of his body there. And as we see Griff up and riding now.
Generating a lot of speed for this section. Quick hit there, driving down the line, and a clean lip line float. You can tell that he really planted his board onto that section of the wave, getting a bit of spray up there as well. So just the 2 turns.
Is that one of Parko's old boards?
I was just about to say, is he getting a commission for that?
Well,
that is definitely a Parko spray.
It is. It's very inspired by, or it's close to it, and perhaps Griffin just channeling a bit of Parko's world title energy there. And but as you mentioned, Ronnie, very smooth, very similar in their approach at how smooth and how easy they make everything look. Just firing down the line on that first turn, and Griff just, we've seen it time and time again as they come to this last section. Griff just slams it really hard off that first turn, but doesn't overturn so that he can get to this last closeout section. But we've seen this happen again and again today. They get up on that lip there and they almost jump off the lip out in front of it, because the danger zone is where that heavy lip comes down and explodes onto the trough danger zone for any surfer. So they project out in front of it.
Well, you were spot on, Stace. You anticipated Griff would be in attack mode. The first priority when he got to his feet then wasn't to fade and try and squeeze a turn in the most critical part of the wave. He just wanted speed. He just put his foot down and went gunning for the end section. As it turned out, it didn't ramp for him. So he went to different moves. He kind of adapted as he went down the line. He got the better of Michelle on the exchange, a 5.5. Perez, a 4.33. Really close in the opening stages here against these two. Michelle surfing in his 12th year on the CT. Just the 3rd year for Griffin Colapinto. Michelle looking left here. This one's not going to pan out. Priority will go to the Californian.
The beauty of being so talented, right? Changing, I'm sure he, and as you pointed out, was just looking for the end section, but he played the game well there. Didn't, you know, an error on that last section would have been near impossible and potentially hospitalising. So he opted to finish that one out, and he's in a really strong position here. He's with priority, and he has the highest score of the heat.
18 minutes to go here. It's time to charge our crystals. Let's use Italo to get that done, and we'll throw it down to Laura.
Wow, Italo, what a heat, down to the wire. You started on this bank down here. What were you thinking before the heat, to go down the beach and surf by yourself?
Yeah, I got a couple waves, you know, and I'm so happy to make this happen. And the guy got a good one on the last minute, and I heard all the beach like screaming. I was like, that was a good one, but I got another one behind. And yeah, I'm trying to stay busy on the water, like catching every single wave and trying to get the scores and change the score too.
Yeah. And did you ever once feel like when you were in the heat that you wanted to like paddle over to Jackson earlier, or you were just set on what your plan was?
My goals was just catch a wave, try to catch a wave and try to do some good turns, because I saw the other guys getting scored with the big turns, you know, and that's what I did on the right. And yeah, I got 7 points, and yeah, I'm so stoked on that.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like these waves right here, they must remind you a lot of home, because you just feel so comfortable in these shore breaks and these small waves and manufacturing something out of nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of my home break for sure, and the last couple of weeks has been so fun down here, you know, and we drive to the other side and catch a lot of waves in the same bank, you know, and try different boats. So I'm so happy to live in this moment, yeah.
Epic. Well, we're loving having you here in Australia. Anything you want to say to your family and friends at home?
Yeah, thank you. Só agradecer a galera que está no Brasil, ficou acordada até agora. Obrigado. Seguimos firmes e espero que Deus possa abençoar na próxima e que a gente vá quebrando até o final. Obrigado a todo mundo. Se cuidem. Valeu. Boa noite.
Thank you, Italo.
Yeah, thank you.
And good luck.
Yeah, thanks.
So Italo moving on through, and not quite as charged up as I thought he'd be, but he's
did have
still got a long way to go
in
in this contest. As we see, Griffin there just ran out of water to bring that rotation around. 16 minutes to go here. Italo will be serving against the winner of this heat. But,
hard not to get caught up in Italo's infectious sort of energy there, huh?
Yeah, and you could tell he's focused on himself, because he didn't even know what his rival's name was in that last heat. He just said the guy got a couple of waves down there. It's Jackson Baker, Italo, just in case you're wondering. And he could be on the CT very soon. But here we go, Griffin, Stace. I mean, he gave it a good nudge, but it just dropped out, that wave.
Love it. And I think the important thing here for all the kids watching at home is to see this as a positive. Although he didn't make this, it's that kind of attitude that wins you these big heats. So it's almost like every fall you're closer to a make.
Yeah, I don't think would have needed to be some sort of wizard to pull that one off. That trough just dropped out underneath him, and his technique though was pretty much flawless from what I could tell.
So Michel Perez, he's moved a little further south here. He's looking for a bit more wall, I think, to wind up those big, powerful frontside wraps. Now, Michel has the torque in his rotation, upper body rotation, to actually generate speed on pretty flat sections. He makes something out of nothing on the rail, whereas a lot of surfers try and make something out of nothing in the air. Michel's able to do it with rail turns.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's his little secret weapon, and he uses it really, really well. Of course, in the earlier rounds where we had that bigger swell, that's where Michel really stamped his authority there. But I think this is a good move for him. A little bit of cleaner water over near the rocks there. It's still quite turbulent out in this front bank, or middles, as Luke was pointing out. But yeah, if Michel can find a smoother face, then we're really going to see him open up.
Mentioned all the finals for Michel Perez, 5 in total, the 3 wins. Griffin Colapinto hasn't broken into a final yet. His best results are semi-final finishes at the CT level. He's done that a few times now. But he did collect a massive honour pretty early on. The first Californian to win the Triple Crown. That was back in 2017. And he was just a grom when he pulled that off. So, already has his name in the history books, Rich, but it's at the Championship Tour level now that he wants to start breaking into finals and challenging for event wins.
Yeah, it's a question of when it's going to happen. I think everyone believes that the ability is there. He's certainly shown that there aren't really any weaknesses in his game. So as I said, it's a question of when.
Yeah, I think the surfing, Stace, suits the criteria, much like Michel Perez. His first year on the Championship Tour, he finished 21st. But started to climb the rankings year in, year out. after that. Griffin, he came onto the tour in 2018, finished 18th. 2019 got to 16th. And you do get the feeling that the only way is up from here.
Yeah, I think that as we see him having a little look here.
Yeah, let's see what he can do with this one. So trying to better a 1.57 to put a bit more distance between himself and Perez here. This wave's going to shut down on the inside. Bit of an ugly finish. And Michelle, meanwhile, picking one off. We'll see what he did on the outside in a moment.
Yeah, getting back to your point, Ronnie, Griffin's numbers are so well deserved as far as where he's at. To get 18th and then 16th back-to-back years, it's hard enough to stay on the tour.
Well, we're going to take a break, but we'll see if Michelle Perez can reel in the Grom in just a moment. Welcome back. 11 minutes remaining here in Heat 10 of the round of 32. The Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. It's Griffin Colapinto leading Michelle Perez at the moment. And Michelle just sitting at the rock section here, just hoping to connect with a long running right. Griffin's been hanging down at the middle section of the wave, sort of more on the beach break. And he's just looking for something big to launch off. Here goes the Tahitian. Little cut back to the source. There's one of those high torque, high energy maneuvers from Michelle. And again, digging in on the rail. With a big finish, he might be able to turn in the required score that he needs here. Only looking for a 3.33, and he plants it and takes that thing halfway up the beach. Almost ended up in the crowd, but Perez starting to fire up here.
Yeah, that was a better wave for Michelle. He'll be feeling good about how he surfed that wave. And we saw that speed and torque, as you mentioned, Ronnie, through those turns there. Just such crazy body upper rotation. And the bottom part of the body follows in the turn for Michelle, as you'll see it on the replay. It's a great example of how to do it.
I thought in the seeding round, Stace, looking at some of those trademark carves from Michelle Perez, I think he owned a couple of the biggest turns of the first day of competition in the event. It's always a positive sign if you're doing that on a smaller wave, because when the waves get bigger, these turns obviously get bigger too.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you can see here, his technique is phenomenal. And there's like the water flying off his rails is perfect. He's not catching at all. And then it's good to see the desire out of Michelle. He's been doing it for a while. And a huge finish here. Wow, you got to be careful. He kept his fins in his board. That was nuts.
Yeah, it's so unique to Michelle Perez, this approach. Just generates so much whip out of those turns. But I love the finish here. Seeing the replay of that finish, and you'll see just how far up the beach Michelle rides. Really letting the judges know he's got complete control here.
As he was gunning for speed then, just setting up that last turn, Ronnie had his back foot just slightly forward on his board, and then right before he hit that foamy section, he just jammed that back foot right up against the kick on his pad there, and that just gave him so much control in that really bubbly, turbulent water.
Almost a BF Goodrich pit check there on the inside. Needed the crew to come down, quickly change out his fins. But he is back out there. It doesn't look like the equipment suffered any damage in that finish, but the scoreboard for Griffin Colapinto caused a bit of damage. 6.17. Perez now out in front. and Griffin is the man chasing, and he's after a 5.01, and he's made the move back down to these rights now to really keep a closer eye on Michelle and back himself to match it with Perez on the rail.
Yeah, he doesn't want to let Michelle get too far out in front now. And Griff, with just under 8 minutes to go, needs to stay in this, but these guys are doing well to actually read this, what is a quite confused ocean at the moment.
It's an interesting year, Stace, in that the surfers, some of them are relying on each other more than they are coaches. Obviously, it's difficult to bring your coach to events when you've got a quarantine and there's an expense to that. Griffin's camp, it's his younger brother Crosby, his good friend Seth Moniz. Now, both these guys fell out of the mix already here this morning. So Griffin's the big hope in their pack to go on to a big result here. Is there an expectation that comes with that, or is it just fire in the belly?
I think for sure he'd have a little bit of a pep in his step, knowing that he's the last one left. They are young men and they are extremely competitive with one another. However, I do think that it is, you know, more than some other relationships I see on tour. I do genuinely think they are cheering for each other. So I know they would be excited to see Griffin, you know, powering through the draw. You want to have one of your flatmates or your housemates doing well. It certainly helps keep the positivity flowing.
It does, yeah, and we saw Griffin cheering on his brother. You could see the disappointment when he fell short on his last ride in failing to get ahead of Ryan Callanan. But yeah, he's got to wash off the disappointment of that loss and get prepared for his own heat as well. And you could see some real positivity in the way he was riding his earlier waves, but he's been pushed back in the second now, and he's looking for a score out of this one. Great energy at the moment. Love the way he's able to open that stance up, maintain control, and just drift those fins.
As his old coach used to say, not at this level. What do we think on the completion there, gentlemen?
Debatable. It's definitely debatable.
Oh, it sounds like a no at the World Tour.
Yeah.
Jake Patterson, coach Griffin Colapinto through his QS campaign and onto the Championship Tour, nicknamed him the Sponge because he had such a great ability to absorb information. Griffin, though, he's potentially panicking a little early here. 6.5 minutes to go. Michelle's really not too far ahead. He only needs a 5.01 to move into the lead, and he probably won't get it with that last ride, Rich.
No, I don't think so. And you can see Griff again taking to that northern bank. So he's been back and forth numerous times through the heat there. So maybe that's a reflection of just where his mental state is at the moment. He's a bit confused about where I really need to be in this heat. If he had just stuck to his guns on either the northern or southern bank, maybe he would have had a little bit more success. But here's a chance.
5 minutes to go. Let's see what eventuates here. Griffin's looked really sharp on his feet. Just looking to bank a big score, and there is a clean rotation. It feels good. Quite often people say, oh, it's not worth claiming that wave. I think a lot of the time, Stace, we're just seeing a celebration of, yes, I finally connected with the wave with two decent sections.
Even the best of the best are guilty of a little emotion sometimes, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And I know for Griffin personally, as we watch this ride, he could have just jammed the finish there and kept it a lot safer, but he still went for the rotation. It wasn't by any means a crazy reverse, but I know it was the harder of the two options for him, and I know deep down he'll be stoked that he didn't just do a little pokey layback finish. He actually tried to blow the tail, and from that angle it actually looked a lot better. So let's hope the judges are watching that replay for Griffin's point of view.
Just how fast, sorry interrupt, Ronnie, just how fast Griffin swung his head back around when he was going backwards there, eyes back at where he needed to go, and the body followed. Something to note for all the young grommets trying to perfect that manoeuvre.
And I think as you boys are, you know, making reference to him looking a little panicked, it is so good to see him not panicked once he actually was on the wave. He still looked really composed. He looked like there was 30 minutes left in the heat, not 3.
Just busy. You know, panicked, it might not have been the right word, but it was basically Michelle was dictating where they were going to go in the lineup. Michelle moved down to middles. Griffin followed him down there. Griffin actually got a pretty decent ride down at middles and let go of 2 pretty decent turns, but then Michelle headed back down to the rock section and picked off a 6.17, and all of a sudden Griffin was scratching his head. Oh, I better go back down there, and somehow found a wave in between it all and is waiting on a score.
interesting time with 3 minutes to go. It's a real seesawing battle, and I guess scrappy is a probably pretty good word for it, isn't it? They're doing their best out here, these guys, and as I say, all credit to them reading the situation in the ocean, because it is a little confused. But you know, Griff's just thrown down a pretty decent score, but he didn't quite get it.
And he was so close. 4.87 was the number. He needed a 5.01 to get ahead of Michelle. 2.5 minutes to go. Guaranteed, these were two of the most disappointed surfers after the Pipe Masters. Michelle, a former winner. Griffin Colapinto consistently dropped mind-blowing clips. Pretty much every day there was a big swell running. He rode some of the best waves that we've seen at backdoor and off the wall. And both those guys came away from the first event with 17ths. So Michelle Perez desperate to turn things around, as is Colapinto. But Griffin with an opportunity here. 2 minutes remaining, this wave fading away. He's going to get back to the takeoff. He wants to keep that priority and give himself a great shot in the final stages here.
Only needing that 5.01, and we know that Griff on his first wave, he eclipsed that score with that nice open snap, and then just the finish with that sort of blowtail floater. So nothing really extraordinary on that wave. He could get a 5 in his sleep, this kid, and here he goes. He's going to have a paddle at this one.
Having a look at this one. Loads up off the bottom into the first section. Smooth, hangs onto it, needs something big here. Well, big fin drift over the closeout. 5.01 is the number he needs. It was a decent sized wave. It stood up nicely on the shore break. But Griffin, he is not banking on that just yet. He's heading back out there with just over a minute to go. There was a celebration there. Stace, were you convinced?
I would like to have seen a little more speed through the first half of that wave. It's going to be really close. A 5 is not a huge score, but we're talking about who they're going to put through the heat, and if they're going to compare back to Michelle's 6.17, I know there's a point and a bit in it, but let's see. Size of wave might get him through here.
Not a bad first turn to start off with, really. Kept the speed, and that one there, we know that the judges have been loving that big final turn. And I'm sort of comparing this to his his opening wave, the 5.30.
He was dealing with so much then. The first section was pretty ugly. There was a lot of bumps, and this shore break, it's not easy to negotiate. Just great control, so planted, his foot wedged right up against the back of his tail pad, that tail block. And
I think he's going to be pretty excited.
Well, he also got quite vertical on that last turn as well. That's something that he didn't do on that opening wave. He's got it.
The numbers come through for Griffin Colapinto. 5.93, jumped into the lead. The hoot is about to sound. Michelle Perez isn't even going to be able to find an answer out here. And he's going to be bundled out of the event here in the round of 32. Colapinto holds on, showing great nerve and hanging on with everything he had. As we dive into the Harvey Norman recap, we'll see what transpired. Michelle, he did have a lot of shoulder to work with throughout the heat. Griffin found waves that were steeper and had oncoming sections, and he hit those sections when it counted.
He sure did, mate, and as you can see there, just streaking down the line. That was his first score there, finished it off well. And Michelle, he found a couple of little nuggets here where we got that trademark wrap and that aggression where Michelle just opens up and gets the rail work happening, throwing all that water around and just manifesting a score out of this little wave here. And watch the aggression as he just pounced that little oncoming foam section. And it was, whoa, a little step off there, but it was Griff taking it out at the end, Stace.
Yeah, I think this finish is what got him here over the line. It's nothing better than walking off onto the sand and letting the judges know you're in full control. I think he'll be so pumped. I was trying to spruik progression all heat, but all it took for Griffin was just 4 Rios.
One of those heats with scores that weren't too exciting, but actually played out in a really interesting fashion and went right down to the wire. Griffin is absolutely buzzing. He's moving on through. When we come back from the break, another big heat. Kanoa Igarashi taking on Ethan Ewing with Joey and Bugs in for the call.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to worldsurfleague.com to get your official 2021 Championship Tour merchandise. Round of 32 continues here at Merriweather Beach for the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. What a big heat just getting started. Kanoa Igarashi, current world number 5, takes on the Australian and Ethan Ewing, who's starting off this year 17th in the world. Ethan, not a rookie, a comeback story to the top 34. And Kanoa Igarashi, what a stellar competitor, trying to keep that 5th spot. We know how crucial that'll be to make the final 5 at the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September. Joe Turpel with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew for the call. The 78 world champ that created pro surfing along with some of his good friends. Rabbit getting a start here with Kanoa Igarashi. Always looks really springy and lethal in small conditions. Brought him to a couple of US Open titles in his career.
Yeah, he certainly is a great young surfer who has just, you can watch his pathway. It's been a pretty critical ascent, really, since he had that breakthrough pipeline a few years ago, and now he's just, yeah, just great results. That's his second wave, though.
Kanoa Igarashi already with 2 waves ridden. First score 3.83. Now he's looking for the backup. Ethan Ewing holding priority, waiting patiently to get started. Ewing has been incredible to watch. Well, maybe before he qualified so soon and just didn't really last on tour. That rookie year just went by way too fast, not just for himself, but for his fans, because he had that amazing approach. One of the best in the world just on form, the way he reads a wave. You watch him ride a wave outside of the jersey, and you're just watching a guy where you want to add all the titles to his name and just anticipate what his career will be like, because he has no weaknesses in my mind.
No, he's going to be a contender in many individual tournaments, but when he came on tour, he won the World Junior, and then he went straight through, just cut through it like butter. And next minute he's qualified at a very young age. I think he's about, well, I think he must have been about 18 or 19. And then he started the year out with a 9.17 ride, the first wave he had in the CT, and he basically did that at the next like 4 or 5 events, getting a 9-point-something ride, but he was only getting 3. Like the backups just didn't help him out, and then he found himself in the second half of the tour in that terrible seeding hole where he's coming against world title contenders. So it just didn't work out for him, but he has gone back and done a lot of work and matured in his surfing, rounded out his repertoire, and now the package is certainly CT worthy.
It reminded me of the topic of John Florence when he first qualified, where Ross Williams touched on it further as when he caught up with Dave Proden on the lineup. And it was this idea where John was doing maybe the best air of the event, or getting maybe the best barrel, or the first 10 or only 10, but maybe sometimes losing in round 2 or 3, and then changing a little bit of his program to become the world champion that he is today multiple times. And Ethan has that talent, that X factor, where he can create major moments. Now it feels like a couple years off. And, you know, you can't just get back on tour with a gift. He had to earn his way back on tour through the QS, and all of a sudden he's developed this full package where people are expecting a lot from him this year.
Well, that's right, and now he realizes it's the long game. It's the year-long campaign. It's about, you know, racking up consistent results, quarterfinals plus, to firstly, you know, kind of guarantee the requalification, and then, of course, to try to make it into the big 5.
That's right. 23 on the clock. Kanoa holding the 2 scores, 4.33 and a 3.83. Let's now hear from that clutch performance. Griffin Colapinto with a win. He's with Laura.
Griff, how exciting. Got down to the wire there and you got the score back and forth for a while. Must feel good.
Yeah, it feels great. It's been a long time since we've competed in waves like this, so I'm just really happy to be able to like get through that round. That's like the death round in my opinion. Just like you get through that round and like I feel like things start getting easier. That's like the hardest round, like mentally and everything. So I'm really stoked to get through that.
And you were just saying you came down to that last wave and you didn't actually feel nervous. You felt like you were in the zone. Talk a bit about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt really in the zone. I think I just put a lot of preparation into this before the contest, and it really shows in how I was feeling in the water. And yeah, I think that's the key.
And did you ever feel like paddling up and chasing Michelle at the end, or you just was keen to stick where you were?
Well, he got that 6 at the end, or at the middle to the end, and then I was like, oh, must be some good ones up there. And then I went up there and I had one, and it was kind of average, and then I was losing, so I tried to get away from him, and then I came back and had those 2 waves and got the score at the end, so that was crazy.
Oh, it's so exciting to watch, Griff, through to the next round. We're so stoked for you, and so are all the Groms here. Get to them and give them some signatures.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll just shout out to my parents and my grandparents and all my friends at home watching. I know it's been a long time since they've been able to watch surf contests, so yeah, I'm stoked to be able to get through a heat for everyone.
So good. Thanks, Griff. Legend.
Yeah.
A popular surfer on tour for good reason, and his popularity felt instant. He's just got this charm about him, this youthful energy that's infectious. He's always stoked and fired up on a big performance. You can tell how much it means to him to be back in the jersey doing what he loves. Big takedown with winning over Michelle Perez as we get down to the lip line with Ethan Ewing sending some water to the sky. The Australian spent a lot of time hanging with Griff in San Clemente over the years, and well-traveled, more experience, finally getting on the board to battle with Kanoa here today.
Yeah, he's been very patient, Ethan Ewing, for the start of this one. Pretty much 10 minutes gone before he elected to pull the trigger on that first ride, and it was a pretty handy ride. I'm not sure about the finish there. Didn't quite finish it the way he wanted to, but he did a lot of good work in the middle part of this.
There's that classic form and style, and on small wave surfing, when you can be this amazing with variety, it's a statement how talented you really are.
Yeah, this is going to be like, there's just a great exchange going on here between these two guys, and you know that Kanoa's up for this heat. It's pretty much one of the heats of the day that we're all been looking forward to, no doubt about it.
Current world number 5, Kanoa Igarashi, winding up. Nice first turn, like little down carve to set up the fin throw. That's like a signature move for Igarashi. Laying on that power jam on the open face, flying through the white water. Great ride for Igarashi. Looks like he's guaranteed to improve that lead out front.
Yeah, that was a good third ride for Igarashi, and it just goes to show he is here to do business. He's got his A game. He knows he's got this guy breathing down his neck who's a super talent, and look at the speed he's got here, maintaining all the way through, Joe.
So light on his feet, yet knows how to lay down so much power. What a skill set in these conditions. Kanoa representing Japan, but grew up at Huntington Beach, the south side of the pier. It's where he got all of his reps in through the NSSA Southwest Open season to take out some really big titles. We've got a man that's played a hand in a lot of world titles. Maybe the guy that played the most spoiler role for Andy Iron's first world title run. Luke Egan himself had beat 3 big wins that year in 2002 over Kelly. Luke, good memories flashing back with you, but what about this heat in the water right now? 2 young guns battling it out here at Merriweather. What do you think?
Yeah, when I saw this matchup in the draw yesterday, I was super excited, especially with it being such a little chunky right-hander. Both these guys, their performances in these style of waves are some of the best in the world, and to match up against each other is just fantastic. And Ethan Ewing is one of my all-time favorite surfers. I feel like he's got a connection to Andy's looking over him and maybe even coaching him, because he just looks like Andy's in full control of his body once he gets in the water. Andy Irons, and you just one of those surfers that you get mesmerized by, like a Joel Parkinson or a Mick Fanning. Yeah, when you watch him, you just like, oh yeah, that's done perfect, that's perfect, oh yeah, that's perfect, oh look at that timing. It just ticks all the boxes, and then Kanoa is just right there with him as well. So this matchup is unreal to watch.
Well, Luke, it was interesting. Stace was picking up a point the other day with Ethan where his style remains the same, whether it's 1-foot Merriweather or 20-foot Sunset Beach.
How was some of the surfing that we saw of Ethan Ewing at Sunset? And Holy Eva, I surfed maxing out Haleiwa one day with Ethan, and I was just trying to stay alive. And when I was paddling back out, I was looking at Ethan on 10-foot waves and only riding a 6'4" and squaring it off the bottom and squaring it straight into the lip as if the wave was 2 foot. So impressive. It doesn't matter how big it is. And you know what? Ethan's really put the work in the last few years. He's always 3 surfs a day. He just churns out the surfs, just making sure he's used to the conditions, make sure he's going to be on. And yeah, we're seeing that in his surfing, and he's improved so much in the last couple of years. And he has to be a world title contender in the future.
Well, thinking about this year specifically, Luke, we know Kanoa's already accomplished a lot in the short period of time with big wins, not just on the CT, but US Open, finally won Karamas. He's number 5 in the world, a ton of momentum. With all the high accolades and things you're saying about Ethan, is he ready to beat a guy like Kanoa today?
Yeah, well, that's why this matchup is so good, because he's got the opportunity. Kanoa's got himself in the top 5 in the world, and in a short time too, pretty much got on the WCT Tour and took it by the neck straight away. And yeah, he's put in some fantastic. Karamas was such a great performance by Kanoa, and that really established him as a world title contender. I think he needs to work on his wave of consequence surfing just a little bit, but he's got all it takes to be a world champion, and that's why it makes this heat so good. Both these guys are already superstars, and they're going to be the John Florence, say Italo, Medina of the future.
Good man, Luke. Always love getting your insight. Lifetime member of the Meriwether Surfboard Club, and what a standout he was against the world's best for many years. He actually retired, what I felt like as a surf fan, too early. He was still in his prime. He still was qualifying, and he knew what he wanted to do and surf perfect waves, and we are lucky to have him on hand for the call today. Here at the 15-minute mark, Rabbit. A lot of great hype on this heat for good reason. 2 of the young stars that will be around for a long time.
Well, that's right, and Ethan's now got priority, but Kanoa has just been really building his performance. He got the 3.83, then he came in with the 4.33, but that 6.5, that's a real keeper. So it's kind of made Ethan realize, I think, that he needs a bomb. Like, he needs something that he can get a significant score on to get firstly into this match and then take it to his opponent.
As we saw that set just roll through, and then it just disappears for a moment and then reforms. Still feels very tricky to identify a good wave at the moment.
Well, it is, and there's a lot of cat and mouse going on out there too. We just saw Kanoa just sort of fishing around, making out, yeah, I'm going to go this wave, and he's got the lead, and he's hoping his opponent sort of has a bit of a look over his shoulder, anything to break the focus.
That's exactly it. 14 on the clock, priority with Ewing. And looks like he wants this little bowl. This thing is really cupping out for him, blasting the first lip line. Snap to slide for Ewing. Late hit on the climb, and he's down. So good for 2 moves, as he was chasing a 6.24.
Yeah, 2 moves. But without the finish there, he's not going to challenge the lead at this point. It was an interesting looking little wave though, wasn't it, Joe? You could see it coming. It had a real bold section to it, as you said.
How'd you like the first turn?
Oh, yeah, I loved it. Like, it looks like you set up, and at this point here, you're sort of going, now, is it going to allow him to get in front of it? But it just, it shut down, and his timing was a little bit out, only because he couldn't squeeze it in.
Such a mini little slab effect that it had when it just recoiled on that inside corner, allowed him to really knife a first turn off, but ended up shutting down, so needing the 6.24, and he ends up turning in a 3.0. So Ewing still second, chasing a 6.24. Laura Enever's been roving around. She's able to catch up with Julian Wilson at the Bonsoy Frothmobile.
Yes, guys, we're down here with Julian at the Bonsoy Frothmobile. Julian, at home now, Newcastle for the last few years. How good is it to be here?
It's really nice to have a World Tour event here in Newcastle. It's pretty special, especially just doing 2 months in Hawaii away from the family, sleeping in my own bed, looking after the kids, coming down, surfing some World Tour heats against the best guys in the world in my newly adopted hometown's pretty special.
Yeah, I mean, and the energy is buzzing down here. It's so cool. And you actually had the bonsai froth grom comp, or like grom day the other day. Tell us a bit about that.
Yes, I had 10 frothing grommets down at Dixon Park the other morning, and it was high tide and it was just dumping on the shore break, and I was a little bit concerned about how it was going to end up, but all the kids survived, and the soft tops were definitely the right choice for the shore break, and we had some fun.
So good. Well, guys, keep frothing.
Stay
Good luck in the contest, Julian. We'll be watching and everyone will be cheering you on.
Thanks, Laura. Cheers.
Frothy's high here.
The froth is always high. Your surf froth, it's a journey, a lifetime journey, isn't it, Rabbit? You're still one of the most stoked people I've ever seen on a beach before.
Yeah, well, look, we've been blessed to have this lifestyle, and it's something that we must be grateful for. Surfing it's one of those things, like, and we just saw Joel Parkinson earlier and Luke Egan. Like, when you retire from the pro circuit, you just get to go surfing. It's not something you hang your boots up like football and other sports, even swimming. Like, you just get to really surf.
That's the best part, because you know that the best wave of your life still could be right around the corner.
Well, professional surfing and anything with professional sport or athleticism is it's a passage in your life that you really only get to do once. You think it's going to go on forever. It doesn't. And the reality of life is that after pro, you've got a long life ahead of you, hopefully, and much to enjoy.
Such great words of wisdom from Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. You could still be getting the best waves of your life well after your tour life. Getting down the line with Ethan Ewing. Gets through that mushy whitewater section, but with so much speed, trying to force something for himself to get a 6.24.
Yeah, he hasn't quite been able to get through to that last part that, like we saw with Griffin, with Kanoa earlier, and really be able to get that finish, and that's going to be the difference. I mean, basically, even though Griffin did come a little wider, that last manoeuvre, he got through on that last manoeuvre, absolutely. Michelle looked like he was looking pretty solid, but it was such a good move.
Ethan Ewing still trying to chase Kanoa Igarashi without priority to get a part of the round of 16. See what happens right after this. Always great to check out this beautiful state, New South Wales, and the iconic city of Newcastle that's hosting the world's best. So many great things to check out behind the scenes, amazing views. A little setup there with people jumping off on hang gliders is an amazing place to just wind down the day and relax. Head back down to the beach and watch so many people enjoying the ocean, and a lot of families down here through the Easter weekend. It was so great to meet a lot of these incredible surf fans that have traveled up and down the coast to watch the tour once again recommence here in Australia for stop number 2 this season. Happy to be here in New South Wales. We have the Lord Mayor here with us on the press conference day, and she was so cool to welcome everybody to the city of Newcastle. And she's ready to do it again and again, each and every year. It feels great when you walk into a city, Rabbit, and everyone's just laying out the red carpet for the tour, and you meet so many happy fans that are getting to meet their heroes as soon as they come into the beach.
Well, the Novocastrians, I mean, they love their city. They're very, the hospitality is so warm. They love all the best surfers in the world coming to town. And, you know, we just saw that aerial view, and, you know, the great thing, this is known as Steel City. It's got an image of being this industrial city. There's so much parkland along the coastline. They've really done a great, the Newcastle City Council and the New South Wales government have done a great job in making a lot of parkland, and of course the foreshore, and they celebrate it with the promenades, and the views are spectacular of the coastline.
It's so true, and you see these gigantic super tankers just kind of waiting for their chance to get pulled in by the tugboats to go to dock. And there's a lot of great restaurants where you can watch the boats go by all day and see all these great sandbar setups, and always look for a wave. You can easily find one by yourself around this coastline. 6:45 left in this matchup. Two of the younger names on tour. Igarashi, well, it feels like he's been a household name. Rabbit, you brought up briefly that crazy performance that he had as a rookie on tour to make a final of the Pipe Masters. I mean, there's some of the best names in surfing that have never made it that far, that were sort of meant to. For Kanoa to do that in his first performance there was absolutely massive, and we felt his confidence before he even achieved that result, because he kept telling his friend Zeke Lau, don't worry, I've got you, because the situation was if Kanoa could double qualify, he'd open up the spot for Zeke. He lived to his word, and we got to see Zeke on tour that year. Yeah, that was just the feel-good story. I mean, firstly, the success of Kanoa Igarashi in this breakthrough result, but just his mate Zeke Lau, you know, helping him re-qualify by taking up that position. And it was just one of the great stories, and there was so much momentum and so much goodwill riding with Kanoa that day. Kanoa Igarashi, you know, was able to prove himself time and time again in big heats. The first major win that he had is at Karamas and over Jeremy Flores. And then once you win an event, you know, the next goal you set is to win multiple events in a single season to really put yourself in the conversation of a world title threat. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. Winning events, you know, breeds confidence, and you can take that with you. And then, you know, you target your events. You target the ones you absolutely know you can win, and you know, just make an incredible preparation and ride your luck a little bit. But you know, you kind of make the magic happen for yourself. Now we're down to under 5 minutes here. You know, I'd have to say Ethan Ewing is not having a happy heat. He just hasn't really got anything of real substance. And having said that, he still only needs a 6.24, not a huge score, but that 6.5 by Kanoa Igarashi, the high point of this heat. And of course, Kanoa would be looking to put this away by getting something around the same mark again. That's right, Rabbit. Well, Luke Egan's still standing by. Luke, what's been happening for Ethan Ewing? Have you been liking his decision making so far?
I think his timing on the waves has been a little bit out, Joe. I think he's rushed himself a little bit, and that's put him out of rhythm on the inside, but he's just been chipping away at waves. When you're surfing the rocks on a tide like this and the waves are separating a little bit, you just got to keep going waves, and hopefully you get the inside swing around on the shelf for you and give you some more scoring opportunity. But tide's coming in, 12:20 low, so I can see it improving all afternoon. So we'll see if he gets another opportunity as Kanoa waits a while for this wave. And for me, I feel like Kanoa's been going a little bit too far out, away from the curl. And here he, just not surfing in the pocket enough on that wave, and it's not going to be one of his top two waves. Yeah, good call, Luke. So now with Kanoa getting a wave that doesn't look like it's going to affect the top two, Ethan will have priority with 325. You mentioned how without priority, you just want him to keep catching waves. At this point, now should he drop anchor for a little bit? He certainly should. You know, there's about 4 minutes or so remaining. He needs to sit there and just wait for some open face and then go to work. Like I've seen him surf all week off the rocks. He's put some really good waves together. Now that he has priority, he just needs to sit, and it was like Wade Carmichael earlier. You know, sit there and go, okay, if the wave comes, I'm going to win. If it doesn't, well, I waited, and I waited for my opportunity. So let's see if a wave comes through for Ethan Ewing in the dying moments of this heat. Thank you so much, Luke Egan. Ewing in that position where now with priority, the score is the same that he requires, 6.24. He'll have to wait it out, just like the Carmichael story, to see if he gets that shot to turn it.
against Kanoa Igarashi. Rabbit, looking at these events, I mean, from Newcastle to Narrabeen, you're expecting the way that Ethan performs for him to really have a breakaway result. He's starting to run out of time, though.
In this heat he is. I mean, you know, like we've seen about 3 heats turn in the last, you know, minute or two, so you would never count him out, particularly with priority and his ability to post a big score. But yeah, I mean, if he doesn't get it, he certainly, you know, it'll be a disappointing sort of outing for him against a guy that he would have lined up as a future rival for sure.
Ethan Ewing commits. Small little insider, first turn, nice and vertical. The wave almost goes completely flat, but he's able to just groove his way into this inside. Second turn, little float off the top. And now into a fourth turn as a wrapping cutback. The finale off the roof float to stay on his feet. Interesting wave. It really didn't look like much. I was really impressed. He fit so much in. Wasn't solid enough, though, to get the score.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It's 6.5s. It's not a small number today, particularly on this tide. It probably needs a little bit more water to have that body of volume of wave to really carry you across those dead sections. But he certainly went to work on it and didn't leave 1 centimetre of space that he wasn't utilised.
So sat with priority just for a moment, saw something in this wave. First turn, he got out of the way. Then this is all the downtime. Earned a few more sections in here, Rob.
Yeah, he did, and still, that's a beautiful move right there. And he gets it. This last move's great. It's such a slick finish. That's a typical Ethan ride on a small wave. Yeah, I mean, it's a big ask.
Yeah, chasing a 6.24, it doesn't give you that feeling right away. So Ethan Ewing in this position where he's still chasing that number. Last score comes in at a 3.9, and he's down to 25 seconds. So all the down days, he's actually been doing a lot of free surfing with John Florence. They really connected on a friendship level, and Ethan's dad's been around. John's such a mellow cat, and I think he saw something in Ethan, just that mellow demeanor and obviously a lot of talent. Fortunately, John went down, and Ethan Ewing's trying to keep his dream alive. Swave will count. Quick slap off the lip, throwing the fins into reverse to show how talented he is. Small inside 1-footer chasing a 6.24 on that wave.
Yeah, well, he did lower the required scoring rate by just a fraction. From a 6.5 down to a 6.24, but you know, it's an inside effort. You know, well surfed wave, Joe. Well surfed wave, but I think he ran out of acreage on that one. There was just not enough room because Kanoa, you know, he was just tough. He's just surfed it tough.
So true, Rabbit. Let's take a whole heat in review on the Harvey Norman recap. Kanoa Igarashi starts off strong like he always does. So fierce in all types of conditions. Had a nice connection with the pocket on this opening ride. Got his lead pretty early.
He sure did. It was a great opening ride. Ethan, this was his best wave. Kind of nice little connector here. Small wave, but just surfing, just, you know, world class.
And just had a nice, easy tempo on these sections. Throwing his tail, he missed the finish there. Kanoa on these broader walls that were stretching out a bit more, and he's always able to get that fin throw out. He used that a lot at Karamas to his victory, then changed gears with that more drawn out carve, and was able to get the win off Ewing. Kanoa moves on to the round of 16 here at Merriweather. Coming up next, Caio Ibelli takes on David Silva. All Brazilian battle coming up next.
In 2007, a massive East Coast low rocked the Newcastle area, and caught up in the deadly storm was the Pasha Bulker, a 40,000-tonne coal ship that ran aground at Nobby's Beach. The beach was quickly shut down by the authorities, but that was never going to stop a goofy footer from paddling out on the left rip bowl that had formed off the bow of the mighty vessel. It was local pro surfer Reese Smith who paddled out at dawn and surfed for 25 minutes before security arrived to call him in. The session was captured and soon appeared on the cover of Waves magazine. Another classic chapter in Newey core surfing history.
Crazy to look back at the legends of folklore from this amazing venue. That cover shot was massive. Reese Smith, the same famous human that was in the Water Patrol incident the other day where his hat got blown off. That was Reese. He got a big cover years ago. He's an absolute legend. He hosts everybody so incredibly well. He's a waterman to the T, absolutely charges. And that photo of that cover is actually up in his house, and it's up in on this wall. It looks so amazing, and it really caught my eye seeing this gigantic ship beached. It's not just any ship you've seen before. It's one of the biggest things you'll ever see, and for him to do a big air like that was so memorable to get page 1 of the mags. All Brazilian battle getting started out front. Caio Ibelli versus David Silva. Joe Turpel with Rabbit for the call, the 78 world champ. Great battle, goofy versus regular, both incredible in small conditions. Kai'd say more experience on this stage, and David really just getting his name out there, but he's so dangerous in waves like this.
Oh, he is, and Kai would know that too, and of course Caio Ibelli, he has been around, he's quite experienced, a seasoned professional now, and God, he's a danger, always a constant danger. He's such a good surfer, just a completely different approach than the other Brazilians.
He's really fun just to see how creative he is too, with his different types of turns and his board changes he's made in his career. Caio Ibelli getting some boards from Darren Hanley, and it was interesting to hear from Caio because it was kind of similar to what we heard from Adriano during the pandemic last year when they have board shapers in Australia, and just to get boards and to get a flow going again, it actually completely stopped, and that communication was really tough. So Caio, when he was able to get on the charter flight, get back to Oz, have a bunch of fresh boards to look at again, it was like a birthday present. He was so happy to find his equipment back where he wants it to be.
And look, there is a point of difference. It's one thing to get the local licensee making your boards, based on the dimensions, but to get the master himself making the boards, that's the gold.
David Silva already threw a couple of big turns. How's his bowl? Just a big slap there again, a little more vertical on the final section. It's even though he's newer to the tour than Caio, you think when the conditions change, it's almost like when you're doing your fantasy picks, when you look at the forecast first, anytime you're in about 1 to 2 foot surf, you're looking at David Silva to go faster than everybody, find air sections where you don't see it. And we've seen him come to victory at a lot of venues when it's been a bit small. I'm thinking of Manly Beach, where he did double alley-oops on 1 foot lefts. He has so much pop in his surfing. It's insane to watch.
Yeah, he's on the QS and in the Challenger Series. He is a dangerous customer, but he's just such a strong guy. He's so strong, so fit. And a lot of Brazilians, they just have that natural athleticism and flexibility and creativity.
Caio Ibelli down to second now, as last of Silva comes in at a 4.6.
And looks like Silva's going to come across to where Italo is. He's a little bit of separation there. So David Silva, he's got a score under his belt, and now he's going to come across here and go fishing and try to pull off something. When Griffin came wide, we saw Italo spend more than half his heat wide. It's a risky move, but it could pay off. Now we do have the tide coming back in, so the rock break, the pool, it is going to improve. Not sure what it looks like down here, but there is the odd nugget coming through down the beach, and we know this guy has got the big air game.
He certainly does. Silva, now 26 years of age. He's had some key results in his career already. When he had his first rookie season on tour, he almost basically double qualified. He was one spot out of qualification on the top 34, so he finished 23rd. On the QS, he finished 10th in the world, so he's very busy. That's what's kind of different right now. All surfers on the championship tour have a nice clean slate of doing these 4 events without being distracted by the qualifying series. Nice flow on the forehand, finding that left. It was really a closeout, but still showed how smooth he can be. Remember, we saw Jadson kind of sneak down to this left. You know, Italo's been loving it. Medina had a couple rotations on the left in that first round. And if you're a goofy foot and you have a reliable attack above the lip, you can see that as a little weapon. If you can just get away, he already has the 4.6, maybe one big ramp, and could put Kyle in a tough spot.
He sure could. You know, there's some elements that you see there, you know, with Italo as well, without the perhaps the nuclear, you know, he's just a little bit more in control. You know, Italo just absolutely just goes ballistic.
He certainly does. How's the alley-oop from Caio Ibelli? Reaching for the stars on that effort. Couldn't quite find the landing gear, but I love that he's going for it.
Yeah, look, he's got an air game. To me, he is more known for his rail game and his power surfing. He might be feeling the pinch against David Silva, knowing that this guy's about to unload on the shore break.
Amazing to see what Caio's done in his career. Let's see how close he was to this thing.
Yeah, looks pretty wild. He's already well over the back of the wave. Oh, he got himself out in front of it, but the board didn't go with him.
Alley-oop, such a fun maneuver to watch. Remember the early stages of it, watching versions that Christian Fletcher was doing, Timmy Curran, and all those Taylor Steele movies. A lot of times you're seeing the big rotation and then landing fins first to then revert out of it. Nowadays, it's all about a big full rotation, so you land forward.
Yeah, I mean, but even before that, I mean, I'll tell you where a place where I saw the genesis of it, like where the real beginning was in Florida, on the East Coast. I mean, Matt Keckley. There was another guy called John Holmes. I mean, he was just going ballistic, full aerials, and this is in the 1970s. You know, I mean, seriously, Florida was just, it's just one of those places where you got to make something happen. There's not a lot of power there, not a lot of energy. And there was just like Matt Keckley and the little trick stuff. I mean, it was so cool to watch. But there was some serious stuff happening over on the East Coast. And this was the precursor. And then Christian Fletcher really took it to that next level and was pulling off huge punts at lowers.
Oh, and it seems like as we look back in time, it was great. As we'll catch up to live real quick. Silva up and out. Still trying to create something away from Caio Ibelli. But yeah, the air movement was such a fun thing to watch. And there definitely seemed to be some relationship with skateboarding at the time as well, with a lot of crossover athletes going for above the lip stuff. A guy named Kevin Reed up in Santa Cruz landing on the cover of Surfing Magazine, just doing this big, huge punt on this old school board. And you realize he was doing those on land all the time, and there seemed to be a direct relationship there.
And then there's the art of small wave riding. And, you know, you brought up Tim Curran. Tim Curran, I mean, gosh, he was so good in good surf. He was so amazing in micro surf. There was a contest in Japan this time, and it was Timmy Curran and Rob Machado and Armando Doltro.
Yes.
And those guys, it was 1 foot surf, and they were doing full-blooded arcing. It was incredible to watch.
Wow.
Yeah.
You just brought me there, Rabbit. What some incredible names that definitely made huge contributions to the sport of surfing. 18:30 on the clock in this one. Winner of the last heat, Kanoa Igarashi's with Stace.
That's right, here with Kanoa, who has, I would think by his admission, 2 pretty tricky heats out the rocks. Kanoa, how are you finding this wave?
It's funny. You saw my first heat then. It was hard, but you know, I've surfed a lot of heats out there. I did a lot of junior events. I made the finals here one year with Jake Sylvester. I ended up getting second to the local boy, but you know, I love this little wave. I never thought I'd be surfing a CT here, but you know, it's been a great day of surfing, and you know, it's just a fun wave. You catch a bunch of waves, and you can surf as hard as you want because the wave's coming back at you. So yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, by all stretch of the imagination, you are building into this event nicely. It's been a weird week of waves, wave size. How have you been going with your equipment?
I mean, this is I felt like last year, or the last year we ran, I really wanted to work on my ability to adapt to conditions and not just stick to my plan A, but have a plan B, C, D, and being able to jump back and forth between them. I felt like I used to really live and die by the sword, and I think I kind of want to change my ways, and this is the perfect event to do it. I feel like you can never really go out there with a plan. You kind of have to have an idea and then just go with your feelings, and that's what me and Witzy have been working on. And I mean, it's so early in the contest, but I felt like you're working that heat.
Yeah, for sure. Kano, I know you got a lot of fans over in Japan. Did you want to check in with them?
Yeah, 日本のファン皆さんいつも応援ありがとうございます。そうですね、ラウンド1って今日のヒートも意外とコンディション難しかったんだけど、どうにかいい点数出せて、いいサーフィンを見せれて嬉しいです。次の多分明日もまた大会があるので、みんなの応援をよろしくお願いします。ありがとう。
And mate, before I let you go, I know you've been working on an exciting new project with Red Bull. How's that all coming together?
Yeah, wow. We have Beyond the Line season 2 now. The first episode came out about a week ago. It's been amazing. It's been great for me. I get to show the world how amazing this tour is. We get to travel the world. We get to see different cultures, meet new people, and just live the dream. And for me, as a 23-year-old, I feel like I'm just in the peak of just living it up. So me and one of my best friends, Tanner, we're just making this series. It's not a big production, but it's just us, and stoked that Red Bull jumped on. And yeah, we'll be providing you guys with all the behind-the-scenes stuff, and see how it goes.
Awesome, mate. I think we've got something queued up for it now. Let's check out a preview.
Seatbelts on, hands on the steering wheel. We're trying to find some waves. You're still filming. You've got enough clips, bro. Get out of here.
Looking forward to keeping up with Beyond the Lines with Kano Igarashi, living the dream on tour. Going quickly through some big backside turns is David Silva. Finds speed in anything and puts it together so well. 4.6 and a 4.0 have him in the lead so far over Kaiwa Belly. So getting past the halfway mark. We'll see if he can fit that one into his top 2. So we take a breath just to remember how beautiful this Dream Tour life is. And I'm loving that Kanoa is going to take us along for the ride. All the in-between sessions, all the free surfs, all the glory, and all the drama too that comes with wins and losses, and living up to the expectations you put on yourself, but also snapping your fingers and remember to enjoy the ride the entire way.
Well, you were mentioning that he's got homes all over the world, obviously representing Japan, born and raised in Huntington Beach, spends a lot of time in Portugal. And I think there was some great secret Portuguese spots there. There's one of them I recognise. I know I've surfed that spot. And wow, there's some gems over there. But you know what was really cool? He gave some great insight into surfing a break like Merriweather on a day like today, whereas plan A, B, C, and D, where you're going out there and you really just can't have this one plan and live by the sword, die by the sword. That you've just got to go on your feel and your instincts. And I thought that was a great insight.
Really great insight from Kanoa. This one still led by Silva. David, the goofy footer, 4.6 and building a bit to a 4.53 on his last wave. Belly doesn't need much. 3.86 to take the lead in this all-Brazilian battle. We'll be right back. We're enjoying the round of 32 today. The top men professionals are out there trying to survive into the round of 16. Women were called off first thing in the morning for a lay day. A lot of them watching a lot of the action for the best men athletes in the world. Silva still leading over Kiowa Belly. So we'll have hopefully the entire round of 16 set before we leave the beach today. Plenty of heats to come after this one, but it's all about Kiowa's story, fighting for the lead. Got this wave during the break.
Yeah, Kaya is, he doesn't need a real lot, Joe. He's had a good heat so far. You know he's going to go for an air reverse here at the finish. Does he? No, he doesn't surf out of it. So who knows if he can actually get the score required. He's got the high point so far, the 5.27. And you kind of feel the need to make that.
See that throw tail, a nice vision from the beach, seeing Kyle just speeding by. How's this form too? That ability in the backhand, hugging the pocket and drilling it so many times. David Silva can't help but celebrate. It looks so just reactive to the pocket. It's like a pendulum just swinging in motion, hitting it harder when the lip shows up.
Well, he just machined that wave.
And it made a lot of sense to being here in the Still City. Hard-working wave, and he's an absolute hero when it comes to waves like this.
Look, this. Every piece of energy is meaningful.
Right there, I mean, that's a gutless section, but he gets so much speed, finds the pocket, and just sat there, swinging for the lip line.
This is incredible.
Great to see that energy and motion from Silva. David Silva representing Brazil. Has a cool little beach that he grew up surfing that you'd have to hike to. A nice long trail where you'd have to earn it. Beautiful location where you could get some uncrowded waves. Felipe Toledo just remembers every time he was in a regional event final, he always would look over and see the draw, and he's like, oh, David Silva again, here we go. So he had so many good battles with Toledo growing up. They were young rivals, two great friends that always pushed each other. Kyle up and out. Last score, though, for David Silva, Rabbit, 5.9.
Yeah, well, that 5.9, it seems like it's kind of rattled Kaya a bit because he had the lead before this, but, you know, Kaya's only, you know, now he's looking, he needs a 5.24 now. So he had that 5.27 before, but he just took a really very ordinary little wave then.
And sometimes you tend to think when the waves are smaller, you can see an advantage being a goofy foot when you're on your backside and you can just belt the lip, frame it vertical. But I don't know, it almost saying that would take away from the talent that Silva has, actually providing some really explosive moments in this heat.
Yeah, well, he's got a very fluent forehand as well. So, you know, it was definitely machine-like. It was unbelievable, the pendulum. But, you know, no wasted energy. Everything, you know, was in place. The timing was perfect. And he netted him a 5.9 on a nothing kind of wave.
Luke Egan's been standing by during this matchup. How's Kyle looking? Are you taking anything away from his body language?
A little bit, Joe. I just feel like David Silva's surfing every section for what it is, and Kaya's mistake right now is he wants to do an air, but he's not even really waiting for an air section. He's just kind of going along the wave and going, I want to do an air, I want to do an air, and he's missed some opportunity of some nice snaps and maybe lip glide floaters. And I think it's showing it's starting to reflect the score line. So he needs to get back to just, you know, answering to each section what best maneuver should be executed. And I think he'll get back in the mix. If he doesn't do that, I'm afraid this one's going to get away from him.
And then on the other side, Luke, what about Silva? What a role he has in these conditions.
Fantastic last wave by Silva. Just he's got a lethal backhand. I was quite surprised when he came down to the middle and not just backing that lethal backhand repetition he's got of just going vertical, vertical, vertical. We saw that on the inside, getting that 5.9. I was surprised when he came down the beach, but he went back off the rocks and got done a couple of really good moves for that 5.9, and now he's in control of the heat.
We've seen a lot of decisions, Luke, just reposition even Griffin's win, where he was going back and forth throughout the entire heat. Is that pretty normal on a day like today at Merriweather?
Yeah, well, if you're off the rocks at Merriweather and the hierarchy are out there, as we see David Silver on another inside and a quick in and out. Yeah, if the hierarchy are out there controlling the rocks, you usually surrender to the middle if you want to get a few waves. And it can get pretty vicious out there. Your MR, Matt Hoy, Jesse Adam, Mitchell
Egan.
Ross, Luke Egan. The list goes on when it's a bit like that. But Luke Egan usually goes down the middle lefts and comes straight at him from the lefts. But yeah, it can get pretty crowded out there. But yeah, I really feel that anyone that followed Italo kind of made a little bit of a strategy error, because no one follows Italo. He's got so much energy, he can get through the flats really quick, as we saw him get a 7 down here, linking some good turns. I think Michelle Perez would have been better off sitting off the rocks and getting that trademark tight arc done. And so, yeah, I didn't really agree with the guys going down the middle and not staying off the rocks. We saw that tide change, and I think we've got some really good rocks for this last few heats. We're going to see some really good surfing.
Good man, Luke Egan. Thank you so much for the insight, not just on this heat, but the local lineup on an average day here when it's this size. Gosh, there's some amazing surfers that you can sit next to. And if you see a guy like Luke, say hi, introduce yourself. And next thing you know, he's going to be calling you into a wave, guarantee it.
Yeah, and if he's not doing that, then you'll get about a 12-foot spray in the head.
And they're both memorable, which is going to be great. Kyle Abelli, nice turn there, gets the fins out into a wrapping cutback. And a little sluggish on the inside, still showing a bit of frustration. Meanwhile, total opposite with energy. Flying down the line, already packing away multiple turns, reaching for that big vertical. It looked like Kaio might have been right where he wanted to ride out of it.
Well, I was going to say we might have a paddle battle here, but I'll tell you what, you wouldn't even take David Silver on in a paddle battle. There's just no way. But I concur with Luke's observation, because I made that point a bit earlier in the heat, that I just thought Kaio Belli was looking for the air game more than his usual strong points. And and Luke picked up on that, and he's sort of, I think he's out of whack, with maybe feeling the pressure from David Silver, knowing that he's going to do something crazy.
You can see the first turn from Kyle, and then the wave just didn't give him much after that. Then meanwhile, David had so much speed and flow on this wave. Did miss the finish, but it feels like he can get to top speed in 0.2 seconds.
Yeah, he might have even had to change his track here, because not sure what happened there. Just overturned, caught an edge, but he was looking to improve on a 4.6. Now this will be making something out of nothing, that's for sure.
Small wave, kind of late on the backhand float. You can see he was trying to recover his stance on the lip line, so situation remains the same. That was David's 10th wave ridden. Kaio's caught 9 waves.
Interesting though, David Silver would have had priority. He pulled the trigger on that one. That was a small wave, and he's left the door open for Kaio Belli. And this wave here, it's a little bit shaky right now, but he is desperate to get this finishing move in here. Doesn't need a huge score, Joe.
Did the throw tail reverse out the back. Now 2 quick snaps before that thing goes dry on the inside. So Kaio trying to force the 5-2-4. Had the skill level to pull the reverse around, but the soft section didn't make it look as dynamic. So still going to be pretty close. 3 minutes to go. Silva now with priority. We'll see how he changes his strategy to maybe be a little more defensive into the Harvey Norman recap. Seen Kaio just getting a little stuck with his rail work, trying to really punch free some airs. Pulled that reverse. Tried to get a bit of a rhythm going, but it's been all about Silva just speed lining through these inside tracks. Beautiful draws off the bottom. Peaked at a 5.9.
Yeah, well, at this one, this is the one where he gets the 5.9. It didn't look like anything, but this is where he took the lead, Joe. Before this, he needed something around the early fives, and yeah, he could feel it.
But even with all of his energy and Silva just looking like he's really connected to the lineup right now, you all of a sudden look at numbers and you're like, well, Caio's not really far behind when it's kind of a traffic jam of 5s and 4s on screen. It's keeping this one really close.
20 waves served.
In this heat, that's insane. And nothing better than that 5-9. Jordy Smith taking on Alex Ribeiro coming up next.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be a scorcher.
Jordy Smith, a father now, here with his family in Australia. Had a crazy road to get to the Pipe Masters. Was over in London, got there relatively late, you know, for his traditional warm-up for Pipe. Got into some free surfs and made some heats, and he's got Alex Ribeiro, who's a comeback story, kind of like Ethan Ewing. He's already had his rookie year, back on tour. 90 seconds. Caio looked at that one, didn't really get into it, still needing a 5.24 to move on.
Yeah, desperation stakes now with 80 seconds remaining. This is coming down to the wire. David Silva has now got priority. You would think he would be quite masterful at the shutdown, but look, he's looking. He's trying to hold Caio off this one, but he's let him go.
Caio on the big wind-up, throw tail, lays back, incomplete. Ibelli creating a reputation about how he battles with the world champions. He was kind of the nemesis for John Florence multiple times, especially in John's first world title run. He would continue to be the one guy that could slow him down. He's had some of the world famous heats against Medina in Portugal from Pipeline. 30 seconds, still chasing a 5.24.
Yeah, but now he's against perhaps a less fancied opponent who looks like he's nailed him.
Just with rhythm, with his intensity on his backhand surfing, framing it vertical. I just love how fast Silva can go in small conditions.
Well, if there's time, he will definitely go this wave just to shut it down. I don't think he'll get there in time. He won't need it. It's going to be right on the money. But look at this, Caio Ibelli on a tiny inside wave, and it's a.
Looks like it's going to be a tough one. Horn goes off, and there is the disappointment from Caio Ibelli, getting knocked out here in the round of 32. Silva 10.5 total. Caught so many waves in this heat. 5.9 was his peak on his backhand, going incredibly fast. And if conditions are in this similar range, Silva is going to continue to be tough to beat.
Yeah, you can just see the anguish on Caio's face there. He's just really, he's just kicking himself.
A rough one there for Caio Ibelli. He will shake hands with Silva and wish him the best into the next round. We're going to take a quick break. Jordy Smith takes on Alex Ribeiro coming up next. We'll bring in Ronnie and Rich for the call right after this.
the twin fin. Envisioned by born and bred Newcastle local Mark Richards in 1976 and perfected in 77, the lightning quick and incredibly loose design took MR's surfing to radical new heights. From 1979 to 1981, he was virtually unbeatable, blitzing his way to an unprecedented 4 consecutive world titles. While the creation of the three-fin thruster in 81 may have pulled the handbrake on twin fin mania, there's no doubting the high-performance leaps made possible by MR's design. And the renaissance of the MR twin on beaches around the world today only serves to further immortalise his legend.
Love seeing that footage of the incredible Mark Richards. You're just reminded how ahead of his time he was. That big grab rail carve there, Richie loved it. So impressive to see. And we've got one of MR's retro twins here on the Harvey Norman set too. Beautiful thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that footage just, mate, some of those waves that Mark was riding now, I reckon they're 7s and 8s today. Just so on rail, and Mark was just incredible.
Yeah, really unique style too, as we see the bracket here for the round of 32 here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. And here's a look at the bottom half of the draw here in the round of 32. And we are now moving into Heat 13. Geordie Smith, the veteran Championship Tour competitor, going up against Alex Ribeiro, who's making his return to the Championship Tour. And this is an interesting matchup, Rich, because you've got Alex Ribeiro, everyone talking about the way he's evolved his surfing. He's come back stronger. Unfortunately for Alex, Geordie Smith, he's gone to another level too. So this makes it a very interesting battle. Geordie knows he's got an opportunity now to climb to the top end of the leaderboard, with John Florence falling out of the mix early, and Geordie featured in the final series over there at the Pipe Masters. So this is a big heat for both these surfers for different reasons.
Yeah, it is. And Geordie's made it quite well known in that recent podcast with Dave Prater. He's up and riding here, Ron.
Yeah, he wants it. And he's got a good-looking wall here. And anytime Geordie connects with a long-running right-hander, big points usually come. Just looking for a section to really sink his teeth into on that ride, though. Didn't really find it, but got a lot of work done.
Yeah, he did. And the point I was trying to make is that not that Geordie hasn't been sort of in the world title conversation, but this year feels a little different. It really feels like he's putting it out there into the universe. He said he's been training really hard. He's obviously had a change of equipment onto Smith shapes and working on his own boards as well with his dad, so that's an interesting change there. But for me, this matchup really is it's a match of polar opposites, really. You've got Geordie on his front side with that long sweeping carve that he has. He's also really nimble in the air as well. And then we got Alex Ribeiro on his backside, more of a real pivoty surfer, as we see Geordie up and riding, and you can just see the power down the line here, snapping quickly off the top on that second turn. Little projection climbs there over the whitewash, and then another big one to finish off. So some good speed on that wave, and these first couple of turns is where all the points are going to come. In particular, that second one there just goes right up onto the lip. All the way through to the inside. Yeah, great vision there as we see Geordie just driving down the line.
Yeah, Geordie Smith, interesting. He's done a lot of work with different shapers over the years, and he's actually stepped back onto his dad's boards. And the big break in 2019 afforded him the opportunities to spend a lot of time at home, a big winter over in South Africa. And he and his dad were able to refine his boards. He's actually travelling with a couple of boards that he shaped himself too. It'll be interesting to see if he's on one of his own creations out there.
Yeah, pretty cool. Not many surfers on tour, if any, apart from Geordie making his own board. And it's something that, well, one of the most famous surfers on the planet did.
Yeah,
pioneered it really, didn't he?
A lot of surfers back in the day, in those early formative years of the Championship Tour, were riding their own creations, looking to get an edge over their rivals. Mark Richards, we know he won 4 world titles. And Geordie might put some of his own creations to good use during this Australian leg, as we see Alex Ribeiro kicking out on this one. So a number of waves ridden, but no big scores put on the board just yet. Geordie's last ride, that 5.33, that's the highest number. But really, this heat yet to take shape. Well, just the second time we've seen these two surfers meet in Championship Tour competition. The last time was when Alex was on the CT. That was back in 2016. They had a heat, a round 3 heat at the Pipe Masters, and Geordie put quite a bit of distance between himself and Alex in that exchange. 13.4 points was the points differential. Geordie had 15.34. Alex Ribeiro 1.94 in that exchange. Obviously wasn't quite in rhythm in that heat, but he's looking to turn things around.
Yeah, unfortunately must have had a real shocker at the pipeline, but I don't think he'll be doing that here today. These waves really suited to Alex Ribeiro here. You know, he likes these lightning fast little right-handers, and like the goofy footers today, like Ryan Callanan, he has the ability to get up there, and on your backside you can really pivot off the top in a super tight arc, and that's where he will get his advantage in this heat.
Having a look on the inside under priority, just looking for any decent scoring opportunities to put some numbers up against Geordie here. There has been some big upset results already in this round of 32, and I think we're going to see a bit more of that in this season. 2019 gave all those surfers who've been, you know, trying to wash off poor early round losses an opportunity to really reset, to basically let go of all those bad results and start focusing on some improvements.
Well, it's not often during mid-careers we see Geordie just slipping off. Somehow regains it, but that ride's not going to go into the tally. But back to your point, Ron, you don't often get a whole year or more than a whole year off, you know, mid-season or mid-career, and everyone got the opportunity to go back to the drawing board, refine the craft, refine their fitness, really get on top of any injuries and things like that. So, you know, it was those surfers that saw the opportunity as a blessing and through a positive light, that they're the ones that have benefited from the break.
Well, Geordie making an error there. Alex is going to get that priority now on the outside section. Geordie's had 13 Championship Tour finals, 6 victories. All of them coming on the forehand. And that'll bode well for him going into this exchange. Nice little long-running right-handers. Great small wave surfer, Geordie, for a big guy. And I think he's probably in the best condition we've seen him in maybe ever.
Yeah, he's worked on his fitness, and just the core strength alone for him to actually get back on his board after that little slip, quite remarkable.
Just over 19.5 minutes to go. We've been talking about Geordie's equipment, the choice to get back on his Father Graham's boards, Smith Shapes, and Stacey's down there. Let's check in and get a look at Geordie's backup.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, I'm here with the BF Goodrich pit check, and I've got Geordie's backup board here. This one's an epoxy, but I'm pretty sure that Geordie ran down with a regular PU. The rocks are still small on that lowered side. It's still pushing in a little bit, but it's still got a little bit of push, as you guys were mentioning earlier. Another thing to note, Geordie's got a prototype fin here from Futures, so I don't know where this one would sit in their range, but to me, it's looking a little smaller, so perhaps giving him a bit more agility in these smaller, bowlier conditions.
Geordie's free surfing in the lead up to the event getting underway.
Yeah, I've seen him around town a little bit, but to be honest, I haven't seen him surfing as much as everyone else. I'm sure he's been going through these motions for, you know, he's been on tour for over a decade now, so I think he'd be feeling pretty confident in his equipment. Obviously moving over to work with his dad a lot closely now, and yeah, I think he's looking to put his best performances in his heats, which I'm sure is what he's hoping to do.
Travelling with the fam, his wife Lyndall out here in Australia, his son Ziggy, he's relishing the opportunity to show them around Newcastle, no doubt.
How's that?
Geordie Smith, he is currently out the back. He's got priority now. Alex Ribeiro taking that last ride. Just a 2.33 for the Brazilian, and he's still in second spot. So Geordie, he wants to make something now of the position that he's in, because he made a mistake on his last ride.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll have to pick up the pieces on that one a little, but Geordie's so experienced, so calm. He knows how to construct a heat really well and not get phased. And he's a fighter too, you know. He's the lone South African on the Championship Tour at the moment. And that carries a little bit of weight for him, but I think he's the type of person who welcomes that attention and who welcomes that responsibility of carrying South Africa, flying the South African flag.
Definitely, yeah. His 13th year on tour, but Geordie's always been right there, feeling the buzz of the Pro Tour. His family used to host surfers when they visited Durban to compete in the Gunston 500 back in the day. I know Barton Lynch stayed with him one year when he made the final of the contest. Barton actually gave the trophy to Geordie when he was a Grom, before he'd even really started surfing much himself. But Geordie Smith is just he's been entrenched in the surfing culture since he was born. And he is, definitely comfortable here. Even saying on the Lineup podcast that he sees himself on tour for at least another 7 or so years. So he's got a lot more to give. Has obviously challenged for world titles in the past. Has a big opportunity this year. If he can make those Rip Curl WSL Finals in September, he'll have a great shot, because he is a two-time champ at Trestles and always features in the finals there.
Yeah, he's just well, that you think about lowers and how that wave really is the perfect canvas to display all your whole repertoire. And Geordie, obviously, with those big power hacks outside and then able to get dynamic and into the air through the inside. And this is just the product of growing up around the Durban area, and so many little beach breaks there, those running right-handers in between the piers. Perfect grooming ground for Geordie.
16 minutes to go, and Dimity Stoyle, she is with us, joining the commentary team for these next couple of events. And Dimity, you're getting a very close look at the conditions. What are just some of the subtle things that you don't really see on screen that you're identifying on the texture of the wave out there at the moment?
Yeah, I've got the best seat in the house. I can't believe I haven't been here earlier. I'm literally standing in a little rock pool here. There's kids loving it. Brace yourself. And the surfers are literally coming so close to the rocks. It's really cool to see. And if you're a fan of surfing, it's such a good angle, because you get to see exactly what they're doing, and yeah, the little lips that they're hitting. It's really cool.
Yeah, you can see some reverberation off the rocks too. There a bit of backwash occasionally that the surfers are having to deal with. I think we've seen some of these CT surfers tripping up at different stages, and that might be the reason for it.
I've lost the boys. Can't hear.
Oh, we'll get back to Dim at some stage, but 15 minutes remaining. Alex Ribeiro finishing one on the inside there, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ribeiro's just, he's taken a change of tact here in this heat. Strategies moving to the northern part, that little bank in front of the contest zone there, electing to get away from the rocks, just perhaps not feeling those opportunities coming where he can really expose his backhand attack. And I think he's not a bad move at this point in the heat. 14 minutes to go, and without a really good substantial score on the board yet, he's thinking, I'll get away from Geordie, I'll just find some airspace, and I'll have full reign of the breakdown here.
Yeah, Alex, he dropped a lot of great free surfing clips on his Instagram, on social media in 2019, and we know he had a strong run on the qualifying series, but he's got to really convert those free surfing performances into CT performances this year if he's going to have a chance at re-qualifying, because I remember his last run on the Championship Tour well. His best result was a quarterfinal finish at Trestles, and he proved to himself that he can upset big names in that event. He beat Julian Wilson, who'd finaled at Trestles the year before. But yeah, it just feels like Alex Ribeiro needs to really start bringing his best in the jersey.
Yeah, and it's a thing that comes with experience, I think. For a guy like Ribeiro, you know, he's going to take confidence out of winning heats, and he's going to feel like his position is a worthy one on the Championship Tour as he gets further and further deeper into the contest. So, you know, big heats like this are a great opportunity for Alex to really, you know, get that confidence going. But he's got his work cut out for him here today. A little slower start against Geordie. He needs to pick it up.
13 minutes to go. Still plenty of time to turn things around. At the moment, the Brazilian looking for a 4.7. We're here at Merriweather for the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. Geordie Smith out there in the lineup leading this heat, but hasn't shut the door on Alex Ribeiro. The lowest seed, currently in second spot, holds priority and only needs a 4.7 to jump up into the lead. So Geordie is just leaving the door a little too wide open at the moment. And we've seen a number of upsets, and we've seen some clutch performances in the dying stages too. Alex opting to surf the middle section, backing his forehand on the shore break. Nice carve there. Looking for more on the inside, just a bit of a double up, tough to negotiate there. He's not going to get many points out of that one. Meanwhile, just to the south, Geordie Smith, he finds a good looking wall.
Yeah, Geordie's excuse me, got the opportunity to open up on this one, and that was a huge blast to finish that off. Only the 2 turns. Again, the ocean's being a little tricky right now, but Geordie seems to have the better of the conditions here. He seems to be reading it a little bit better than Alex at the moment.
Well, Geordie had another wave during the break. It was a 2.53, incomplete on his second manoeuvre. He was on his way to a decent number, but wasn't able to complete it, making sure to finish that one off before he heads back out.
I was a little surprised Geordie didn't go to the air on that second turn. There was a little ramp that presented itself. Here we go. It was a little chip shot in, just gets that big arc, that trademark carve that Geordie has. He kind of had the opportunity. I thought he should have maybe gone for the air, because he would have actually put a decent number on the board if he had done that.
Still looks pretty solid, that finishing turn. I don't mind a mix-up at the end of a wave, but incomplete on that occasion. He's made up for it. Geordie Smith, just under 10 minutes to go, has just dropped to 6.17, single highest score of this heat so far. Alex Ribeiro's been quiet so far, needs an 8.33 to advance. Laura, we were talking a little earlier about Alex. His free surfing performances were great. This is the spot where he launched his 2019 QS campaign with a victory, and he needs to do something special now. He needs a pretty big score.
Yeah, Alex has such awesome history here in Newcastle, and he's staying here with one of the local Brazilian surfers, Guga. I got that wrong. But I mean, you know, he loves these waves, so he's been going up and down the beach. Geordie's just, you know, moving down to the north to chase Alex now, but he needs that bigger score. He's just not finding the waves. And I mean, it's amazing to see him back on tour though, Alex. I think the coolest thing is now with, you know, the new format for the WCT is, you know, you have some more opportunity. If you are on that bottom end of the tour at the end of the year, you can qualify back onto the tour the next year. So I feel like it takes the pressure off. And I mean, I just hope that, you know, Alex just finds some waves now and, you know, can get back in this heat.
That is such a good point. Thanks for bringing it up, Laura. The new system that WSL has put together, Rich, it's really going to benefit guys like Alex who struggled in his last championship tour run, but he was doing double duty. He was having to chase QS events between CTs. It's a total mind game. I mean, to get your head together, to gather some confidence to compete at the QS level when you're losing at the CT level is really difficult. As we see Geordie gliding down the line here, not going to get much more out of that ride, just over 8 minutes to go, but now you can focus solely on the CT and then shift your attention to the QS if you don't re-qualify.
If you have to, yeah, no, it's great because I mentioned it the other day, I did double duty for a number of the years that I was on tour, and it's hard to get focused on one or the other, and you end up focusing more on the QS because you're starting to think, oh, well, that's where my energy needs to go. Or, as we see, Alex Ribeiro, well, that's what we knew he was capable of, and this is going to blow this heat wide open.
That's exactly what we started seeing from him in 2019, dropping a lot of clips like that, even more impressive versions of that same turn, but, you know, that version, I think the judges will like it. It was a big section, and he did well to ride out.
Well, prior to that, he'd ridden 13 waves, and not one of them was over a 3.2. One of them was a 3.17. So let's look at the replay here. So Alex just pumping as he got into this, driving down the line and gets the spin, and a beautiful, he rode out of that really well with a lot of control. It was all about this one turn, eyed off that section, the little ramp, and there it was. And well, he was happy with it, throwing the hands in the air. He knew this was a point in the heat where it all was going to turn around. Gets the rotation, arms in the air, somehow gets his body weight back on top of his board there and is able to ride out of it really clean.
Well, not a lot of people have been able to stomp big airs so far in the event. We've seen a lot of people try, and Alex threw everything at that section. And I think in the back of your mind, you're probably going, I know I don't have a lot of water to land on here. And he connected beautifully with some of that impacting white water at the bottom of that ride, and it was a nice cushy landing. He's going to narrow the requirement and give himself a chance here with 6 minutes to go.
100%, and just back to the confidence thing again, just completing that wave and putting a decent score on the board. This is going to do wonders in this final 6 minutes. But, you know, back to your point about making that top 5, I kind of feel like we're probably going to see someone unexpected make that top 5 and have a crack at a world title. You know, it's an interesting format, and I think we're all anticipating how it's going to play out this year.
We'll check the numbers dropping here for Alex Ribeiro on his return to the Championship Tour. Drops a 6.67 and gets the edge on Geordie Smith with the highest scoring ride in the heat so far. He's really narrowed the requirement, only needs a 4.83 to get himself into the lead. And for sure, his family at home would be jumping out of their chairs right now, because this is a big moment. He's up against one of the toughest competitors, one of the most consistent performers on the Championship Tour. And you've got to really keep your head on your shoulders to overcome guys like Geordie.
Yeah, well, Geordie opened really well in this heat. You can see just going to town on those outside little runners along the rocks. And Geordie staying nice and active, nice and alive, frisk on his feet. And just found a couple little runners, got a few decent scores on the board, but by no means he closed Alex out in this. And it's in the back half of this heat, it's been all Alex Ribeiro, courtesy of this one turn right here. Very, very high risk maneuver there, gets a great rotation, and the judges would have loved how cleanly he rode out of that one.
There were so many reps at dropping a big number. In the seeding round, we saw Italo ride 17 waves in a heat. Alex has got 4.5 minutes to go here, and he's already up to 15. You can see there he's been a busy boy, but just the one score of substance, and he needs more.
Well, 2 ways to get a 6. Alex Ribeiro did it by doing one air and got a 6.67. The other way to get your 6 was how Geordie did it, by doing about 5 to 6 turns and had those 2 out the back. So there's 2 ways to go about it. Obviously, the judges paying a better dividend on that higher risk, one big, explosive, innovative maneuver.
Four minutes to go. Priority with Geordie, having to make a decision here. And now he's looking left and thinking of one big turn himself. This one just a bit dumpy though, didn't really ramp up. And priority's now going to go to Alex.
So Geordie, I think, identifying that this is not out of reach here for Alex Ribeiro, only needing that 4.83. Still 3 minutes on the clock. There's work to be done here.
I think Geordie too just kicked out of that and went, you know what, I can't really influence what's going to unfold with Alex now. He's going to have his pick of the best wave. I might be better off going up to the south end, getting another long running right and trying to do what I do well, and that is rip a right-handed apart and try and better the 5.33.
100%, and I think it's a good strategy, rather doing the offensive rather than the defensive. Just, you know, don't worry about Alex's what Alex is doing down there. Just go and wait for that nice little runner along the rocks, because we know Geordie from his first heat, he absolutely annihilated some of those running right-handers and was getting great scores.
Well, both these guys would be feeling that heartbeat just pounding out of their chest at the moment, because this is a different year, 2021. We know that we've got these 4 events here in Australia. We know we've got more events to come on the schedule, but things can change. You know, it could be a shortened year as we see Alex chasing down that lead, 4.83. And at this point in time, maybe Geordie will do a U-turn and come back. He looks committed at the south end. But yeah, it's a shortened year, so, you know, you really want to make the most of every event that you can pull the jersey on for at this stage. Things can change.
Yeah, things can change minute to minute in a heat. It can also change from event to event, and you know, this is opportunity out in front of these guys. You know what I mean? Huge opportunity for Alex here to overcome one of the more, you know, higher profile seasoned competitors in Geordie, and really kind of, you know, set his confidence and set his year in motion.
Well, Geordie's tactic of moving south when he didn't have priority, that's going to pay off for Alex. He's still able to really just chase down anything at this middle section of the bank, and he can get a few reps in. He can have a couple of shots at this number. Not a lot of time on the clock. Big backside floater there. But a 4.83, you've got to compare it to his last wave, 6.67. That you know, tail high reverse is what got him that huge score. Just don't think a float is going to do it for him, and he knows it. So he's quickly charging back to the takeoff point here.
Oh, it's only going to take him about 15 to 20 seconds. Geordie up and riding now. So he knows that he needs to try and shut this one out. Streaking along this little ride. The first turn was great. Takes to the air. Geordie, he looked like he was in between, whether doing the full rotation or doing a clean air, clean straight air, and he was just in two minds, I feel like, on that air. But if he had landed that, it could have been good night.
35 seconds to go. And if you're a lower seed and you're competing against someone like Geordie, these are the moments that you beg for. You go, if I'm a chance with 30 seconds to go at turning in just a 4.83 to get a victory, you probably take it most of the time. He wants that opportunity, looking a little frustrated at the moment. He's obviously looking out to sea, thinking there's not much on the way.
Well, he's you can see the frustration there. The ocean's gone a little bit quiet, which is a get out of jail free card for Geordie Smith. You know, he's put it, he rode his ways well. He's just done enough, and he's just hung on to this one. A close one here with Alex Ribeiro.
Yeah, Alex showed great heart, stopped that big air. His approach was to stay busy and try and get a big major turn done. He did that, he gave himself a shot, but just didn't get a second off in the final stages. And Geordie Smith, he'll look to clean things up again as he moves through the rounds. But it was a little too close for comfort for the South African. He moves through to the next round. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be joined by the 2015 World Champion.
When it comes to rivalries, Mark Occhilupo and Tom Curran are as heavyweight as it gets. With supernatural surfing talent, they went at each other throughout the mid-80s in heats that are now regarded as all-time classics. But one of the great tactical plays between the two happened in the final of the 1986 Newcastle International, when Occhi got word from friends that his hometown of Cronulla, just a couple of hours south, had been blasted with a huge southerly wind, rendering the surf unrideable. Knowing the same weather front would soon be hitting Newcastle, Occhi wasted no time in nailing two quick rides before the southerly arrived, turning the ocean and any hopes of a Curran victory to mush.
Great to have your company, Geordie Smith, surviving a very close round of 32 heat, overcoming Alex Ribeiro. Geordie charging on through to the round of 16. But he's got some stuff to clean up as he moves through the rounds. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett, and now the 2015 world champion, Adriano de Souza. Great to see you, Adriano.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, pleasure to be here. And yeah, just enjoyed the last few heats.
Mate, it was a really close one, and unbelievable to see Geordie progress through. A couple of mistakes. But this will be a big heat too. Heat 14, the round of 32, is going to see Peterson Crisanto going up against Connor Coffin. And both these guys, when you look at their stature, their height, their build, very similar. Stocky little guys, both really can dig into a big pocket turn, can get super critical, but we're relishing the opportunity here to have Adriano with us. Adriano, we know it's going to be your last run at the Championship Tour this season. You had a feeling it would reignite your passion for competition, and we've seen it so far in your performances. It's good to see that fire back in your belly. How's it feeling?
Yeah, I trying to not put impression myself, you know, and as soon as I arrived here in Newcastle, I said, I think I'm gonna do my best, you know, and just enjoy the moment, and definitely I will missing this a lot. So I just take advantage and say to myself the whole time, just feeling the moment and enjoy the moment, and like, because this will be the last, you know.
I know, I understand where you're coming from, but I think for everyone that's watched you throughout your amazing career, decorated career, we've always known that when you're showing that fire, we know you are enjoying yourself, and we've seen it in your performances so far. A couple of waves being taken in the early stages here. Wow. Connor Coffin, nice combination. And I know you're a fan of that type of surfing, that beautiful rail transition that Connor just showed us.
Yes, Newcastle feeling pretty well my surfing, and I think 2008 I conquered in a victory, and it was against Jeremy, so pretty similar heat I have today, and the condition was very similar back in 2008. So before the heat, I was trying to push in that kind of like feeling like, hey, this is kind of similar. So I tried to bring it this energy, and everything went pretty well for me.
It sure did. Rich, what did you make of Connor's opening ride here?
Oh, what did I make of it? I thought it was brilliant. Stringing 3 turns together without losing 1 ounce of speed. And just watching the slow-mo here, you can see Connor driving off the bottom, arcing. He is one of the smoothest surfers in the business, just cutting that one short so that he could get to this next turn, up and over the lip of that one. And, well, Connor, one of the most aesthetically pleasing surfers on the eye, in my opinion, on the tour. And normally his strength is on those big open walls, but on a nice little zipping right-hander here at Newcastle, Connor has just laid down the gauntlet.
Just one previous heat for these two competitors at the Championship Tour level, and it was at the first event of the season, the Pipe Masters, and it was Pedersen that got the jump on Connor. And Connor's had some good free surfing performances at Pipeline in the past, and I think everyone would have kind of backed him to take that event out. But Adriano, you know too well, on this Championship Tour, anyone can win on their day, and Pedersen had a really good run through that contest, didn't he?
Yes, Pedersen surfed pretty well at the Pipe Master, and I think free surfing, it is just to give you the confidence, you know, but when in the contest zone, you need to be out there and do your best and catch the best waves and use your strategy, and like got all this kind of work behind the scenes, and as soon as you get out there and do your best, and then definitely like the free surfing doesn't count over there, you know. So I believe Connor have great support in Hawaii. Have a house in front of the beach, but when it's on for everybody, you know.
It's so true. Connor, he's trying to get one back here, and you can tell he's fired up for this exchange. He got a decent score on his first ride, 6.67, Rich.
Yeah, it was a great score. I thought the judges nailed it on the head there, still leaving a little bit of room for that progression that innovation. But yeah, Connor, great start to the heat here. Adriana, I wanted to ask you, now that you've sort of announced that you've retired and you've been on tour for a long, long time, and some of these younger Brazilians, like Pedersen, are they looking to you for a little bit of advice, or are you feeling like you can hand down some information to these guys that's going to help them on their quest on the tour?
Basically, they respect me a lot, you know, and but on this case, I think Gabriel, it is the highest guy on Brazil. They have like the power, you know, to change things and to say to someone and everything can change from water to wine. And but everything I earning on tour definitely is I'm gonna keep that forever for my life. But I think on this stage for the athletes today, I think Italo and Gabriel and Felipe, they have more approach to change this kid's life, you know. So, and that's I believe.
Well, they still call you the captain, though. That's for sure. Well, heat 14, the round of 32 unfolding here, and some solid numbers dropped by Connor Coffin early. 6.67, backed it up with a 3.67. That's not huge, but at this stage of the heat, not a bad number to have. And Pedersen's left himself chasing an 8.34, but the heat hasn't really started for Pedersen just yet, Adriano. He's still got plenty of time.
Yes, yeah, I think today the select wave, it is very important, you know. So I saw a lot of heats today, and I saw a lot of surfing well. But if you not catch the right one, I think is not enough. So I saw a lot of guys surfing pretty well on the small waves and a great ability. But I think the judge want to see like good turns on the good selected waves.
Here goes Connor, plenty of speed, good looking section here. Just a bit of a transition turn, wants to make the most of what's down the line. And doing very well to drift the fins over that end section. So really starting to build a bit of confidence. We'll dive into the replay of that wave, but he should kiss the 3.67 goodbye, Rich, and replace it with something bigger.
Yeah, I think he will. He's starting to gather a decent score here. This wave was sort of doubling up, and it went under Pedersen. So Connor just went, yep, I'll take it. Cuts this first turn a little bit short, but it was all because he saw this down the line, got that foam hit, and then again just smashes the lip and gets those fins out the back. Here's another look at it with the front on angle. You can see the wave just stretching out in front of him. Gets that nice little hit here, and that last turn where he kicked the fins out, a little bit more dynamic, got a little bit weightless with his board, managed to pull it off.
Well, this is a big just shift in performance from Connor. The first round, the seeding round, didn't go according to plan for him. Saved himself in the elimination round. Just looking a little bit sharper and a little bit more on point here today.
Yeah, definitely. You can just tell he's brought a new energy and a new enthusiasm to the water today. And well, I think he was looking at the lineup here and going, I'm going to have to bring my A game here, because Pedersen is really going to be a hard beat in these waves.
Yeah, Connor's a surfer who's always backed himself on the championship tour, and he didn't really do that double duty on the qualifying series. When he did set his sights on a big qualifying series event, surfing in the Triple Crown in Hawaii, he broke through and got his first major victory, winning at Sunset. But Connor wants to convert that into big results on the CT. He has featured in a CT final before, but hasn't yet had a CT win. Connor Coffin having a look at another one on the inside. Just under 18 minutes to go here. He's left Pedersen Crisanto chasing a 9.84, but Pedersen will break that down into a couple of rides. You'd think he's still got lots of time on the clock. We're joined by Adriano de Souza here in the Harvey Norman set. And Adriano, I just want to talk to you about your amazing career, because, and especially with this Australian leg of events, because Australia has always been your best hunting ground. Oh, for sure. I remember watching you as a 16-year-old down at Narrabeen winning the World Junior Championships. It was an awesome jump into the spotlight you made.
It's true.
And then you qualified with these two, but Australia, big results always coming your way here.
I'm feeling like Australia is my second home, you know, the results I did in the past. I think the only event I didn't win was in Snapper.
You got close.
The rest, I got 2 finals, got 2 seconds. But yeah, I won here, I won Sydney, I won in Maggie's, I won Bells, and yeah, it was amazing career, amazing lifetime I spent in the water here. So, and yeah, special like that good moments I had in the past with the final with Mick and the Bells. Even I didn't won that heat, but for me it was such a special moment to have a final against your hero, you know. So it's sometimes it's not about the result, but sometimes it is the moment you live, you know. So it's such a special moment for me. Before I pedal out, I say, man, this is the time, you know, I was wish, you know, my career. And yeah, but yeah, he got me.
Hey, but you did have a draw with Mick Fanning in that final at Bells. I remember that. But we're looking at some of your career highlights. Your wins in Brazil, they were big for you, very emotional victories. And man, we're gonna miss you.
Yeah, I'm missing you for sure. Last year when I had that thing in my mind to say this will be my last year, 2021, and my wife, she said, no, don't do that, please don't do it. I said, yes, I will, because I'm missing so much home, I'm missing so much my family, my wife, and yeah, it hurts me, you know, to be away from them, you know. So, and also I spent so much time on the tour, like those time everyone back home, I was keeping traveling, keeping trying to find the title, you know. So I never give up my whole career. So that's why for me I'm exhausted.
Man, what a lot of people don't really understand is how early your tour life actually starts. When I'm saying to you, congratulations on 15 amazing years on the championship tour, we have to take into consideration your qualifying series tour, which obviously didn't last that long. You got on tour pretty quickly, but your junior career, you were traveling a lot. It's a long time to be living out of a suitcase, spending time away from family and friends.
Yeah, I remember my first trip to Australia was Narrabeen when I was 15. So since from there, I non-stop, you know. So it's a beautiful career, it's a beautiful time, and I think what I bring home is not the trophies, it is the culture I spend in the time in Australia and all over the place, the people I met on this road, and that's I'm gonna bring home, you know. That's this moments I live, and for sure I'll never forget.
And we're going to love tracking your progress this year, because I know you don't want to put too much pressure on yourself, but we're going to put pressure on you a little bit, because this is such a unique year, and we're going to have those amazing Rip Curl WSL Finals in September. You just got to make the top 5 to have another world title shot. One man that is chasing that is Geordie Smith. He just won through in the last heat.
Heat, the big fella Geordie Smith nearly got it going round on that last one, my boy. Big air, bit hard out there to get that launch pad.
Yeah, I was. I actually took my eye off the section. I was worried about the rocks on the inside, but it's really hard, kind of a lot of cat and mouse, back and forth. Obviously, I know what he can do on his lefts. The rights, he was going to have a little trouble if he stayed on that peak. So I think he made the right move coming down here. He wafted a good one. And then I just kind of went back to, stuck to my guns, and just this is the peak. I need to sit on this thing.
For sure. And speaking of your guns, you've obviously got a couple of high-quality weapons in attack. How do you make that decision sort of mid-wave to either go for an air or just kind of stick to the meat and potatoes?
I think the wave quality kind of determines that. Sometimes you'll take off and it might not have the best kind of first opening section, so you know, to get up in the excellent range, you're going to have to off something. So you start to kind of look for a little bit bigger something down the line. And if you do pull it off, then you get rewarded. If not, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's a bad decision because you took a bad wave, but it's a good one if you can pull off a big air.
100%. Mate, I had a quick look at your board, your backup board when you were in the water, and I foolishly said you were on a PU, but you are on another epoxy. What have you got there?
Yeah, this is one that I actually I shaped this one in California. I've been floating around a bunch of the different shaping bays over there. Yeah, I just was trying boards in and around there. I've had a lot of help. Obviously, I'm nowhere near as good as my dad and things like that. But yeah, I just did this one out of Aloha Glassing, and then I was floating around Timmy Patterson's place, doing a couple out of there. He was helping me out. Yeah, it's something really I really enjoy, and yeah, I'm just trying to learn off my dad.
For sure, a bit of a throwback to MR's era, shaping your own boards and winning events on them. That must be a pretty cool feeling, mate.
Yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine for sure. I don't think it's really been done since maybe MR, Simon, maybe like Larry Birdleman, those kind of guys, But yeah, I'm excited. It just really, it's a lot of fun for me. So yeah, and it just keeps me learning more and more.
Absolutely. We really appreciate your time. I know you've got a lot of fans around the world. Did you want to say g'day?
Yeah, of course. Just everybody all around the world that supported. Stoked to kick this off again. Some Grom's actually pinching my heel right here. It's pretty annoying. You can stop that. No, just hi to my family and friends, everyone back home.
You've got a lot of support here, mate. I'll let you get to it.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, 11 minutes to go, and the crowd's just relishing the opportunity here in Newcastle to get close to all the surfers. Adriano, obviously you've been enjoying just interacting with people again.
Yeah, it was funny because a story like right after my heat it was raining, and a guy coming with a surfboard like running down the stairs was really quick. I say, no, my God, it's raining, so I can't sign, right? And I was like waiting for that kind of answer, and he coming close to me and say, please, can you sign my board? I say, it's raining, I can't, like the pen doesn't work,
I'm sure they'll track you down.
And I say to him, hey, you're gonna you're gonna watch some heat still? I say, yeah, I'm gonna spend here another 3 hours. I say, hey, I'm gonna be on the beach. As soon as this rain is come down, I'm gonna sign your board, like perfect. And after that, he coming like on the scaff, like, hey, I'm here. And I dropped down and I signed him pretty well, but like, this is the stories.
He'll treasure that forever. Pedersen Crisanto still chasing down Connor Coffin at the moment, 10 minutes remaining. Welcome back. We're here at Merriweather. This is the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, also enjoying the company of Adriano de Souza, the 2015 World Champ, and he's got one of his friends out here at the moment. Pedersen has just turned in his best number, a 4.5. This is a guy, Adriano, that as a youngster had huge raps, a great aerialist, and he's here on the championship tour and starting to collect some solid results.
Yeah, Pedersen, he jumped on tour last year. It was his first year on tour last year, and then 2019, sorry. And I think he did pretty well for a guy stay on the first year. And Pedersen coming from a hometown, the right-handers, so similar, very similar to Snapper Rocks. And yeah, I got a good barrel in the start, and then like 5 or 6 turns right after. And yeah, Pedersen is good. It's pretty good on the air as well. So he's showing right now. I think he not making that wave, but he's a pretty good on a right-handed break. So it's at this stage, he have a good potential to make the number he needs.
Yeah, I think he's much like Alex in that he can turn in a really solid score, get himself back in this heat with an individual turn. He finished 20th in his first year on the CT. That's a really respectable finish for anyone competing at this level for the first time. But he also showed us a little glimpse. I remember an air that he didn't make at Karamas that if he stuck would have been one of the biggest that we saw all year. He injured his foot and as a result was probably carrying a bit of a niggling injury through some of the events that follow. But he's got some time here, 7 minutes remaining at the moment. Six and a half minutes to go. And it just feels like that these little Wrights are starting to clean up once again. Rich, you've been paying close attention to the conditions. It looks like the tide's starting to move in again, and we're seeing a bit more of a push here on the Wrights.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really tidal, the little rock shelves out here, and they do like a little bit more water on them, as we see Pedersen up and riding on this little nugget. Wow, that was a huge, powerful gaff, and he backs it up with just a little foam hit, and unfortunately just loses control. But that first turn, I took a lot of positives out of that. A lot of power and speed on that first turn. Incredible.
He'll really just throw that arm up and just pivot around in the pocket of the wave, Pedersen. But Laura Enover's been watching the conditions closely too. Laura, good little battle here with these two, but you're seeing some opportunity at the back too.
I mean, it's interesting. The tide's coming in. We've seen a push in the swell, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone actually pulls the trigger and goes out the back this afternoon. I mean, I feel like even straight out the front of the stairs here could have some potential to get some big turns and actually make it through to the shore break. So let's see if anyone decides to do it. I mean, at the moment, Connor is finding those, those bowly ones, and he's got a couple of, good scores. So Micro will be happy. We were just saying before that Micro does his stance like this when the crew's going well, and then it's like this when they're not. So well, he's like this for sure.
Okay. So you're reading the body language of Glenn Hall.
Yes.
It's positive signs at the moment. But Pedersen Crisanto's got some positive signs too. That turn was really strong, and there's always evidence to pick up on when you're watching someone perform. He didn't get 2 turns on that wave, Adriano, but it was a confidence-building maneuver.
Oh, yeah. I think there's tragedy for Pedersen that wave, because the wave was not that great, and even like Connor had the priority at that moment, so I think the strategy for Pedersen is gonna take the most, So, and the first turn going pretty good, but the second one I think he pushing too much, and he just fall right there. But if he link these two maneuvers, it's gonna be a good score.
So Pedersen, Rich, re-qualified, and often that becomes the main priority of someone that has made the championship tour. Both these guys were able to do it as rookies. But I think the second priority is putting together a memorable championship tour performance. And Pedersen's still kind of chasing that at the moment. He's had wins, he's had impressive finishes. Pike was probably his best run. But I'm talking about a performance that sees your scores go into the excellent range. You've got 2 big numbers, and people talk about it for a while.
Yeah, 100%. And, that takes a bit of time, and it can actually take years for that to happen, You can kind of get through on 12 points and 11 points, but it's when you start dropping those really big numbers, as we see Connor. Oh, well, interesting situation here. So Pedersen, I can see you're just putting your thumbs up, Adriano, because you know the situation as I do, is that Pedersen forced Connor into giving up priority there. He's made a mistake, and now Pedersen has the opportunity to control the lineup, to take the best wave, and this is by no means out of reach for him. But yeah, back to your point, Ronnie, putting a good heat together is one thing, but putting a whole event together is another, and putting a whole year together is another thing again, and it does take a while. And I don't think Pedersen would be thinking in his mind, I'm going for a world title yet. He'd be going, I just want to get some good results. A final series would be nice, and then maybe towards the end of the year, then I'll start really thinking about winning an event.
Well, Adriano, you'll be able to speak to this as we dive into the heat recap, but I know the big goal for you, because you qualified so young, was evolving your surfing, getting your performance to another level. You knew the results would come. become if you became a better surfer.
Yeah, and also when I jumped on tour, I was so young, you know, so my first year, like most of the events, I didn't even compete yet, you know, in my career. And that's like pipe or chopo, those events, or Fiji. It's only on the World Tour you have like the chance to compete in those waves, you know. So I think the first year, it's a great opportunity just to be out there with only 2 guys out, you know. So, but as soon as you get there and understand and watching the best, that's a really good learning curve, you know.
Yeah, you did it better than most and got to events, locations a couple of weeks before the events kicked off to get familiar with breaks. This year, that's a little different. The surfers don't have that freedom, but we just saw a bit of a mistake here from Pedersen, Rich.
Well, this is just green. This is just being green and a little bit inexperienced. You can't just give up priority like that when you're behind in a heat with 1.5 minutes to go. And you would have to think that Connor now, with the experience that he has, he's going to close this one out and make sure he's on the better wave when it comes through. And, well, a little, you know, if it does happen that Pedersen doesn't get through this heat, he'll look back at that moment and go, potentially that's where I lost the heat.
Well, Connor is going to try and get over the hump on this one.
So
doesn't quite get into there. So this is interesting. Priorities flip-flopping. Pedersen's going to get the opportunity now. Needs a big number, 7.34. There's one of those beautiful, critical carves to get things started. This wave's pretty decent. Bit of foam on the face to deal with. Might need to go to the air to turn in the number required. Loading up the speed. And he'll go to the air. Stops it. Trying to hang on. Rights to the beach. There's not much more room to show that you got clear of the whitewater there. But did he do enough? 40 seconds to go.
Wow, what an exciting finish to that heat. You can see Glenn Microhill on screen there. He's got a little shake of the head there, and he's, I guess, hoping in a way that, you know, his boy's going to come out on top. For me, it's going to be close, but I just didn't see enough of dynamic surfing perhaps out the back, so I think it's going to fall a little short, but an exciting finish nonetheless.
Micro was shaking his head, and you could see what he was saying. He was saying no, but I think he would have been saying it like this. No, because it's not a guarantee. You know, that first turn was strong, and one of the more committed turns. It's going to really hang on that finishing maneuver and what the judges interpret. Did he ride clear? Did he stomp it? Was there enough rotation above the lip? We'll get another look at it in just a moment, but Pedersen.
Well, you think back to all those big scores that have dropped today. They've been big open face turns, big powerful maneuvers. They've been connected with the speed and the flow. And well, let's check it out here. It starts to build this wave, and it was a beautiful first turn, just a nice roping cut back into the whitewash, and another one. But down here there was a lot of downtime as Pedersen just made his way, weaving all the way through to the inside. And really, he surfed that wave as good as he could. He did everything he could on that wave. He made the completion at the end, but I just don't think it's quite there.
Even the downtime, you know, wasn't a mistake. He needed to add something big at the end of this ride, Adriano.
Yeah, it was good strategy. I think Peter stick the most of the wave was showing to him, and he had a little bit downtime. What is Rich told the early commentator, and just unlucky right at the end. The doesn't have the space, you know, to put the board on the front. So
we have seen that too.
Waiting for the scores, but I hope he got the scores. But just praying for them.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to come through. The judges having a good think about it. The first turn was strong. It's starting to roll through. He needs a 7.34. It's all falling in a little short at the moment. Wow, and it doesn't look like he's going to get the number he needs, but he certainly gave it a fantastic nudge. He can hold his head up high, but it's going to be Connor Coffin progressing through to the next round. Adriano de Souza, thank you for your time.
Thanks, guys. It's a pleasure to be here.
Best of luck in the event, and we can't wait to watch things play out for the rest of this contest. And, of course, during the rest of the Australian leg, stay with us for just a moment. But for those of you watching on FS2, you can now tune in at worldsurfleague.com to watch the rest of the event unfold today. It's been a pleasure, boys. We'll see you after the break. We'll bring in Joey, Luke Egan, and Bugs for the call.
The Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Bonsor, the official soy milk of the World Surf League Australia. By Dometic, stay longer, go further. By Bond University, stand out at Australia's #1 university for student experience. By BF Goodrich, the official tire of the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. And by Oakberry, there is acai, and there is Oakberry, the official acai of WSL Australia. Good afternoon, everybody out there watching pro surfing. This is stop number 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We have 2 more heats to complete the round of 32 and set up some crazy matchups in the round of 16. Thanks for joining us on the Harvey Norman host set. Joe Trappell, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, and Luke Egan. What a treat to hang out with you guys and talk surfing, no matter where we are in the world, but especially here at Meriwether Beach. Luke Egan, first wave ridden of your life, memories. Was it on this stretch?
Pretty much, yeah, between here and Dixon Park, first wave ever ridden. Actually, Dad took me out when it was too big, and I didn't surf for about another 2 years. And
the classic dad mistake, right?
Yep,
that happens to a lot of us.
He'll be right.
Yeah, and look at you. Not bad. Got back on the horse. Had a lot of great moments in your career. Longtime touring professional joining us for the call, Jack Freestone, Yago Dora. Rabbit, how are you feeling about this one?
Oh, yeah, super pumped. This is going to be a classic heat. I'm just wondering where Yago is going to sit, because the other day he was on the wide bank just going nuts on the shore break, but we'll check it out, but I think that he'll probably stay over on the rock break for now, Luke?
It was classic, Luke, when you mentioned the other day, Italo was down at that left, and you're like, well, I've surfed that left my whole life, but he's got another read on it. We'll get back to that in a moment, because spitting out of the reverse and running through this inside, Jack Freestone able to pull it down. Oh, gosh, one of the best small wave guys in the world. And it's interesting because Jack is huge, 6'1". Feels like he gets bigger and stronger, does a lot of jiu-jitsu, and the way he can move so quickly in small surf always impresses me, Louis.
100%. One of the bigger guys on tour, but one of the most agile guys on tour, and one of the best aerialists we've ever seen as well. Like, he stomps more than he doesn't. As we see the replay, comes around this section, straight into a bit of a hop air reverse, but still completion there, and then comes into the shore break. And why not do it again?
Not bad start, just to get that one quickly. Rabbit, what's your takeaway from this opener?
Yeah, it's a good opener. I mean, it looks like Jack's got this whole rock break area to himself, and you know, he didn't get any big carving turns in, but he just sort of made the most of it. I like this little finish though.
I like those ones on the finish. The other one was a bit manufactured, and I think the score will reflect that, but both these guys, Yago, really good above the lip as well, so really excited with this one. But Yago sitting down at middles, I'd be a little bit insecure leaving Jack Freestone on his forehand off the rocks with the tide coming in. I'm not sure. What do you think, Rab, of that strategy?
I've been sitting up there watching it in the surf club, and it's starting to look pretty good over there. You know, where Jack is. I mean, that tide's coming in. There's nearly, you know, roll-throughs from the outside.
So interesting, not sitting with Jack, and the risk there. What is the major risk there, Louis?
Well, if you're sitting with him, you halve his opportunity, you know, because it alternates priority. If you sit him there, he can choose what he wants, and you know, we've seen him surf there all week, as we see Yago on the middle of he had something tangled in his leash there as he took off, but that wave wasn't going to eventuate into anything. With the performances we've seen from Jack Freestone already off the rocks at Meriwether, I think you can't leave him alone. You need to halve his opportunity. You know, you've got to get a wave to perform. If you halve that, there's less opportunity for him. And I think Yago, I'm not sure about being down the beach, but we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, just had a look. You'd see what we call kelp or seaweed attached to his leg rope or leash. It just didn't have much, so I don't think he missed out on scoring potential. It kind of speaks to the whole plan of Tyler Wright. She wasn't having the opportunity of Courtney Conlog the other day, and it ended up costing her the heat. Quick snap there for Yago Dora, and was able to fit in that completion before he landed on the sand.
Well, I mean, this really paid dividends for Yago down the other day, because he turned the heat around. He was nowhere. He came down there and he turned the heat so quickly You know, I don't know. He went down there with intent, Lou.
He has. Yeah, I'm not too sure. You know, in his defence, the tide coming in, it does get good down there too with a higher tide, so it might. But you just don't have as long to get done what you want to get done. I think he likes that dumpy, real steep opportunity to get in the air, and that's what we'll see from him. But I don't know, Jack Freestone's just been on fire off the rocks.
And Jack Freestone has such a crazy landing ratio when it comes to above the lip maneuvers. He can stop so many different varieties of airs. With now 22.5 on the clock, former CT touring professional Dimity Stoyle.
Hey guys.
Hi, how are the conditions looking right now?
Oh, we were right in the zone. We had Jack Freestone on one side, Jago was on the other side, with waves coming in hot, and it was such an incredible view. Jack was throwing his fins everywhere, and it was interesting to see where Jago was sitting. I actually saw he was down, sitting right in front of where he's sitting out there in the lineup. He's been there on the beach, kind of watching that spot. So I think he saw something and he really wanted to sit in that zone. So hopefully he gets a couple of good ones.
That's right. Thank you, Dimity. As we get it to Jack Freestone on the replay, that was those fin throw reverses he can really nail without, you know, really needing a section. He got into the low road double up, threw another similar move, ended up turning in the 4.5.
You know, Louis, you were talking about your first experience. Newcastle was actually my first away contest when I was about 15. When Terry Fitzgerald was living at Keary, picked me up in his VW bug with a guy, Peter Glasson, who was shaping my boards. We came down to Newcastle for the Matara. Remember that one? We got to it, but it was not at Merriweather. It was at Newcastle Beach. It was 8 feet. It was so huge. It was a big, thick 8 feet. Anyway, I can tell you right now, I was the happiest surfer in the world to come absolutely dead last in the tournament. I didn't get out the back, and I was so happy.
Well, don't be ashamed of that, Rab.
I just told the world.
I had a 16-year-old Sonny Garcia come and stay at my house once upon a time, and it was 8 to 10 foot, maybe some 12-foot sets here at Merriweather, and there's a jump-off spot around the back, off the back of the baths. And I had Mick Adam with us, and Mick's like, come on, we'll show Sonny how to get out around here. And Sonny nearly got caught by like a 12-foot set. You got to jump off the back of the rocks, run across a shelf, and then paddle out. And there can be 12-foot waves break right on the shelf.
Wow.
And Sonny got out the back and looked at me and Mick, and he was like, oh, we thought we were going to get like in a scrap, because he was just like, what are you guys doing? Why do you even jump there? He was like, I've never been so frightened in my life.
You know, as someone that's not from Australia, what I notice, Australians love their rock jumps. They love those little like dangerous sections. They go, yep, this is the way out. I'm like, why not just paddle from the beach?
Well, we like cutting corners.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, halve the work rate.
Yeah, exactly.
For any risk.
Absolute classics. Good memories flashing back, and really shows the depth of range of the type of surf you can get on this beach. And we've seen that in the event at Surf Fest. I remember watching some events where it's like absolutely pumping. It looks like there's like a running right that's just draining, and also can get smaller and still incredibly rippable. As we have 19:30 on the clock, let's send it down to the beach with Stace.
Thanks, Joe. I'm here with Mr. Tom Whitaker, the coach of Jack Freestone. He had it to himself for a bit. Now he's got a bit of company. How do you think that'll get fair for Jack?
Yeah, I was actually liking Jago on the shore. I know he's a super freak, but that looks really tricky over to the left. The rock break looks really fun. Jack's just got to find his little takeoff position, and hopefully his talent will shine through, because he could be really deadly out here.
For sure, certainly suits his repertoire. Speaking of someone with such a repertoire, what kind of themes have you been focusing on this week?
Jack's been, obviously he's got his beautiful wife and kid just out of quarantine, so we've had this real focus on just being accountable for where he's at in time and his life, and we've been focusing on just showing up and blowing up. It's been our little mantra, because he hasn't got as much time in the day as all the other guys we work with, and it's been really fun. He's sort of taken that on board, and he's really been showing up, being the sort of leader of our little group, and just giving an hour and then getting out of there. But it's hopefully he can do that in a half an hour here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome insight, Tom. Thanks for your time, mate. Looks like a bit of a set coming, so we'll get back to the guys in the booth.
Let's go.
Right on, Stace and Tommy Whitaker doing a lot of great coaching. Longtime CT standout from here in Australia. A little backside whip to finish for Yago Dora. who started playing a little bit with positioning, now sitting with Jack. 2.5 and a 1.0, so trying to build a bit, needing a 4.31 to take the lead off Freestone, Rabbit.
Yeah, it looks like he has moved over to the rocks, and I think it's a pretty smart move. I guess the thing about the high tide, Luke, is it doesn't give you the chip in over on the wide bank.
Yes, unless it was a couple of foot bigger, Rab, and then you get a nice chip in to be able to come in from behind it in the middle. But I like the rocks at this tide. Like it does open up a little bit. We saw it at low tide get really compressed and tight and a little bit hard to be able to open up your turns. But I'm pretty confident we'll see some great surfing in these next two heats in some really good open face waves.
Jack Freestone taking the lead early, and then this was what Iago Dor did. Luke, I'll get your opinion on this wave.
Yeah, I'm glad he went over there because he's got a fantastic backhand. So a little turn off the top there and really tight and really precise turn there to finish it off. It's a slow-mo of it. Look at that timing in the perfect spot. Shows a little bit of fin. Maybe pulled it a little bit tight, or he might have been expecting a little bit more tail to go above the lip and it to loosen up then. But still got it done, and Iago's got a fantastic backhand, and he should back it and take on Jack off the rocks.
It's been fun watching Iago on tour and wave hollow waves. Obviously how talented he is above the lip as well, and kind of always had that free surfer type reputation. And it's interesting because Leandro Dor, his father, was always in the mix with competitive surfing and coaching famous world champion runs like even Lucas Silveira on the world junior titles, De Souza in 2015. And his son was sort of like, yeah, cool, Dad, you can have it. I'm just going to cruise and go to the beach. And Leandro was actually cool with it. He's like, sweet. All of a sudden, he turned around and was like, I'm in. Let's go. And they had an instant connection that got him on tour. And I think nothing's shocked the world more than he got the wild card at Saquarema and took down world champs and made finals day, Rabbit. That was a huge breakthrough result.
Yeah, that was a big breakthrough, and I could imagine his dad, Leandro, just looking down the beach one day and just seeing his son just do this massive rotation about 6 foot out of the air and go, hang on.
Oh, so talented. 15:50 on the clock. Connor Coffin just got through a close one with Pedersen Crisanto. Coffin is with Stace.
Winner of the last heat, Connor. You just said you might have popped a couple of greys in that beard, mate. Is that the case? Bit stressful there at the end?
Yeah, for sure. I was trying to surf a really smart heat, and it was working, and then there was not much time left, and that set was coming. I was like, oh, this thing's going to double up, so I used my priority, and the thing didn't even let me into the double up, and I just turned around. There's like 20 seconds left or 30, and I was like, oh no, look at this little double up. And he just boop, and
29 minutes and 40 seconds were pretty good, mate. You got off to an awesome start, you know, one of the highest scores of the heat, and a quick backup. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, for sure. That was my plan, was just to look for those ones that had a little bit of chunk, and it seems like they've been rewarding some nice rail turns if you can like kind of really rip into some of those little bully sections. So that was my goal. It's easy to get caught kind of dinking this wave along because it's like so fun and playful, but yeah, and then just tried to use my priority and kind of drag Pedersen around the lineup, and that was working. And then at the end, he still got the chance, so I was a little nervous, but stoked it worked out.
You've obviously been working closely with Glenn for the last couple of years, spending a lot of time in Avoca.
Yeah.
A couple of those waves look like the point.
Oh yeah, I know. I went straight from quarantine down to Avoca to hang with Glenn, and yeah, I love hanging with him and his family. And my girlfriend and I got on quarantine, went there and surfed the point for like 2 days. It fully feels like that. Actually, I didn't even really think about that, but yeah, it's such a fun little wave. It just feels like if you get the right tide, it's such a rippable little wave here at the rocks. So yeah, it's been fun.
For sure. Now making some equipment changes in the last sort of 12 months. How good does it feel to be on Australian turf and on Australian equipment?
It feels good. Yeah, JS definitely knows how to shape a board, and especially here in Australia, they feel great. So yeah, this is an old trusty one from the summertime. So actually I haven't even seen him since I started riding his boards, but yeah, thank you for the good surfboards, and it's good to be here. It's good to be not wearing a mask and surfing in a contest and making a couple heats. So yeah, fired up.
Awesome. Hopefully we can cross paths with him in the next couple of events. Did you want to sing out to anyone at home, mate?
Oh yeah, for sure. All my family and friends at home. Thank you guys for watching. Miss you, and see you in a couple months. Love you guys.
Awesome. Well done, mate.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Stace.
Well done, Stace. Connor Coffin, so happy to be doing what he loves again. And it's a good point. I mean, during the pandemic, you know, on tour, you have great friends from different countries, and even you make relationships with shapers from overseas. We heard that from De Souza, talking about how he hasn't even been able to catch up with Chile till he got here. Connor made the announcement of his huge board change to JS, and he's like, wow, we haven't even been able to make contact yet. Obviously, he's got some great equipment sent to him, but now it's going to be nice for him to actually spend some time with Jason and actually work out the future with this new relationship that I feel like is looking great, Luke.
Yeah, it does. He looks really good on these new boards, and now being in Australia and having a bit of a time, I think he'll be able to go up and see Jason there at Kira and work some more on his boards as we see Jack having a look on this little one on the inside.
Just small section, tried to find something to work with. His situation will remain the same. Dora now with priority with 12:30 to go. And you thinking about this time of our life, what everyone's been through, it's always going to be something we reflect on. In the 20 years, where I remember that time when things slowed down. And for Jack Freestone, you know, he's spending all the time on an amazing location on Kauai, but, you know, missing his friends and family, and just literally the idea of you can't go home yet, and wanted to share, you know, Banks, his son, they're expecting a new one as well. And I ran into Jack a few times on the North Shore on the water, and he's like, give me a hug, man. I miss like friends. And he just was like, I'm counting the days for this trip to land on Australian soil again and be home again, you know, because that was kind of taken away for a bit there.
Oh, taken away for a long time for Jack, obviously from Coolangatta, and he's got family up there, and also, but for the whole world. I mean, you know, Connor was saying he misses his family. I mean, Connor looks like he's just spent the last year in Alaska or something, like he was hanging out with the bears. He's looking classic.
He has a great beard. It goes well with him. You know, just picture him holding his guitar, chopping a bunch of wood down, making a fire. You know, it's not too far off. I mean, from where he lives in Santa Barbara, he can easily get lost into some good camping. I know he does that all the time. It feels like all of his friends too in that region have, if they weren't cowboys before, they're certainly turning into it. You know? Just living that lifestyle. 11 on the clock here. Freestone still out front. Yago Dora has priority, needing just a 2.98 to turn this thing around. Be right back. The Australian leg kicking off here in Newcastle with the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. And exciting times here because we know we're kicking off a 4-pack of events, heading down to Narrabeen, then going to the west through Margaret River, and also the search is back with Rottnest Island. Rabbit, looking at Newcastle, picking favorites. Are the favorites going to change just going to Narrabeen, or are you feeling that's going to be basically the same?
Well, we've seen quite a few upsets here at Merewether. I think Narrabeen is a classic location on the East Coast. It's been one of the forgotten zones, Louis? I mean, North Narrabeen, what a great wave on its day. You know, Damien Harden was saying that the left's lined up pretty good with the sand. And, gosh, I mean, the world's best, it's going to bring the best out of them.
For sure, from the old surf about days. I remember watching those contests when I was a kid, so influential. And then, yeah, and the Coke contest was there a few times as well. I was lucky enough to surf in the Coke event there at Narrabeen, and it's so good to go back. We've had a fair few WSL World Juniors there as well.
Yeah.
So much great history as we look at Yago Dora getting down the line clean, glassy, rippable right. Dora rips one through the whitewater off the bottom. Great connection there on the backhand. carving through again and just sealing the deal on that end snap. He loves it.
Yeah, I thought that, well, there's Jack following him up, because I thought Jack opened the door a little bit there by taking that sort of pretty weak way, but this is a better one for Jack Freestone.
Freestone finds the lip again. There's the fade back into the pocket. Hard off the bottom. There's a nice vertical again. So did well to stay on his feet. Similar type of celebration from Iago to Jack there, Louis. And Iago looked clean. I think sometimes when you think of Iago, you're always thinking air, air, air. Then when he does some nice rail work, it's clean surfing.
Beautiful style, linking him quite nice. That was a bit of a setup turn into this one, out of the lip one more time. Up again, just not quite getting the release that he'd want. He did on that last turn there, but I just find that he's getting up there and the fins aren't releasing quite how he wants them. And here we go. Here's Jack. Bang, nice snap in the pocket. Up for one more. And the rocks break, you got to stay really close to the pocket and it'll reward you. If you race out into nowhere land, you can really like lose half of the wave.
Well, that was a great exchange. Jack definitely looking very crisp.
And I love the changes up in variety. I always think forehand, this size of surf, it's tough to switch gears so much with maneuvers, and Jack did that so incredibly well. And showing that he's loose, happy, showing up and blowing up. The two-time world junior champ from the Gold Coast of Australia had so much hype and expectation on him to qualify immediately for the top 34. He actually came on, fell off, requalified, and feels like everything's going his way for a big season this year. And it helps too when your partner has the same trade. So with him and Alana, they're just going down, setting up for the beach, doing trades off with their son, and spending a ton of time in the water. And I feel like we've seen even a great connection with getting a shaper that's on the North Shore as well, and John Peisel. So moving there, he also got everything there with equipment, training, everything is really in motion for Freestone, Luke.
Yeah, it's a perfect balance, isn't it? Like summertime, the waves aren't too crash hot here in Australia. You're getting waves, but a Hawaiian winter, you know? What a combo. I think that's a perfect, been worked in Jack's favour of doing that, spending the whole winter there, and I think it's improved his surfing as we see Iago. Nice climb over that bit.
And then a crazy fin throw reverse. He's ready to get this crowd behind him. You don't see him showing off this kind of emotion too often in the jersey, and I'm loving every bit of it. And that thing was technical, upside down, inverted. You're looking at the back of his board, framed it towards the beach. Really explosive, needs a 5.17 for the lead. I'm seeing that happen, Rap.
Oh, look, I'm just, this he's taken, it took 22 minutes to blow up. They had that great exchange. Jack Freestone got further ahead. That 6.33 was really handy to go with the 4.5. But look at Iago, he's just come alive, Luke.
He has, yeah, and you know, it was a matter of, it wasn't a matter of if, it was when these guys were going to get above the lip and show us some really good aerial surfing, and the pop that he got out of that one was incredible. It's going to be a good score and get him right in this heat and probably take the lead.
And how's the back? I mean, how's the communication with the judges and the crowd? I mean, it is, you know, they're having a good old talk.
Do you think he can take that too far, Rab?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know, do you think that he's been really vocal at the end of his waves, maybe not happy with the scores he's getting, but I think you got to be careful sometimes not to rub them the wrong way.
Numbers dropping in, and Iago Dora just heating up. Pop, shove it, spins it around. Switch, he'll ride away. So now he's feeling it. Sometimes maybe those pump ups are for yourself, just to feel the adrenaline of the moment. Scores in from the air previous, 7.17. And now the pop shove it will be entered into the screen, trying to better a 5.67.
Well, I mean, he's taken the lead. This is a huge turnaround.
Walk us through this one, Louis.
Yeah, he just a bit crumbly out the back, but just managed to get some really good speed to set this up, and just got really inverted and some super good pop, and really vocal here on how he felt about it. But this was incredible. The pop out of that was beautiful, and landed, stopped it perfectly. And yeah, you're right, Joe. He's just getting himself amped up, and we saw that with him going straight back out and doing another good maneuver as well. But how's the pop? That wasn't even like a hollow section. He's just managed to pop his fins out, get really inverted and bring it around perfectly. One of the moves of the day.
He knew he nailed it.
Greased the landing, looks up and just lets that adrenaline explode, and it had good meaning, because then the very next wave he rolls into under priority, he throws a different type of move, and he's like one of his best friends is Pedro Barros, one of the best skateboarders in the world. So he's seen a lot of different types of tricks. Jack kicks out of the inside corner. We'll see if he can find a way to get back into the heat. I felt like turn for turn, it felt like Jack was favored. And now I wonder if he's going to be inspired to try to match Iago above the lip now.
Well, I mean, the 6.33 from Jack, you know, that was just sharp, really sharp surfing. You know, so he's got that in him. He's taken a few pretty questionable waves, though, Luke. I think along the way. I mean, I thought he might have waited, and you know, especially when he got that 6.33 and gone, right, now I know. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, what can happen out here, Rab, and especially in this easterly direction, is where Iago's taken the wave on the replay right now, and the 7 as well. It'll snap off and miss the outside peak, and you can get a good rhythm on the inside. And I think that's what Iago's done right now. Is on his way back out, he's managed to get that second wave, and you can leave someone starving out the back. And I think that's what's happened to Jack right now. And as long as he doesn't go into panic stations yet, you know, he can sit there. He can still get the score. You know, he's just got to match what he'd done previously in this heat.
Luke, just speaking to the 5.23, that pop shove it didn't even factor into his top 2. For maneuvers that you don't see that often, when would that be a scoring type of maneuver, or is it something that, you know, guys won't be trying if they're not getting the score for it these days?
Well, I think if you had seen Iago like come out of the lip 2 times really nicely and transition into one turn to the next, and then the third one was that pop shove it all day long, it's an 8 or a 9. But you know, seeing he just took off, did the turn, did the pop shove it, and there was nothing left of the wave, there's the score.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the max score he could have got.
Well, we had a big exchange, a big lead change for Iago. Dimity, how are the people on the beach feeling?
Yeah, that was so cool. We were right here, and Iago did that pop shove it. You could just see the whole bottom of his board spinning, and I think he had to go for it because he didn't have priority, and Jack looked at that wave, and Iago was like, I'm going to just take this and go for it. And yeah, he pulled it off, and the crowd loved it. So did I.
What about the screaming from Iago? I bet you heard that loud and clear.
He was feeling it, and I love that. And this is exciting because it's hopefully going to fire Jack up to get into the air as well and just give the crowd a bit of a show. The boys are ripping.
That's right, Tim. What a great turnaround for Iago Dora. Back-to-back airs that got him back into it, and it was kind of the approach that both Rabbit and Luke were talking about, how great his airs have been, and went for some turns, got some decent numbers. Once he went above the lip, took the lead right off Jack, and now we're down to 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's running out of time.
Gosh, he just proved just how dangerous he is.
Absolutely, and pop shove it. It's pretty hard to come out of that turn too cleanly and do another really good turn when you switch foot, unless it's low.
It's so true. It could be awkward in that stance, but Iago has it down. Dora turning things around on Jack Freestone, going above the lip. The 717 was the difference, and all the Brazilians here on Merriweather Beach are letting him hear it. He's able to move on into the round of 16, and Jack Freestone will leave the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona in the round of 32. So much build up to this event, always tough to walk away in this round. Griffin even called this round the death round along with the elimination round, because he said sometimes the toughest battle happens to be in the round of 32.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I mean, the round of 32 now is like, there is no soft draws, and you have to advance into the round of 16 to get decent points. So yeah, it really is. It's the make or break round, and well, gee, I tell you, it's been a successful day for the Brazilians.
Well, if you're a Iago fan, let out a roar. Let them know how you're feeling about this punt. 717 into the next one. Toledo takes on Leo Fioravanti coming up next.
It was the superheat to end all others, when in the year 2000, all 12 men's World Tour champions entered the water at once to surf a heat at Newcastle Beach. The idea had formed the previous year when Mark Richards had invited Slater, Carroll and Curran to an exhibition heat. And a year later, the concept was expanded to include every title winner since 1976. In front of a huge crowd, the legends went at it. Slater even paid homage to MR by riding his signature twin. Sadly, with the passing of Hawaiian champions Derek Ho and Andy Irons, it will remain the only time in history that every men's title winner had a rashie on in the same heat.
We just felt that piece to our hearts, looking back in history and the legends of folklore of Newcastle, and we are so happy to be on the Harvey Norman host set with the legendary Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the 78 world champ. That was a part of that surf. Rabbit, tell us what that was like, the emotions that you felt surfing with all the top athletes of the sport.
Well, it was really, really special. The whole weekend was incredible. You know, because of Mark Richards, we all came here really, and you know, Warren Smith, and you know, we were just all together, and it was a really, truly, it was all just beautiful friendship. You know, all the rivalries had melted away, and it was just friendship and respect and fun.
So beautiful looking back, all of our heroes in one heat and just expressing themselves. Everyone was ripping, by the way. That all happened here at Meriwether Beach. So many great pieces you could find on the Legends of Folklore on WorldSurfLeague.com. Let's get caught up. Leo Fioravanti got a quick start, Luke.
Yeah, 4-5 for this one. Couple of nice turns. Bobbled it a bit on the inside, but Ken Leo reproduced what he did the other day, and I've been waiting to watch this young man surf the Meriwether Rocks, and finally we're here. Philippe Toledo going to town on this little one. Finishes off. I was just up in the competitors area before we got back on set, and he was so amped to get out there. He's there and he's talking and swinging his arms. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He's just riding every single wave in the last few heats. So look out for Toledo in this one.
Felipe Toledo, I did a show called Caught Inside, and I was like, what are your goals for quarantine? He was going through the 14 days, and he was like, I'm trying to lose a couple of kilos. So he was on a very strict program to lose weight. Michelle was on the same program, and they wanted to get out of quarantine and feel like a normal session. They didn't want to feel like they needed to warm up, so they were visualizing, but he also wanted to trim a little bit of that weight so he could still be called the fastest guy in the world when he hit the lineup, Rabbit.
Oh, and he truly is. And in some respects, he's I wouldn't say he's the forgotten man of Brazilian surfing, but he's been overshadowed by Italo Ferreira and Gabriel Medina to a point, and gosh, he's still there. I mean, he's still capable of winning any tournament. You see him coming from way back in the draw when he's on, and everyone in the world knows he's going to win. And this heat, it really did promise fireworks, Louis.
Yeah, for sure. And Toledo, I think in 2017, 18 and probably 19, it was just so red hot. To keep that energy still going and going, there's got to be a little bit of downtime and then rise back up. And I think that's what we're seeing with Toledo, just taking a rest, taking some time with his family, and then, you know, we've had the time off as well last year. So I think it's another big just decompress for him, and we'll watch him be amped to competitive surf again, and it's going to get red hot once more.
It's interesting with certain surfers being different like that, where Italo, I don't think he wants time off. He wants to be on game day every day of his life. Felipe traditionally does like to turn it off. He does like to go on some family trips in the off season. He likes to sort of disappear from even the lowers lineup. He surfs random waves sometimes in San Clemente where he's just doing his thing with his family, his dad there on the beach. He likes that, just turning the switch off and then coming back into the spotlight.
Well, that's really interesting. I mean, you know, when I first saw him, I went to the 2011 US Open, and it was John, it was Kalohe and Dino, it was Medina, it was Felipe Toledo. And that was just like, they were making 90% of their airs, and it was a whole new world. I came back to Australia, and I went to a couple of the national coaches, and I said, hey, you guys better get the air game going here down under, because there's this Brazilian storm coming that's amazing, plus John and Kalohe.
And it was like 0 to 100 from that Pro Junior final. all of a sudden Toledo was here in his first QS, and it was not just his first QS in Australia, first QS period. It was Newcastle, and all of a sudden he's making heats. He's going faster than anybody. I heard the noise of Felipe when he got a 10-point ride for one air here at Newey, making the final, and he was a Grom. Like, he couldn't even drive yet. And next thing you know, he was qualifying, Luke.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I don't think the pedal came off the gas since then until just recently. So I think it will do Philippe really well. And I think he's just on the way back up to be at the level of like Italo and Gabby and John and be fighting for the world title again.
And I know those early days when he was just young and signing big contracts, a lot of those contracts he went with incentive based on performance. And so then he started realizing the losses were really affecting his family and all the things that he had going along with it.
And you know what, I think what we're forgetting too is there was a back injury there, and there were a couple of things there that I think maybe, you know, the end of 2019, as we see him coming into the shore with plenty of speed and getting above the lip, there was some injuries there. I think the body was starting to show its toll on not having a break, and you know, it takes time, it takes rest. You know, rest is as important as training, and I think that Philippe had to do that to get his body back in check, and he's ready to go.
We saw that at the Surf Ranch Rabbit, where he was battling for a title there, and it was really hard when he couldn't compete in the final run against Medina. He was done. His back was in so much pain. The high level he surfs at when he lands in the flats, and he was just doing so much damage that he really needed a break.
Yeah, he's got the all-round game. Fastest surfer in the world. He's got an incredible rail game, and you know, small waves is incredible. I mean, I guess the one thing, he was so young, and when he was going for the titles and that he didn't have that experience at Pipeline, Louis, and hadn't actually put that, like, literally just put the time in.
Definitely, and I think the only thing missing from his Pipeline or his Chopu performances is his belief. I think the techniques there, we've seen him get some good battles. We see him do a ferocious snap back into the foam there on this replay of that wave. I think it's just belief that he needs, as we see Leo up and riding.
Fioravanti off the bottom. There's that frontside carve to start. The Italian winding up, some speed, throw tail, ends up just stomping it forward. Almost thought he was going to reverse the rotation. I'm talking about injuries with Toledo. Leo's been going through so much, so young, from the back incident at Pipeline to what happened here at Meriwether Beach on the backhand reverse against Matt Banting. Now back to 100%. How'd you like this wave, Rab?
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, he looks like he's just as sharp as he was the other day. If he gets a wave that connects all the way, you know, he's definitely capable of scoring excellent in the excellent range. This wave, he got a couple of great moves in. Didn't have the length. Basically, two big power moves.
Like the positioning with those frontside carves, and then having the lip line, able to punch the fins out. This just shows how talented he is. He doesn't need to keep the rotation going. He could stomp it, stay right over his board in the impact zone.
Yeah, I like the way there. I think he wanted to do a pretty high air reverse, but he just didn't get that transition of that pop. So he's like, yeah, okay, I'll go just for a fin throw, kind of bring the tail around, and just went with it.
Toledo in motion. This is where he got his big reputation, going fast above the lip. Tail high reverse is what we were waiting for from Toledo. Reminds you of so many groundbreaking performances on tour. I always feel like he might be the best closer on tour, meaning once he gets to the final, good luck. He oftentimes gets a perfect 10 and peaks at the right time. Luke, what'd you think here?
Yeah, nice start on this wave. Throws the tail a little bit, gets steep, and I love the way that he doesn't need to race down the line. Look how it's one bottom turn to a massive air. I love that from Philippe Toledo. He's just, look at that, one turn, bang, and so much pop. Inverts it and sends the fins straight to the beach and brings it round. I just really enjoy when surfers just do it and just stand there and come out of a turn and do one bottom turn and get that projection. To me, that's as technical as it gets.
To be that high and upside down, he's basically beating sections as he's sky high through so many smooth transitions. He makes it look so easy, and I felt like I've seen him do a lot of these airs in competition, sometimes it feels like he does them so often. I think everyone could get numb to the technical factor of what he's doing in a heat. It's really impressive.
Well, that one bottom turn turned into an 8-point ride. That was so cool.
So cool, and he does it so well. And you know, there's only a few of the best that can do that. Is just come out of a turn and look at the lip and go, okay, and one bottom turn, and then get that pop and that projection out of the lip. There's only a few in the world that can do it, and when they do it, it's just amazing to watch.
We've got Leo now in the water, and Rabbit, you were touching on the Boost Mobile moment, wave of the day. A couple days ago, we had a 9-point ride from Fioravanti where it was unbelievable how many maneuvers he got in. And we don't count turns, it's all about quality, but we could count them in that case because every single one was dynamic and different. He was going like 150 miles an hour.
And I was going to ask you, Luke, about that wave because, I mean, first of all, we'll watch Toledo on this wave and really put in the ice on this one. But that wave, Luke, I mean, every time Leo went for a major move, there was an incredible pocket there for him. It just seemed like it came down the point, it wrapped more. I mean, what was the characteristic about that particular wave that made it so special?
I think, Rab, the tide had a lot to do with it, and the other thing is the size. The size that made it wrap and come through each part of the reef. That was Leo's 9 the other day, and there was so many good turns in that. Once he'd finished the wave, I'd forgotten what he'd done on the outside, trying to go back through it. But that was another day. Now he's got Filipe Toledo out here, and he's on absolute fire.
Well, that wave from Filipe Toledo, that combination to an 8-point ride was insane. Dimity, what did it look like from the water?
It looks so good. That wave that Filipe paddled into, you could see it had a really nice wide bowl coming at him, and which made for the perfect ramp for him to do that amazing air. So
now Leo Fioravanti finishing Dimity right on the sand. So looking for an answer to the momentum of Toledo. Dimity, Filipe just paddling past you. How's he feeling?
He is fired up. As soon as he got out here, he was really excited. You could just tell he had he had a great energy. I think he's been waiting all day to surf, and he's on fire. And Leo is showing up to the party as well. He just got a few really good turns on that last wave, so I like this heat.
Dimity, it feels like it's turning into an air show. Last two heats, they've been really important. Are you seeing more ramps right now in the lineup?
Definitely. Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, the conditions are pretty tricky, but the boys are just making the most of it. And they're finding those little ramps, and it's incredible to watch how much air they can get off such a small wave. It's really cool.
Thank you, Dim. We remember Filipe Toledo just icing that beautiful wave where he had huge carves. So we're waiting for that score. And then this is what Leo just did, Rabbit.
Well, he needs to do something really special, and this is a great ride because he's comboed right now. This is amazing. Wow. I mean, this heat is just so different to the last heat. There's just so many. We're only halfway through this one. The last heat took 22 minutes before it really blew up with that great exchange.
That's
and
true,
Leo here gets him. He's really trying desperately. He needs to get about a 6.5 to get even back in the heat, Louis.
Yeah, I love to see. He went to grab the rail there, and it kind of slid up and down his arm, but he still kept his composure and landed backwards, let it spin around. It is so hard in there to do what Leo just did then and survive. And you look how low he is there to make sure that he rides out of it, standing up just to make sure the judges give him the completion. And yeah, Leo is on point, but yeah, Filipe Toledo is going to be hard to beat today.
It's impressive to see what Leo can do, and now we get to see how Leo handles when he's being pushed in a lineup, how he's going to answer, because we knew he flew into this matchup with a ton of confidence. Toledo gets another big 8.23 to back up the 8-point ride. Highest single scoring ride, that 8.23 was all on the face of the wave. Huge carve, big finish to seal the deal. And I think that was one of the biggest messages we saw from Toledo's famous Snapper Rocks performance, where he had the 10 against Julian in the final, where he was always known for high-flying acts and how often he could do it. But I think everyone was more impressed with the power he had in his carves in those 2 to 3 foot conditions that day.
Oh yeah, that was a you know, a window into the future. And when he's on, he's on. Look at that. I mean, he had the 6.5 he's throwing away now. Is still the third highest score of the heat. He's got a pair of aces sitting right there that are 8, 2, 3 and an 8. And but you know what? The beauty is Leo just got himself out of combo. He's back into the single digits. He got a 6.43. Now he needs, well, only a 9.8, Louis.
What a great moment in the heat. We've got to battle Leo Fioravanti not giving up in this fight. Chasing a decent number, though. Almost perfection in a 9.8 upside down. Fins relatively close to that face. And he is going to have to still fight for more. Felipe now starting to roll in. First move, tail whip reverse, and he's out of there. Even one major move. He is firing at all cylinders. As we will have a moment to catch up with Yago Dora and Stace Galbraith.
That's right, Yago. We're both kind of scratching our heads here. Big spin, varial. What do you want to call it, mate?
Well, I don't really know. Actually, I posted one of those in my Instagram a couple of days ago asking like shove it or varial because I'm not really sure. So I'll ask the skaters to define that one. I'll leave it to them.
For sure. One of your favorite surfers is Chris Chipper Wilson. How much inspiration do you take from someone like him?
Yeah, I think Chipper is the gnarliest guy in the air. We see maybe like more consistent from guys like Felipe or Italo, but just variety. Chipper has every single air in the book, so he's who I look up to.
For sure. And looking into that heat, you obviously know how deadly Jack can be. You guys are almost very identical surfers, both have great variety. How do you prepare for a heat like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I knew that heat was going to be really hard, especially on how the waves are, that little bowly ride, and I know how dangerous Jack can be in these conditions, and I was actually really confused before my heat on where to surf, and I decided to take my first 10 minutes here out front on the short break, and if it didn't work out, I'll move to the right there, and ended up getting lucky on one that he didn't see potential on the wave, and I ended up getting it and getting my 7. So it was a sweaty heat for sure.
Do you think you would have seen potential in that wave with first priority?
Yeah, that was like a second priority wave for sure. That's the kind of wave you get on second priority. And the wave actually wasn't really good. I had to race it in the start, but the closeout section was solid, so I was able to do a good reverse and get the score.
The crowd absolutely loved it. Lots of Brazilian fans on the beach. How important is that to feel that support?
Yeah, it's amazing. We really missed that pipeline. It's definitely kind of sad without the crowd, and the crowd amps me up and makes me excited to go and perform for them.
For sure. We really appreciate the show. Did you want to check in with your friends and family back home in Brazil?
Yeah, for sure. Obrigado a todos que estão assistindo do Brasil. Eu sei que já é de madrugada aí. Beijo para minha família. Eu amo vocês e bora para a próxima.
Thanks, Yago.
Well done to Yago Dora, using that air advantage in his corner to take off the lip on that backhand approach was really incredible. His landing ratio is insane. I always feel the same about Jack, so I almost wanted to give that heat another 30 minutes to see what Jack could have come up with. But Dora feeling it. He's off and running into the round of 16. And while we were catching up with Yago, Toledo put up another score that you would die for. He's throwing it away, though. A 7.8 is a throwaway in conditions like this. That is impressive.
I can scent a win here for Toledo in these 4 events in Australia. Beautiful carve there, coming around and just starting to just do these air reverses on Will, and yeah, really impressive to watch. Look at the pop out of that wave. It wasn't really even a very good section there, and he gets the pop and brings it right around to a beautiful reverse.
Special time in this heat. Toledo still heating up. 8.23 and an 8.0, and Fioravanti won't give up in a fight. Needs a 9.8 to move on to the round of 16. We'll be right back. We're setting up some key heats on the bracket here for the round of 16 on road to the finals here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. We've got just a spot left in that last heat. Winner of this heat will take on Yago Dora. We've got a classic with Jordy Smith and Connor Coffin. We've seen that a few times at Bells and J Bay. Well, we're going to see it at Merriweather soon enough. That'll be fun to see who comes out of that bottom right side of the bracket. Remember, you guys can find these brackets on worldsurfleague.com and kind of make your picks all the way to the final. Cecile will be with the trophy. Happened to get a twin fin shaped by MR himself.
I used to love that Jordy Smith spot there, that number 3rd seed or the heat 13, and you could kind of be hidden away in the draw, Lou, you know, and you wouldn't be seen for a while. You're down on that right-hand bottom corner, and then next minute, boom, 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 oh, you're in the semis.
Yeah, exactly.
There he is.
Like, oh, right, Jordy Smith. He's just been just skating along on the sneaky side of the bracket. And it's true. It's like it's a long round of 32, 16 heats to really dive through all the contenders. And we had a lot of stories to tell. We're going to go through all of them on the Corona Post Show coming up next. And I know, Luke, you've got to be so proud of the local story here today at Merriweather. It certainly turned up for the fans, and Ryan Callanan having a huge heat, and maybe the biggest heat of Morgan Siblick's career so far.
Definitely Morgan's best heat result in his surfing career. And Merriweather's so happy to have it here. And, you know, I think all the Merriweather locals are relieved that the Rocks is doing its thing as well, because, you know, it's a great little wave. It's got a lot of power. It shows you the performance as we see Leo
trying to pop the alley-oop, ends up losing connection with that wave.
Yeah, we're just so stoked. This is a style of wave we like, when the Rocks is like this, when it's punchy and tight and it's got a lot of performance to it. And we're just all so stoked that it's doing its thing, and we've got some more swell on the way. I think now Merriweather, especially the Merriweather Surfboard Club, are like, okay, bring the waves. We want to host a great contest and make sure everyone's happy. And yeah, everyone's so stoked, and it's a great thing for Merriweather. And I was at a luncheon the other day, and I spoke about this will inspire a young kid right now that I reckon we've got another world title in the mix, and we don't even know who it is.
That's what it's all about, having those first-hand experiences when you see a major event and a kid will be like, I want to be there one day. That's the beautiful part about getting the fans back to the beach, and a lot of people have been inspired, that's for sure.
Oh, that's really true, guys. I mean, you know, kids come down here, they see their heroes. I mean, a place like Newcastle, even though it is an incredibly rich in history as a surf town, there hasn't been a major event here for so long, Luke. They just haven't ever seen these guys.
And what made my career was Mark Richards coming home from winning 4 world titles and going, oh wow, I want to do what Mark's doing. That's incredible. I want to be on the world tour. As we see Flip Toledo on the recap just going to town, really finding some form here at Merriweather off the rocks. Beautiful turn, you know, not even going to the air there and still getting in the 8s.
Loving watching this Harvey Norman recap because it is such a battle. Fioravanti came into this heat with the 9 from the other day and so much confidence, and he's been surfing incredibly well. 5.5 built to a 6.43 with a big finishing move like that on a chunky section. Yeah. Still chasing though, 9.8. That's massive. That's almost a perfect score.
Yeah, well, Leo's come up against the Philippe Toledo juggernaut today. I mean, he has just been the outstanding surfer of the day so far. And Luke, I mean, we haven't been talking about him much, but gosh, these are his conditions. He just loves the pool.
Oh, he just loves it. And the Rocks has got a lot of push, so he doesn't really need to worry about generating so much speed. The more you stay in the pocket off the rocks, the more you can harness that speed into your turn and stay on the steep part of the wave. And he hasn't surfed out there that much. I haven't really seen him warming up too much out there, and he's gone straight out there today and put on one of the best performances we've seen all week.
And I think like your coastline here, Luke, is amazing because a lot of these surfers are going, oh, hang on, there's a lot of people on this bank down the coast, there's a lot of people on that one, and they're like, hang on, I just found somewhere to surf with nobody around. There's actually a lot of options.
Yeah, if you're willing to drive around and have a look, keep your eye on the tides and the winds and the swell directions, we've got plenty of waves, and I think that shows in how many good surfers that have come out of Merriweather you know, you take Ryan Callanan anywhere in the world and he can put on a great performance. He's good in Hawaii. He's been, you know, he's had some of his best results through Europe. Yeah, so I think the versatility of the different breaks we have around Newcastle really reflects how the surfers have been produced.
And if you run into Luke on a lay day, you've done the right thing. You're on the right bank at the right time. That's always a win. 2:10 to go in this one. Fioravanti has so much energy in his veins this year from surviving the battle with Mikey Wright just to kick off his year. Was such an emotional roller coaster for him, especially after losing the first heat, sealing the deal to get his spot on tour, then and going all the way to the quarters. Where for Leo, he's really celebrating the best start he's had on the championship tour, coming in #5 in the world.
It was a magical run, you know, for Leo. First of all, the big build-up with Mikey Wright. I saw him only the day before he left Australia for that trip, and he was just so pumped, and it was just all on the line, and it was a winner-take-all.
Having a look now, 90 seconds winding up for the frontside reverse. Clean, no grab rotator for the Italian. Looking for something more. Remember, needs a 9.8 here. He'll throw a nice foam climb, and the crowd will throw their hands together for this performance. Almost perfection. Is it going to be tough to achieve? You can still tell that Leo's surfing incredibly well right now.
Well, he really needs the two bites of the cherry in reality. I mean, he needs to get like at least a 7.5.
I'm just seeing a double up off the rock ledge. I'm going, Toledo, what is he about to do? Quickly just pulling out the back. An 8 and an 8.23. When you have two scores that are in the excellent range is always 8 or better. We call them excellent heats when you have two of them. Felipe Toledo has 75 of those excellent heats in his amazing career. I mean, since he qualified back in 2013.
That's an incredible stat. And Morgan Siblix had one, and it was today.
Against the world champion and the world #1. That was massive. Rotator for Toledo. He's just enjoying the moment, being back in the jersey here at Newcastle. He had a very tough result at Pipeline, so his world title campaign starts now. Into the countdown, and Felipe will be preparing for Yago Dora into the round of 16 as this event continues, which looks like some promising days in the forecast, Luke.
Yeah, pretty excited about the next few days. Even though the forecast has been really inconsistent and hard to really pinpoint what it's going to do, it's because there's so many systems in the Pacific Ocean, and to me that's exciting because it means it's active. Things can change and you know, pretty quick. And I think that yeah, I think we've got some good waves coming, and it's going to be a great rest of the event.
So many incredible stories to cover on the Corona Post Show. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Luke Egan to break down all the action and celebrate the locals who are dominant today. We'll be right back.
Welcome again to the Corona Post Show here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. And what a day of competition we've just watched unfold. Great performances from the world's best in the round of 32. Huge upsets. And for the hometown crowd here at Merriweather, just great performances from their surfers that they're cheering on. They're willing on to victory. Luke Egan is also willing them on to victory. Great to have your company, Luke, for the post show. Good to see you too, Rich. You're all right.
Thanks, Ron.
But Luke, you must be buzzing.
So proud. So proud. We've still got young guys serving up performances like that today. Morgan is just, yeah, he'll be going for mayor of Merriweather tomorrow. Well, he'll put his own ticket in anyway for it. But that was sensational. I just love the way that Morgan didn't oversurf it. He was contained. You know, he put John Florence on the ropes, and that's so impressive.
Any truth to the rumour getting around that you're going to get if there's a Newcastle winner, that you're going to get their face tattooed on your arm? No?
Well, you just come up with that then. And
no, the rumours are flying, mate.
Are they
yeah,
flying?
They're flying.
I don't know. I think Hoyo will. I'll just pass it on to Hoyo, and it'll happen for sure.
Hoyo's not it.
You watch my phone. My phone will text in a minute. Hoyo, just send me a text with the thumbs up emoji that you'll get the tattoo for me.
He's probably already got a Ryan Callanan tattoo. Mate, Morgan, though, the impressive thing about him, Rich, is that not long ago he was wondering whether he's going to pull the jersey on and surf. He injured his foot. We saw it was strapped during the heat, but this morning it felt okay, but he had some pretty gnarly bruising.
Yeah, some gnarly bruising. 4 days ago, he was unsure if he can compete today. He was like, yes, they held the contest off for 4 days. That gave me some time to recover, and sure did he recover, mate. He just went out there and gave it to the world champ. No nerves, put in an amazing display of surfing. And, well, John, he brought it too, mate. John was on fire, bringing that small wave repertoire that he's been showing up with at Newcastle, just zipping and zapping all over the place. But Morgan just chose the better waves and really just opened up on every single one.
He was one of the best in the opening round, John Florence, and he did look sharp at times throughout. But Morgan, he just knows this break so well, Luke, and he was mistake-free.
Absolute mistake-free. Even he made a priority mistake in the end, and it actually went in his favour. And that was the only thing that was questionable in Morgan's performance. And, you know, I said this during the heat, Ron, and I just feel like the year not starting for this young rookie from Merriweather was a godsend. I think he's surfing way better than what he did when he first qualified.
Not only that, we know when he did qualify at the end of 2019, he had a knee injury, so that, you know, unsure whether that would have been fully healed by the time the tour was potentially going to get underway. So he's got himself right. Despite that, he's got an injury again that he's carrying into competition. Didn't faze him at all. Have a look at the numbers. 9.03. He backed it up with another excellent score and easily got the jump on John Florence, who will have to rebound down there at Narrabeen.
Yeah, you could tell, you know, John was a little... you know, he was a little let down by himself, I think. He was a little dejected. He'd go back and watch the replay, but as champions do, he'll pick himself up again, and we look forward to seeing him at Narrabeen.
The wildcard Crosby Colapinto, impressive in the seeding round. Got the jump on Medina there. Came up against one of the favourites for the contest, Ryan Callanan, and really pushed him right to the end of their exchange, Luke.
Yeah, he did. First round was amazing by him, and it was a really tricky rocks at that time. It was right around low tide, so it was really tight and compact, and I think that really favoured Ryan Callanan. He surfed this wave a million times looking like this, and he looked really nice, and yeah, just, you know, I really think Ryan can go all the way this week.
Yeah, he definitely strung his manoeuvres together brilliantly. This guy has such a big future. Crosby proved today that he's unfazed by who he's up against, and Richie, he's so well-rounded, has the big airs that he can call on too.
He certainly does, and obviously inspired by what his brother's been doing. But in this particular heat, I felt like Ryan's backhand was really the advantage here, because he was just pivoting so tight off the bottom, drawing down the line, and when he did go to that top turn, he was just absolutely ripping the bag out of it. And just a little bit of experience and that hometown knowledge coming through. But yes, Crosby has got a huge future. You know, shades of Geordie Smith in the style, and some of his brother as well. So he's got all the ingredients there. He was another one who had an amazing season. But, well, the local crowd, they turned up and they got a 2-for-1 offer there with Ryan and Morgan getting through.
Not just the local crowd.
Who's that bloke?
What a unit. Looks like someone I know. But yeah, Ryan Callanan, very popular here. I mean, Morgan won the hearts of even more fans here at Merriweather, but Ryan Callanan, he is...
Do you get embarrassed when you see stuff like that?
Why would I get embarrassed?
Because he's your brother.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought my brother had no hair.
So did I, actually.
Yeah.
I thought he didn't have any hair too.
He's actually been enjoying the Newcastle experience, I think, more than anyone this week. I'm surprised he's still standing, but no, he's on fire. They had a big show last night for their podcast. Jeremy Flores, who got knocked out of the event, he turned up, and I think he's probably going to move to Newcastle after last night, so he's on fire. Felipe Toledo, what a great performance from him to finish off a big day of action here. He was back to his best this afternoon. Let's see how he's feeling after that big win.
Winner of the final heat of the afternoon, Felipe. It was a long day, and I see you down here watching all day. How do you save up that energy, my friend?
Oh yeah, it was hard, man. Actually, he's just wait the whole day to surf and looking the boys rip and such fun waves. So it was hard to contain myself. Just watching. I was here first light, and then I went back to the house. I came back here. It's just like forgetting to go out there. And yeah, it was really good. It was fun.
Awesome. Talk to me about your variety. Do you have a favorite out of those waves?
I guess, yeah, that's one really point that I try to improve every year or every event. It's just try to just put my variety in every wave. Just go for air, big turns, and just carves, or just trying to mix it up and bring to the judges what they want to see, and and what's going to be a big score. And that's a good point too. Just watching the whole day, what's going on, and how the scale is going. So you kind of go like mentally prepared to do what you're planning the whole day.
For sure. Are you making that decision as you paddle in, or are you going off feel mid-wave to stick with the airs or the turns?
Well, it's just kind of it depends on how the heat's going. If I already did like a big air on the wave before, I just try to mix it up with a big turn and or big layback snap. It depends how the heat's going, and but whenever I see a little ramp, I want to go for the air. It's hard to contain.
We certainly love it when you do that. Correct me if I'm wrong. Looks like you changed up your board.
Yeah, I did. This is actually my first surf with the board. I had two exactly the same, this one and another one, and the day before yesterday I broke the one I was gonna surf in the comp, and then this one was brand new at the house. I knew it was gonna be a good one. The percentage of bad boards that Marcel shapes, it's really small, so I was really confident on it. So yeah, first surf on the board feels great. It was cool. Yeah.
First surf in that heat.
Yes, in that heat.
Amazing, incredible. Now tell me, back in the day, you had a great result here in the QS. If I recall correctly, a bit of a priority interference there. Is that what firing you up to maybe take this thing out now?
Yeah, that was funny, man. Every time I remember that, it's really funny. Being a Grom, it's one of those mistakes. You're just like, oh my God, why? But it was actually my first ever QS. As a professional surfer, so it was really fun being in the final with Panda and surfing against big names of surfing like Gabe Kling in the semis, Taj, like all the boys.
Cruzy,
all
the big names.
Oh, yeah, dude, it was amazing. So yeah, since then, it's just kind of like, oh man, that mistake, but it's good.
Well, maybe you can go one better this year.
Yeah.
You got a lot of support back home in Brazil, friends and family. Did you want to say potentially good morning to them? I think it's pretty late over there.
Yeah. Bom, valeu a galera que tá torcendo aí, todo mundo que tá aí no Brasa, família, tá lá na Califórnia. Tamo junto, obrigado pela vibe, né? Tentando fazer a minha aqui, descansar bem tranquilo, se manter escondidinho aqui, né? Tentando mostrar a minha humildade e saber que sem Jesus a gente não é nada.
Thanks for the performance.
Just a scary good performance from Felipe, and you kind of get the feeling, like everyone, I think, and probably mostly the other title contenders, if he can get himself into that top 5 going into Trestles, everyone better get there early and get some practice in, because he just looks so deadly, didn't he?
Oh, that was amazing performance. He's just, we talked about his back injury, was at the end of 2019. He had a few injuries there, but it just seems like he's just gone, okay, I'm going to have a rest. And then now someone's poked the bear again. He's coming. Philip Toledo was on fire then, and I think we're going to see more from him in this strain leg.
No doubt. But let's see a little bit more now from Morgan Siblick, Boost Mobile, wave of the day. It was a 9.03, and you know, he's going to put bigger numbers up in his career, but to put one up against John Florence is what makes this so impressive.
Just opens it up with an explosive turn off the top, gets the full wrapping cut back into the whitewash, and this was the biggest wave face turn, rail turn that we saw all day to finish off. A lot of crew were trying to go to the air, and you know, a lot of floaters onto the sand and things like that, but that was the biggest turn where he roped all the way through it, kept the line, kept the rail wet, and rode out of it perfectly, and it really framed that wave for him. And I think the judges, you know, rightly so, got really excited by it, as we did in the booth.
Yeah, super sharp. Well, we've still got the top 5, and Dimity Stoyle is once again going to take us behind the scenes here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup. Stick around. Welcome back to the Corona Post Show. We're going to have a look at the Surfline forecast as we move into the later stages of our event window. Luke, you've been looking at this closely. What can we expect tomorrow and over the next couple of days? Yeah, we've seen that low pressure come off the coast, and it's been so much action in the Pacific Ocean at the moment that it's been moving around quite a bit. And as you can see right there, we've got plenty of swell on the way for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Saturday looking incredible. Look at that offshore, 10 to 15 knots. That's dream time out here at Merewether. Yeah, we're really looking at that swell as swell lines. It kind of converts a little differently once it hits the inside here, Rich.
Yeah, when we're looking at the wave heights there, we're talking about the actual face of the wave, and you know, if you stand a 6-foot guy up against the face, you know, you're going to call it 6 foot. And there were some waves in that range out the back, and the swell charts that I'm looking at, the Surfline forecast, it looks like it is going to keep trending up in that direction by a couple more feet over the next 2 days. The exciting thing is that we have those variable winds, and we're going to see it actually shift to the offshore. It's going to get nice and smooth. The direction's going to be predominantly from the east. A little bit of north in it as well, which, Louis, you know that it likes it out here. So there's going to be lots of options for our surfers, which is great news. Sounds fantastic. We'll bring the good vibes to the commentary team here at Newcastle is Dimity Stoyle. She's also been taking those good vibrations behind the scenes.
Hey, good morning. Day 3, baby. Let's see who we can find. I thought that was you going for the early.
It was terrible. I got no waves.
Well, you look at fly though in that suit.
Everything matchy. Look at that.
Woo! Gabby, what's the secret with the stickers under the glass?
Not much work to do, yeah.
drink coffee and chill out, probably run some stairs.
Nice. I reckon you should take me for some stair runs. She loved that.
Yeah, you want to go?
Stair runs.
Yeah, let's go.
Everyone.
We're back on.
We should have some fun little waves. I'm hoping
low
someone
tide.
gets 25 waves. Not mentioning any names. Italo.
Our mornings are seen without croissants and espresso in France. Are they still okay in Australia?
They're still okay because we can hurt.
Nice.
You good?
Morning.
Oh, thanks. That was good. Happy to make it through. That was good.
So you got the rest of the day off. Who are you cheering for?
Me.
Dimity Store, what a piece of gold, and just completely disarms all the athletes, and Gabriel Medina cheering for himself, his own biggest fan. It's what you need to do if you want to become world champ, but he is definitely looking deadly, and in fact, he's going to kick off our top 5 today, gentlemen, along with Italo Ferreira, the world champs. They look sharp, both the boys from Brazil, just really turn it on, and they bring a different energy when you've got kind of smaller conditions.
Yeah, for sure. Both the guys just so agile and so fast. And this was the first heat of the morning. Gabriel Medina just precision out of the lip. He even makes bad sections look good because he has so much good carry through the flats and arrives every single time in the lip with a lot of variety and just in the right spot. The pop on that was unbelievable to bring it right around. And then Italo, how many coffees did he have today?
Yeah, mate, I think he was juiced up on the Red Bull, and he went absolutely hammer on the end sections himself.
Yeah, he sure did. Just like Medina, looking so light and frisk on his feet, loving the way the board's dancing across the ocean there, and Italo just bringing so much energy and froth, and a huge crowd favourite. Everyone's down here to get the autograph of Italo Ferreira.
Well, coming in at number 4 and serving in heat number 500, Adriano de Souza getting the win over Jeremy Flores. 2 veterans on the championship tour, but de Souza, it was vintage form from the 2015 world champ.
Yes, it was, and he surfed really well. That heat went a little slow in the middle. I think we had a rain squall that changed it up a little bit, but he was really patient, picked the good ones, and put some really good turns together for a couple of great scores.
Yeah, we could even be looking at a younger 25-year-old Adriano, by the way. He was surfing and bringing the energy to this heat. And, of course, a humble world champion that he is. It was great to get him in the booth, Ron, and get some insights into sort of, you know, where his head's at. And, well, he's on his swan song year, and great to see Adriano. Maybe just one more tour win in him.
Iago Dora cracked the top 5 with a big performance this afternoon, getting the jump on Jack Freestone. Jack put a good number up against him and was celebrating the fact, but Iago, he came to entertain today.
Yeah, I think Iago was not having anything of losing this heat. He was just aggro. I can feel it, like there's a breakthrough coming with the young Brazilian. He just feels that he belongs and he wants to really get a good result. A couple of guys like Iago are just there, and they're willing himself to win an event.
Well, we had Wade Carmichael saving himself against Griffin Colapinto, and this was a heat that went right down to the wire, really close in the numbers. Wade Carmichael, it looked like he was losing this heat until the final minute and a half, Rich.
Yeah, it was a really, really close heat, and you know, Wado had to do the work, and he snatched that last one right at the final moment. And well, this is Griff putting in a good performance as well. Just streaking down the line here, and just solid as a rock every single time. And you saw Griff just grabbing that number right at the end, exactly what he needed with the Parco-esque spray.
So a couple of big buzzer beaters there. Carmichael getting the jump on Seth Moniz, and Griffin Colapinto getting a win over Michelle Perez. But at number 1, it was the local boys stealing the show here today. Morgan with the upset of the contest so far, eliminating John John. Such a great performance, and you can hear the cheers from the crowd there.
That was incredible, so incredible to watch. Morgan off the rocks at Merriweather. Did he ever dream of this happening 12 months ago? Definitely not. And so composed. That turn there just solidifying a 9-point ride, and the Merriweather grommets there turning up to cheer him on.
Yeah, Ryan Callanan also progressing through today. He looks so sharp in the seeding round. Today, again, a solid performance. But he'll want to get back to that undeniable form that he showed on the opening day of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arkel's looking in good form here. And it's those local champions that are getting through. And, you know, Merriweather and Newcastle has embraced this event so much. And then the local fans are embracing their heroes. And you sort of just feel like one of them's going to do really, really well and go deep into the event. And it'd be great to see. Great for the town.
Yeah, Julian Wilson also won through. So some great matchups established for the round of 16 now. It's been fun to look at them. We'll have a look at a few of them. The first one is going to be Gabriel Medina up against Federico Moraes, and that's a really interesting heat. These guys are good travel buddies. They communicated a lot through 2019, and I think there was even noise of potentially Gabby trying to get some work with Richard Dog Marsh in this new season. Eventually ended up with Andy Irons, so it's going to be a great little clash there.
Yeah, that's interesting. And yeah, Gabby's on fire this morning. The waves were pretty fat, but he made him look so good. And Federico just willed himself to win, just kept the flow really nice. Like the wave out here, sometimes you can't muscle it. You got to finesse it a little bit and focus on your timing to get those turns right. And both those guys did that this morning.
Couple of interesting battles between fellow countrymen in that round of 16 as well. Ryan Callan and Owen Wright.
Wow.
I hope it's 8 feet.
Yeah, well, two of the strongest goofy footers on tour. You'd have to give the nod to Arkel in the air at the moment, but you know, maybe it's all going to be focused on those right-handers, so it'll be a beautiful backhand clash. Those guys are going to go to town. And
on the very bottom of the draw, Iago Dora is going to face off against Felipe Toledo, and both those guys have shown fantastic variation in the air already.
Yeah, absolutely. Their performances this afternoon. I really like Philippe's. I've missed those performances of Philippe's over the past, and I want to see him back in that form of 2018 and just putting on those ferocious performances we saw, like J-Bay and Brazil, and just, yeah, I think he's back and he wants to have he wants to have his nameplate up the top on that yellow jersey.
Once he starts collecting excellent scores, Toledo, he generally keeps running with it through an event. It's something that he's just able to do. But the entire bracket looks amazing on the men's side, and you can go to worldsurfleague.com to check it out. But now let's have a look at what's to come for the women, because we've gotten down to the quarterfinals. We know that we saw some big names fall out of the mix in Tyler Wright and Sally Fitzgibbons, but this is what's to come. Stephanie Gilmore has her hands full with the rookie Isabella Nichols. Isabella has a new confidence, and as a rookie with nothing to lose, she's got a big point to prove here.
Massive heat coming up against Stephanie Gilmore, and you know, it's good. I like seeing this really big test for Izzy because she is in form. She's got the confidence already coming into this event, and if she can overcome Steph, she is really going to stick her flag in the sand and announce her arrival onto the tour. But this draw to me reeks of opportunity for both Isabella and also Bronte McCauley down there with that fourth heat against Caroline Marks.
Carissa Moore with a win in the quarterfinals will jump into the semi. She'll get the rating lead that she's chasing, but quarterfinal number 4 for me is the heat of the quarterfinal bracket for the women. Much like Ryan Callanan and Owen Wright, we've got Bronte McCauley and Caroline Marks, in my opinion, the two best backhand surfers on the championship tour.
Yeah, it's going to be a great matchup, and Caroline, Louis, you've done a lot of work with her, so you know how strong she is on that backhand. So tight in the pocket, a lot of power, and Bronte, I feel like yet to really reach her opportunity and her full potential on the tour, and this is a great opportunity for her to really sort of break through.
Don't you sense though, Luke, that this break has served a few of those battlers on both the men's and women's championship tours so well, because it's given the opportunity to them to forget results for a bit and concentrate on surfing, and I'm not sure anyone did better free surfing in 2019 than Bronte McCauley.
For sure, and we're usually looking at these surfers after just a 3-month break. And we're in March and we're looking and going, okay, who's done what in 3 months? You can't get that much done in 3 months off. These guys have had a year. And I think it's really obvious the people that have gone out and really focused and being honest with themselves on what, okay, what are my weaknesses? You know, we've got enough time now to really work on our weaknesses and make them become strengths.
Yep.
And there's some really obvious surfers in the draw that have really gone and done that.
Yeah, and I think as a result, we're going to see amazing performances as we find our champions here at the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup presented by Corona. Thanks for joining us today. Enjoy the highlights and tune in tomorrow morning as we look to get competition back underway.
You would do it like Yeah, I want to do the finals here.
Clap twice if you know what the feeling is. To be running for the life that you dreamed as a kid. Had a dream of getting bigger. One day be faster and fitter. Someday I'll be known as a winner. In the future looks bright when I look in the mirror. Said I see ya, I see ya. Ain't nobody that can beat ya. I don't know how to turn back time, but I know that I wouldn't change mine.
Black and blue, baby.
Two minutes to go. Wade Carmichael.
Said I see ya, I see ya. Ain't nobody that can beat ya. Said I see ya, I see ya. Yeah, we do it like.
He got the opportunity to open up on this one.
Yeah, we do it like.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.